USA에서 다 졌었던 플래시 울부즈랑 다시 한번 붙어서 한번 겨뤄보고 싶네요.
San Francisco is going crazy! Brazil scored the biggest goal of the tournament so far! They're taking down the LPL and Brazil has done it!
They are looking to make the upset over CLG.
They're looking at the Nexus! They're taking down the turret! They're taking down another!
It's going in. He kicks it, Maple.
Maple flashes away! He's dead! And Cloud9, they don't give up! They don't surrender! And they take down Flash Wolves!
Fnatic going to win the Season 1 championship if they can hold.
Taipei Assassins are the Season 2 World Champions! This could be a 20-minute game for SK Telecom!
And Samsung White are the 2014 World Champions.
SKT will be your first ever two-time World Champions!
The fourth day of group stage action is about to unfold here live at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium in San Francisco, California, and fans are here in droves to support the 16 teams striving to be the best in the world. And as yesterday, there's no shortage of energy or fandom in this building as fans will be driving their teams, cheering them on to the end of the first round robin here in the group stages. INTZ shown here making their way into the arena to do battle with AHQ. Westdoor going to be back in the lineup for AHQ today. And of course, fans in Chengdu, China are going wild for their teams, EDG and IMA, for them to cheer on today. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm James Dash Patterson, and joining me on the analyst desk are Clement Chu, Alberto Crumbs Rengifo, and Joshua Jat-Leesman. We conclude our first round robin, week 1 here. How are we feeling today, gentlemen?
I'm feeling like we're roughly 3/8 of the way through the group stage as a whole.
That feels like a very accurate assessment of where we are right now. How about everybody else?
I mean, I'm really excited to see the final day of the first round robin just because it has so many little implications for the teams to kind of show their little niche on the meta and really show that they've actually improved and not just regressed.
It'll give us maybe somewhat of a complete picture, having had all the teams play each other. Now that we've had a good look at all of our international competitors, though, we can really dive into some tournament trends as they develop.
Yeah, and we've had a bunch of fun jumping to conclusions about all the strength of all the teams, and it feels like everyone can beat anyone else. But when you look at the regional averages, actually, the Korean teams are 6-1 still, by far the most dominant region still. So while there is a lot of craziness, we still have that cream of the crop at the top.
And if you're looking at the bottom of the table, there's still 3 teams without wins in Flash Wolves, G2, and Splice. And surprise, none of those are wildcard teams. 2 of those actually were their first seeds from their region. We're looking at here is the Flash Wolves. I think they have to be really, really disappointed in themselves. They're looking back at this weekend thinking we should have gone 2-0 right here instead of 0-2.
Flash Wolves in particular have been ahead in the game more than any other team in the tournament, save for SKT. So they've been winning for a long time in most of these games and have to be really disappointed to be 0-2 right now.
Yeah, struggling to get those wins under their belt. Flash Wolves certainly expected to do a lot more damage here in the first week of group stages, but you contrast that with what might be now our new favorites in SKT.
And SKT has been looking so good. They came into the tournament, we're a little bit worried about how well they're going to be doing, but they're looking crisp. Their actual execution and ability to snowball games is the best one we've seen so far. And if they can keep this up to date, these guys might look like a very strong case for a 3-time world champion.
And if you look at where they've improved, it has to be the jungler position. They're firing off on both their junglers. Bengi and Blank are both playing. Blank yesterday said he's comfortable on the Nidalee, which has traditionally been one of his weaker picks now. And if you look at FLICKR, 2 player of the games, he's really leading his team, bodying Jensen and then just bodying another mid laner.
And as we talk about Nidalee, we got to talk about the early game jungle pool. Right now, it seems like teams have kind of taken an approach to pinch that jungle and make sure that teams don't have the ability to pressure the map early. And we've seen the rise of the likes of Skarner and Olaf kind of make their way. Skarner 2-0, undefeated. Maybe 3-0, actually not entirely sure about that. Olaf has been having a lot of success. His early game prowess has been pretty much unrivaled. It seems like a lot of the teams have no experience playing against this champion, and his snowballing out of control in these games.
Yeah, but on that note, Aurelion Sol has been re-enabled and is available to be picked right off the bat.
And I think it has a large impact on the pick and ban phase. It's not like some random champion is now available and maybe a team has been practicing it and ooh, we're gonna see it. No, it immediately slots in to the top tier mid laners among Syndra, Cassiopeia, and Vladimir. So it will be heavily banned or picked away. And I also think that opens up the jungle pool for some of the players to get the S-tier junglers more often, because we're going to be seeing another champion that's kind of crowding out the available bans for teams.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one, especially because he has such a strong early ability to push the lane. It makes it so that the junglers can really hammer that early advantage and find more opportunities to roam. We see the likes of teams like CLG that are able to just go down to the bottom lane and find opportunities to affect the side lanes in areas that maybe teams aren't used to such a quick ability to play. On the other hand, he might just be banned and nobody wants to see him.
Well, we'll get 6 games to figure it out today. Now, yesterday we saw Smeb go huge, and we weren't the only ones who called it out. Alan Burns took to Twitter and said, that play by Smeb literally made me jump out of my chair. Us too, Alan. Us too.
Yeah, I think that play was amazing.
Running away! Expect gets caught down. He's got a PA, remember, but he needs Megan. Oh, delete it! If ever I've seen one, a G2 or an aced!
The best timing I may have ever seen on a Kennen Ultimate. That was insane.
And the nastiest thing about that play is that they actually couldn't even flash out. They were silenced by Gorilla the entire time, so they just had to sit there and take the Kennen ulti, which was just beautiful to watch.
I mean, that win for them yesterday really was a team effort. Prey playing well, keeping them in the game, and then we had Peanut with that huge steal. That allows Smeb to make this play set up by Koro in that silence, of course, as you mentioned. So now remember to hit us up at LOL Esports using the hashtag World's Big Plays and call out your favorite moments from Worlds 2016. But of course, as we turn towards today's games, let's check out the standings heading in to Day 4. Rocks Tigers lead Group A at 2-0. Defending champions SK Telecom T1 remain on top of Group B. Group C stands in a 4-way tie. Also neck and neck, Group D has 3 teams vying for that top spot. Today, 3 of our groups are back in action, beginning at Group C. The LMS's AHQ battles Brazil's INTZ kicking things off, followed by EDG versus H2K. Next is Group A. Albus Nox Luna take on European champions G2, followed by CLG versus the Rocks Tigers. Finally, Group B takes to the stage with 2-time world champions SK Telecom T1 versus the Flash Wolves. By the final game of the day, we're going to be seeing C9 and IMA doing battle. Now, throughout the tournament, Riot Games 2 is bringing you an alternate perspective on the action happening here at Worlds. Today, joining our casters along with Alex Each, Kiwi Kid, and Zig, they're going to be focusing on individual matchups and answering your gameplay and pro strategy questions live on air. And now AHQ Esports Club and INTZ are setting up on stage as we speak, so it's time for me to turn to you guys, ask you for those predictions to kick off the day. Down the line, who are we taking, Clement?
I have to go with my own region. I think AHQ is going to win here. If you look at the best players on these teams, it's Ziv against Yang. And I think Ziv has just been so much more of a monster. 40% of his team's damage, he can take a lot of punches, and he can throw a lot back.
All right, zeroing in on the top lane matchup, what's the key for you, Crumbs?
Well, you know, the tournament has had so many wild things so far, as we were talking about earlier, and one of those is the intangible, the things that are happening that we don't really know how to actually measure those, the sickness of the players, the ability to play as underdogs or with those nerves. And I think that INTZ benefits a lot from that, especially now that their kind of expectations have been lowered. I think that that's a greater opportunity for them to strike back. So I think that INTZ actually has a decent shot at actually taking this, even though Mountain and AHQ have looked somewhat decent.
So you're going with INTZ?
Yes, I'm going with INTZ.
There it is, he's locked it in.
I'm happy to hear that. I think, though, to Clement's point, the stylistic matchup where you saw INTZ defeat EDG was when Mouse was very far behind in the top lane. I think AHQ's strongest player is their top laner Ziv, and I think that is a less probable thing to happen. I do think it can be a close game, but I also don't want to jump to conclusions here. INTZ has won a single game in the group stage here, and previously they were struggling in the wildcard qualifiers, so I need to see more consistency out of them, and AHQ has a consistency on the international stage, which is why I'm going to be going with AHQ for this game.
All right, we have a split decision here, but the teams will decide who's victorious. Now it's time to hand it off to the casters to set up for the first match of the day.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Max Atlas Anderson, here alongside Mitch Crepo Vorspulse and Indiana Frosker and Black. We're here to bring you our first match of the day, AHQ versus INTZ. And INTZ come into Worlds and shocked everyone by taking down China's Edward Gaming.
I mean, that's been the biggest surprise of the tournament, the fact that the IWC region is sitting now 2-2, whereas the LMS region on the other side is actually sitting 1-3, so kind of coming in the little bit of the favorites.
A little bit the favorites.
Statistically the favorites.
Statistically the favorites.
Statistically ahead, but we have to echo what the analyst desk was saying there, that these two teams, they kind of share the same strengths. Strong top and jungle pairing, and Ziv has been a monster so far in this tournament.
Yeah, Clement said on the desk that Ziv is part of 40% of his team's damage share. For comparison, the tournament average is 25%. So Ziv is far and above overperforming on the international stage right now.
But we have seen INTZ play well. We've also seen some flexibility in their style. Game 1, they had an incredibly high jungle proximity. Basically, the jungle and the top laner spent a lot of time together. In their second game, there was almost none of that whatsoever. So they actually changed up playstyles, whether it's flexibility or maybe failure to really yet let Yang shine. We'll have to see what happens in this game. Maybe we can finally see a trend in what INTZ's preferred playstyle here is at Worlds.
And that's the big concern, the fact that Talker is looking across from Westor right now and trying to weight Westor versus Chawi and who's going to be better in this particular matchup, especially with the Aurelion Soul now enabled.
Yeah, and of course the LMS so far this Worlds has been struggling to close out games. I mean, looking mostly at the Flash Wolves for that one, but also AHQ had a good way of getting back into the game against EDG, but were unable to close that one either.
Yeah, I think we can criticize the mid to late game macro a little bit from AHQ, but both these teams throughout the season rather have shown moments of brilliance when it comes to closing out games. For AHQ, that was in the regional qualifier when they swept through both 3-0 versus Machi and Hong Kong Esports. And then if you look at INTZ, yes, they struggled in the IWCQ qualifier, but in the regular season, in the CBLOL, they were actually praised for their macro. So it all depends which one of these versions of these teams is going to show up in this match.
I think it's very fair to say as well, INTZ's dominant performance over EDG actually looked like one of the cleanest games the tournament has seen so far. I mean, outside the SKT, overarching dominance on Cloud9 and IMA. So INTZ is still looking very strong in their macro play.
That's exactly right. But let's go down the line and review our starting lineups. The first belongs to AHQ. Ziv on the top side of the map, Mountain in the jungle, Westor back in the mid lane, and Arn and Albus will be our AD carry and support with Green Tea coaching from behind.
And their opponent is the representative from Brazil's CBLOL. It's INTZ Esports. In the top lane, it's going to be Yang, their superstar jungler Revolta. Talker's in the mid lane, Macau AD carry, and joining him is going to be Jockster on support.
And I'm so pleased that they get the support from the crowd too. You know, these guys come in not that popular. Many people don't really tune into the region that often, but then when they get to Worlds and they opening game, they smash EDG, suddenly they make a statement, and the crowd is definitely rallying behind INTZ.
And they're just pretty much building on a legacy at this point, one that Kaboom and Pain have set up. And it's so funny because INTZ for the longest time have been so dominant domestically in the region. To finally have them take this large step on this type of international stage is very exciting for the fans back in CBLOL.
Yeah, they most certainly gained the respect on day number 1, and we'll see whether they can continue that trend as we hop into Champion Select. AHQ, of course, will be on our blue side. Na going to be the first ban away from Yang, and I have a feeling that one's going to be relatively consistent after his performance against Mouse.
Yeah, 2 signature bans here, one within the scope of the tournament and one within the scope of the player in terms of Westor. He always sees that TF ban, regardless whether it's meta or not. They just don't want to hand it to him. Because let's be honest, without some of his comfort picks, he has been looking pretty weak.
And now I'm just curious, will Westor pick up the Aurelion Soul? Will Talkers look towards that, or will both teams decide to ban it, especially as now that Syndra ban has hit the bench?
Yeah, Syndra actually banned on the blue side here, which is interesting. Might be an Aurelion Soul adaptation, as Tom Kench was banned against Albus, and the Olaf is going to see the final ban.
And I think it would make sense if Westor has practiced that Aurelion Soul, because one of his main weaknesses is just his laning ability and the fact that he yields pressure. If there's one pick you can lock in, and with which with relative ease you could
just
play
wander
forward
around the lane and you have pressure.
It is the Aurelion Soul. However, with these non-jungler bans, we have to take look at the priority here. And Italy's only seen 1 game of play here at Worlds, despite being 100% pick and ban, and this will be the 2nd game, I believe, in the entirety of the tournament we're seeing the jungle champion come out.
Yeah, so the Nidalee going to be left up. Does mean that Revolta can head over to his Lee Sin that he's hovering at the moment. Hasn't locked it in. Of course, something like the Rek'Sai is there as well. He did play that in his 2nd game, but to not as great effect.
Yeah, I don't think you need to match junglers here necessarily. A good rotation could be a Sivir Aurelion Soul, setting you up for a very speedy composition. You can still augment that relatively dangerous pick in Sivir in terms of laning. You need to fix that matchup a little bit with the support. But if you have a Sivir Aurelion Soul as the foundation of your team comp, you can go a lot of directions here if you're INTZ.
Might mean that they're a little bit afraid to show their mid lane pick this early in, although now
Doesn't look like they're afraid of anything right now, FLICKR, and if they're going to lock that one in. 1 second to go. No, it's going to be the... Oh, Ash!
So many different directions.
Locked in. And the Cassiopeia there as well. He was playing with our hearts. Revolta, all the time, just playing with our hearts.
So this is something cool. Macau had a great performance on Ash earlier, you know, hitting those really nice arrows, particularly on a certain Chinese jungler. But the thing that I like is that Macau and Jockster aren't necessarily known for their lane dominance, especially when you look in the context of this international tournament, but giving him a power pick and not being afraid to move towards the Ashe despite her nerfs, to be that playmaker in the late game, I think is what's catching a lot of teams off guard for INTZ's power.
In addition to that, within the scope of this matchup, I think it is a fine pick, because if you look at Anne and Albus, they're not that strong in a 2v2 laning scenario either, so the Ashe could actually survive and then peak towards the point of the game where she's actually very strong, which is making those picks, getting that skirmish in for INTZ, and that's the way they beat EDG as well. So in that sense, the Ashe pick would make sense. The Cassiopeia one is a little dangerous here, because Aurelion Sol is a fine matchup. If you haven't seen yet, Fly versus FLICKR was a beautiful Aurelion Sol versus Cassiopeia matchup there over in the LCK.
Well, now AHQ are looking at their bottom lane, and the Alistair Sivir is going to be locked in. A lot of engage now in the hands of Albus.
We've seen a lot of the Chinese teams looking towards Alistair as kind of that support coming back in.
Yep.
So I'm glad to see that he still has a presence on this international stage comparatively to the range supports like the Nami that's really been picking up for this international tournament. Typically, he gives away a lot of lane pressure because he doesn't have that range advantage, but when you're laning against Sivir, you're usually just laning against creeps anyway.
Yeah, exactly right. And we'll see whether it is going to be Macau being able to deal with that one. Has a lot of utility himself. Tokka's thinking about what he wants to do, and as far as what INTZ have been playing towards, it doesn't always have to necessarily be towards the top side of the map, even though that was how they managed to take down EDG. Jockster has a ridiculous jungle proximity, something like 26%
It
there
literally
from the bottom side of the map.
went from 26% in the top lane to 30% for the mid lane. So INTZ very flexible in choosing where they're going to camp, top or mid.
And that's what we're going to see. Are they flexible, or do you just don't know what they're doing? Specifically in every game. Like after we see more games come out, the sample size goes up, we can see more trends, and one of these trends could be though the Lee Sin for Revolta.
Yeah, well, Lee Sin's going to come back. That's certainly looking like a trend now, but the Bard for Jockster is such a big deal. Played it 11 times, his most played champion in the regular season, 80% win rate as well for INTZ. We'll see whether he's going to be able to demonstrate some brilliance here.
And right now, there is so much pick potential riddled throughout INTZ's composition. They have playmaking ability across the board.
Well, speaking of playmaking ability, I have a feeling he's probably just flashing it for the moment.
Signature champion, of course, for Westcore here.
Definitely.
But I'm really liking the scrappy comp here from INTZ. Focused mostly around picks and then snowballing. Something you can do against a team where you match up relatively equally, stylistically. Strong top laner, strong jungler, pretty even in mid and bot. And then the difference can be made by having the gusto to actually go for these bold plays. You know, throw that bar ultimate out, send that Ashe arrow out, hope it hits and play around it. However, it's going to be hard to play into a Malzahar passive and a Sivir spell shield, and then Alistair that can kind of go full bodyguard, jump in front of the bullet, and then ulti out.
Yeah, exactly right, and that is going to be locked in, of course. The Jace coming in as well for Ziv. Lots of damage from the top side of the map. As once again, the Malzahar into Cassiopeia matchup for Westall. Ryu had a good time last time we saw it. Jockster now having a look at some Kled.
Before we get too excited over the possible Kled lock-in, just quickly touching back on AHQ's composition and what they've got the makings of. I like the fact that they have so much lane pressure and pushing power on both the Sivir and the Malzahar, and then they pair that in tandem with the Nidalee jungle, opening up a lot of space so Mountain can possibly look for invades if he chooses to play that aggressive, fast style.
Yeah, you definitely want lane push. It's going to be rough though from the mid lane. The early levels, Malzahar has to concede to Cassiopeia. Right now, INTZ is thinking, do we go with the conventional cannon or the rumble?
They do.
It is actually the cannon lock-in here, so there's definitely kill pressure. If you look at what Lee Sin needs laners that provide CC for themselves, and cannon's actually quite reliable at getting at least one stun off on a gank. So if we see Revolta path top early for Yang, there's actually a world where Ziv is getting camped, just like the EG top laner was.
And just to piggyback on that, Krepo, I completely agree. I love how there's hard CC available in every single lane for Revolta. We saw that when they were successful against EDG, it was about snowballing, making plays, and Revolta has all of the tools on this composition to do that.
Yeah, and if INTZ want to move around the map as well, I mean, the global power as well coming out of that Enchanted Crystal Arrow can take AHQ by surprise, theoretically. But of course, AHQ are the team that do like to do that lane swap early on, that 5-minute mark, move towards the top side of the map, utilize the lack of fortification and try and get that first turret. See whether that is going to be something that they change up, because that has been relatively consistent.
The Mountain versus Revolta is the matchup we need to track.
Which Mountain are we going to get today?
Which Mountain?
Krepo?
Level 3. We need to see the vision, see where they invade at each other, because a Nidalee can be stopped by a Lee Sin if he sees her coming. And in addition to that, this is the first time Mountain has played Nidalee since week 9. of Spring Split.
Oh my goodness. Well, he has had some phenomenal performances so far here at Worlds. He has looked fine. Mountain hasn't necessarily gone back to his regular season ways, but that is dangerous. And we want you to get on Twitter. Tell us who you're backing. Tweet at LOL Esports with hashtag AHQWin or the hashtag ITZWin and get behind your team. INTZ, I have a feeling, will be getting a few more votes this time around.
Yeah, finally heading into game here. We've seen relatively passive level ones, no super deep invades.
Nothing too exciting.
The whole goal is usually to get a little bit of deep vision to figure out where this jungle starts. And you can extrapolate a lot of information if you find the location. So let's see if any of these teams are going to go for Cheeky Warden over at Crux, at Red Buff to see get a little bit of information from level 1 to work with.
Nidalee is typically much safer at gathering information just because she has the ability that she can go over the walls if she chooses so.
Yep, can run a little bit faster as well. Just spending some time in those bushes. But at the moment, INTZ just spreading themselves out. Tokka's actually moving towards the bottom side as Joxter finds himself a chime. There it is.
It's important. Brush dominance is the new law of level 1. And this is actually quite a bit of a bind and that Albus have picked themselves in. Sivir Alistar is not that easy to play into such a poke-heavy lane like Ashe and Bard. The nerfs for Ashe make it more sustainable, but they're doing a great job. Look at how they're securing basically lane vision. And now they're going to go probably for the late camp stop. Check if somebody's in the brush. They don't want the Alistar Sivir lane to do camp. I doubt they want to do camp themselves, but they just want to get lane dominance early on.
I know you like to talk about this a lot, Crepo, the fact that Bard is actually empowered the longer you spend at level 1 because he is so strong at level 1 himself due to those empowered auto attacks with those meeps.
Slap him around from the hip.
Remember, guys, if you do want to check out the Ziv and Yang stream, it is on Riot Games 2 right now.
Who wouldn't want to check that out, though?
Hey, that's a very good point. It is a very good point. Mountain and Ziv now setting up to start things off. So this Nidalee will probably get a creep before 3 minutes.
Look how they're respecting the bush here. They're trying to juke out the combo.
Yeah, good pulverize comes in. Joxter takes a fair bit of damage and misses the Cosmic Binding.
They achieved what they wanted. They were hiding outside of that ward vision. They throw a volley into the brush first. Then he walked in and out of the brush to kind of juke the combo maybe, or the pulverize router. And right now it's all about lane control, poking the Alistar down, using that double range advantage without pushing too much. So once they've secured the push here, they should be focusing on poke. But I think Ann and Albus are relatively okay with how fast this wave is actually pushing in.
And we'll see where the wave ends up actually settling. A lot of AD carry and support duos are trying to get this wave to settle right here that you have it on your screen right now so they can get a nice safe freeze. It's, you know, a little bit too close to the tower that you can't be super aggressive, but something that I love about Ashe is that when she does get you underneath that tower, her poke due to the volley is just so punishing. Sivir really doesn't get that same type of poke under tower because she's relying more on the ricochet bounces.
At the moment, they are going to shove it all the way up to this outer turret. Now Albus and Arn will have some time to get themselves some creeps. Mountain already up to his Raptor camp.
Yeah, pretty standard or relatively greedy clears here by both junglers. 3 camps on one side is something we saw less and less at the start of the 6.15 up to 16.18 patch because you could swap sides of the map a lot quicker here. Now Revolta has done 3 camps into enemy red buff contest. He's just going to be late here. You should always assume that Nidalee is done with this camp here, so I don't know what Revolta's actually doing. This is quite fortunate that he actually spotted Mountain right there.
Yeah, Tokka's was moving around as well, but Mountain should be absolutely fine.
I have to agree. Nidalee, it's not so surprising that she would look for a sizable clear, although hold on.
Westor taking so much damage. Good silence comes out, but the Twin Fangs are still there, and Westor has no mana whatsoever. Decent trade, but Tokka's, he took a fair bit as well.
And that means that it's going to be the pot advantage now for Talkers in that mid lane. We had some questions about Westor versus Talkers, if Talkers would be able to punish that on an international stage, international competition.
Yeah, headbutt pole. Joxter takes some damage, but man, this guy is aggro on the Bard. More than happy to fight back.
Yeah, but we need to gauge how well the pressure is going in the other lanes here, because the jungle duel is what we were watching. This will be a breaking point eventually. This bot lane will get out sustained. But Ann and Albus should be able to find a base. They're relatively even CS. Mountain right now stealing a little bit away. I think he's definitely punishing Revolta here. It was a little over-eager to invade such a late red buff. Usually you want to do a 2-camp or a 3-camp straight invade, but having 3-camp left side to then walk all the way over to contest red buff is a little over-eager.
Ziv really putting some pressure down here towards the top side. Even throws the ward down onto Yang and cops a shock blast to the face. So the little cannon struggling just a little bit, but it's not really showing in the CS. He should be fine.
Yeah, it definitely helps that you can just throw your ward in lane when your jungler is securing Scuttlecraft vision.
Yeah.
We're seeing why Nidalee is such a potent jungler here on this patch too. Just the clear speed that she can have is just phenomenal. She can outpace most, if not all, junglers in the current meta.
We'll see what Mountain is going to be able to do with all of the pressure that he's going to be acquiring from the jungle. At the moment, he's just out farming the heck out of Revolta.
Again, you're still competing and waiting for your hard CC. So the big thing about Nidalee jungle is that she doesn't have that hard CC. So she's pretty much reliant on either the post Malzahar 6, but hold on.
Big moment here, big moment. If this gang hits, it's so big for INTZ.
Lightning Rush goes in, but Yang takes so much damage. Revolta now going to have to look for a 1v1, and yeah, the minions are making it far more than that. Revolta takes so much damage. Yang, he might just be an afterthought kill as the Shock Blast comes down. Will the Marcus score? Good flash! But Westor's turned up and he's going to get the first blood.
The presence of mind from Ziv to realize he was in a full minion wave and simply 1v2 that. Beautifully played.
And this is something that Ziv is very well known for back home. It's his ability to turn around 2v1 scenarios like that. Kind of known as more of a conservative top laner, but showing up big here.
There were about 1,000 minions doing everything they could for AHQ in that fight.
But this gank is so important. Look, massive wave here. This is over eager. Yang is also giving it away. Not getting a good angle to stun Ziv. Ziv was never stunned down, so Revolta had a really hard time connecting his Q in this minion wave, and they're going in very disjointed. The minions are basically getting full access to both players one by one, and even with the flash here, look at this. Wester comes in to finish it off, but this is so well played by Ziv, and the context of what this means within the game is just defeating for INTZ. They were already behind in jungle pacing, and they fall much farther behind right now.
And Revolta was never able to queue during that entire exchange. There was minions that Ziv had placed between him and the Lee Sin that entire time.
Had a horde in front of him.
Yeah, well, admittedly, it didn't take all that much effort as Ziv gets out-traded by Yang. Good dodge. As Mountain still waiting on this top side. Remember, no flash for the cannon.
He warded over, so he has no clue that Mountain's in this rush. He smells something, but can he actually do anything? Yang's still level 5.
Yeah, Spear is actually going to land as well. There's the pounce and the takedown onto the cannon. This is a disaster for INTZ.
And this is where INTZ found success when they did win their game. It was through the top lane and Yang, and now he has been firmly shut down for this early game.
And Revolta has been punished for his early game decision-making. He went for an invade and an early top gank, costing himself a lot of CS. If that gank failed, he would pay the price, and it failed super hard.
It certainly did, and that's going to result in a 20 CS lead for Ziv on the top side of the map. INTZ trying to make up for it on the bottom side with a big zone. On good preemptive spell shield, but didn't need it. Poison lands onto Albus, but Talkers won't be able to find a kill. I'll just get them off the turret.
Yeah, pretty smart from INTZ. Realizing they're weak in the top side, they're putting all their eggs in the bot lane. First turret basket here with a very telegraphed roam, but even then, you still have to respect it on the side of AHQ.
It's now about what can be grabbed in response to this. The first tower bonus surely will fall for INTZ right there, but meanwhile on the other side of the map, Mountain continuing his counter jungling siege, stealing the red buff and now moving towards Raptors.
Yeah, and it's not even going to give them a gold lead as well. AHQ 200 in the lead as INTZ 83%. The CBLOL fans out in force, as they generally are.
Just the 6th man behind this team, and speaking of 6 men.
Yeah, they are moving towards the mid lane as Mountain trying to get himself out. Good Q from Revolta. Oh. And there's the kick. Flash Mountain flashes his way out, but he's going the wrong way. The flash ult with Talkers gets the stun, and Mountain's gonna die.
Superstar jungler Revolta right there. Sick Lee Sin mechanics. I know it's known as the insect, but might as well name it the Revolta after that play.
Yeah, kick flash comes out. Really good chaining of abilities. Quite unfortunate for Mountain. As he turns out to throw a spear, he goes right into the R flash from Cassiopeia. Let's watch it again. Mountain, let's be honest here, probably shouldn't be here. A little overextended. Kick flash comes out. Actually, right before the silence connects, and then right here, R flash, and as he turns around, he gets petrified in that petrifying gaze. That's a little unfortunate here, because he was going 1-for-1 onto Jogster. Maybe it was going to force a flash. Slightly over-eager by Mountain, so at least tallying up the mistakes 1-1 in terms of over-eager moves between Revolta and Mountain.
Yeah, and that's going to even things up. INTZ still behind a couple of hundred, but 2-1 is the kill score. 1 tower in favor of INTZ. The fact that the gold still leans a little bit towards AHQ on that front after that first turret blood does mean that AHQ still have a heck of a lot of control, especially from that top side, which is very quickly getting out of control.
So what is important is that it's the bottom tower that's down right now. So On and Albus are doing a good job making sure that Macau and Jogster are still locked down, you know, pushing the way forward, making sure that Ashe has to be there to pick up the free CS. But as soon as this Ashe starts getting unlocked from the play, that's when INTZ can continue their snowball by using that Ashe arrow.
Yeah, Mountain kind of sneakily going into the pit here. But it's this point right here, the top lane. That's the breaking point of this matchup. Seeing another gank come out.
Yeah, there's the Maelstrom as Ziv gets stunned up, but he's trying to take it back here. The kick preemptively puts him into the turret, and Revolta just smacks him in the face.
It looked so great for a second. Will we see another 1v2? But then he actually canceled one auto attack, and he was simply kicked into the turret range here. Great moves here by INTZ. First playing around their weak point by going bot, and then fixing the mistakes they made earlier by getting another kill on the top side.
In response, though, AHQ will pick up the Infernal Drake, but I also wanted to point out the great response from Macau and Jockster to realize that their team was making a play on the top side of the map and to back up and play very defensively on the bottom side of the map. So great cross-map communication to keep them safe.
Now Westor now getting pressured a little bit by Tockers out of this lane in mid. But this is not the same story as what it was against Ryu. 84 to 90 is no problem here for Westor, who was expected to struggle in this matchup.
Definitely not the easiest matchup to play. You lose a little bit of pressure early. Westor even roamed up for that kill initially, so he hasn't been punished too much. Tockers was donating that one kill, but it cost him a flash, which means there's a relatively little zone. He's staying even CS, which is honestly what AHQ want him to do.
Look at all of those chimes. Jock's having a field day. Fantastic. Yang going to take himself down some Krugs. Ziv shoves that wave one more time towards that top side of the map. Mountain forever hovering around his top laner.
And we're hitting the point of the game where INTZ can actually start playing towards the composition in terms of making picks. If Mikau gets a base off, walks into any random lane, and Ash Shower combined with a teleport could pay off well for INTZ, but then they need to keep Yang alive here because this tower is falling and Mountain shows up again.
Yeah, and out goes Yang. He's trying to escape. Good flash after the pounce as Mountain will be able to catch up to him. Another pounce comes in. He gets under another turret, but is that going to be enough? Tempered Fate was almost there, but Ziv gets the kill.
Revolta is underneath them.
Oh, good Q. He's still looking for it. Fair bit of damage now as the kick's not blowing up the minions. They're not there, and Revolta, he's going to be taken down. This chase is so damn big. The acceleration gate should be able to get him to safety. Tockers could not chase after that man.
And the minion aggro not enough to finish off Mountain. So close there for Revolta.
Yeah, Revolta looking to kind of make up for a mistake earlier by his team. Going pretty greedy, knowing he would likely die at the end of that play. This would be so defeating for INTZ to not only lose 2 kills in that exchange in the top lane, but also lose their mid lane turret. And mid lane turret is so important if you want to keep any semblance of control on the map.
And the reason why is because Ziv is absorbing so much pressure into the top lane. All of INTZ.
Oh, Macau Westor from over the side. Albus into the hip-hop pulverized. The silence comes in. Malefic Visions will finish it off, and Westor picks up the Ash.
Yeah, out of Fog of War. Totally unexpected to get a random Malzahar ulti
Yeah,
into
it's like,
the
wow,
flash
there's
cow.
purple attached to my head. What happened?
Why am I stunning on a bunch of void things?
I was expecting a pause.
It's that moment
Can't
when
move my character.
you're actually looking down lane and suddenly your screen's just red.
Yeah.
Why is my screen gray?
Yeah.
Happens every time.
Happens to me a lot, Crepo. Revolta is going to be able to secure his rev up at least. Not his blue. His Mountain is going to steal that one away and give it to Westor here. A lot of control. Bottom side of the map as that turret, of course, did fall down as well. AHQ taking away the whole outer ring. And now getting themselves out to about a 4,000 gold lead.
A lot of control is a bit of an understatement. There are 4 blue players sitting down there in that bottom lane looking to pressure this inner tower. And again, it's because Ziv absorbing so much pressure. There were 3 members of INTZ on the top side.
Yep.
Safely backs away, and it's another free tower and objective for AHQ.
Yeah, HQ is definitely leaning on their strengths here. Whenever they see an opening, they're not afraid to take it here. And this is some of the things that we were expecting from INTZ coming into the tournament. They opened with a very big surprise, but they're still looking to kind of dot the I's, cross the T's in their play. A little overeager at times, not always thinking too far ahead of what the repercussions of a play is going to be. And then we have to go back to the early game. Revolta going for the early invade, getting outpaced. And then Yang finding himself 1v2'd in the top lane.
Yeah, we have to look back at what H2K did to INTZ. And it was just slow, methodical play. They didn't do anything too fancy. They just played cleaner League of Legends. HQ looking to try and do the same thing. Of course, anything can happen. It's only 14 minutes into this game. INTZ have an uphill battle.
So with Dragon still on timer right now, the #1 move for AHQ is to move into the top side jungle, that red side, and start placing down their triangle vision. That's what you see Albus and Mountain doing right now on your screen. And they're going to start applying pressure and bouncing waves between mid and top tower, looking for picks or chip damage on those turrets.
Yeah, they definitely want to play around their last easily accessible tier 2 tower. It's really hard to get anything mid. Mountains right now on the...
Oh my goodness, massive ever pulverizes. Revolta's been saved by Joxer, but Mountain hasn't. Tokka's over to the side, almost takes him down, but he doesn't get the Janet Kushlara, not enough.
Mountain
was so close.
Stuck across the wall on the miasma. He was wondering why he couldn't jump over him, but when he realized, he turned around straight into the petrifying gaze and was so close for Tucker. But he stayed on too
good
long.
flash out of the headbutt. The miasma's there as well as Tokka's looking to turn this one. Remember, the ultimate's still available from Albus. Doesn't pop it.
And we're good.
Yeah, I think so.
Actually subsided.
AHQ still do have momentum to at least get some damage here, although Bard's hanging around in the area, as well as forcing Talkers to cancel his back so they don't get this turret for free, but they should just shove in the wave.
Yeah, they have a lot of poke here. INTZ, very reliant on their big cooldowns to really force things. Westdoors is grouped up in mid lane with Mountain. Another spear gonna follow up, but that's...
There it is. So easy as the pounce comes through afterwards. AHQ should be able to get a lot of damage onto this turret.
And when Malzahar was reigning for so long on 6.16, it was really just the oppressive reach of that ultimate there. Just catches Macau off guard.
Yeah, we have to wonder what INTZ is doing in terms of predicting these plays, because Yang is hanging around in the bot lane, desperately looking for that level 11 to get the second point of the ultimate, but he had teleport up right there. Maybe they could have red countered the play, played a little bit more safe here. It feels like INTZ is thinking about what they should do next, but they're never calculating into that thought process what their opponent's about to do. They're not reading the plays. They're playing very reactive. And it works when you're ahead because you can always make the first move, make the pick. But in these situations, you got to read your opponent and actually make a trap.
They have so many tools to do that as well in their composition because there are so many poke options available for them. So the nice thing is that if they do fall behind, there's always going to be an answer or a play that they can make because they can quickly turn a 4v5 into a 5v5 into a 4v5.
Yeah, they can make a single pick on a target or just lock somebody down. The problem is AHQ obviously knows that. In simplicity, because simplicity gets you predictability too. AHQ is definitely going to be careful.
It just goes back to the beauty of that composition, like you were talking about champions, like the fact that they have the spell shield, that they have the Malzahar passive, that you have Alistar who can go into his ultimate and walk out of hard CC.
That was a free dragon taken by Mountain though. Was able to secure that by himself. Revolta on a ward. There's a headbutt pull from Albus. Slowed down by the Cosmic Binding as the Q is going to land. Not sure that's the target he wants. The Safeguard gets Revolta out again. On the Hunt has been used. Magical Journey gets INTZ all grouped back up.
Yeah, we're still looking for Joxer to get an impact on his game. He feels like he's arriving late to many situations. Tempered Fate comes out to save rather than to engage and make a pick. Brush camping right now for INTZ. Desperately looking for just somebody who's not paying attention on the side of AHQ.
Still has the arrow available, does Macau. Arn and Albus going to move once again aggressively into the jungle of INTZ. This pink ward should be found and taken down. Ooh, nice stun with the Cosmic Binding. Decent follow-up, but that tower was always going to fall down. What? That was not a very magical journey, but he is still going to be okay.
Sometimes it's just a little shorter than you would expect. The journey, of course.
No, I just needed to live in that pause for a little while.
You can also see that Mikao was really confused as to what to do, and it's indicative that INTZ is playing a very reactive playstyle. He was facing back and forth at the Krug wall, basically not knowing, do I join mid? Are we giving up this tower? If we do I go top? No, because I will get rotated on. He's figuring out the counterplays to his own actions live, instead of 30 seconds or a minute ahead. And that's keeping INTZ in this perpetuous defensive position where AHQ then have the time to easily rotate. Like, look, they went from mid to top. There's no counterplay. There's no push that way bottom here. For AHQ, the world is their oyster because of the lack of resistance and prediction on the side of INTZ.
You do have Yang making his way up into the top lane, but almost too little too late as this tower is quickly falling.
Oh, and Macau is doing exactly the same thing, down to about 300 health. The flash pulverizes Yang. He's going to get headbutted away, which makes a bit of sense. Ultimate comes out of Albus as AHQ. There's the arrow, and Albus not going to stay healthy for long. Good exhaust onto Yang as he gets punted out, but Tokkers is able to take down Macau.
Great interaction right there for Ziv on the Jace to make sure that he can swing Kennen away and allow a clean disengage from AHQ, only dropping Albus on Alistar.
Yeah, knocks it out of the park on that one because that was the follow-up that INTZ was looking for. But when you start looking for so many flanks, you actually leave your main side of the fight exposed. Look, there's so many members here. Yang and Revolta both looking for flanks. Then Joxter and Mikao got poked out. Albus right now watched a little bit too much of Mata. He wants to be the playmaker. The tower was down. The objective was secured. We won't fault him for it, but here we go. Ziv just straight going for that home run, knocks him into his team. AHQ still take a tower for a kill. They're happy.
But this is the right mentality from INTZ and how they want to approach their team fights. Again, they're facing across from a lot of poke damage in the Nidalee, in the Jace. Make these flanking plays, make these hard, aggressive engagements.
Yeah, the plan is definitely the right thing. You want to open up with that CC, with that Bartle, with the arrow, but you got to plan it out, map it out a little bit better. No need to take the poke early, pull the trigger a little bit earlier, just go hard or go home on the side of INTZ, because if you enter a fight on half HP already, you're basically conceding. You've lost already, and definitely very hard with the large gold deficit they're facing. They're looking to stay in this game and hopefully stall out the Dasher enough so they can pick up the side lane farm and maybe become competitive later on, but it's a very large gap.
It most certainly is. We'll see whether they can get things to calm down, because so far AHQ have been fantastic at forcing these plays. 7,000 gold the lead, 6-3 in kills, which isn't huge, but only 20 minutes into this one. AHQ with a lead, 26 wins and 0 losses.
And I wonder what time it is, as we're now setting up for the Baron. The Infernal Drake
Our
will
stats
be...
guy's pretty good at timing.
Our Infernal Drake will be spawning relatively soon, so for now, if they can make a pick while they have this window to play towards the top side of the map, they can easily rotate into that objective, but otherwise, set your vision down, see what you get, throw out your fish hook, see if something bites.
Didn't find one just then, as On the Hunt was used for AHQ to try and find some sort of pick in the jungle. Didn't quite get there.
Yeah, this is what AHQ did very well in the regional qualifier.
Oh, the dream! INTZ back in it with the Raptor Steal.
The Raptor Steal to turn it all around.
That's how it works.
Momentum. If only it was that simple. But yeah, HQ did this very well in their regional qualifier. They actually understood the steps towards isolating objectives. They've done a fantastic job, because even when you're winning this hard, to get all 6 towers on the map this quick is honestly very impressive. Can't be understated. Right now, they want to isolate the next objective, either a Baron Vision early, but they likely will, as Frost mentioned, pivot towards that Infernal Drake, just pick it up for security.
It's the nice thing of not just having a poke composition, but understanding how it relates into Siege and using it in the right spot. Some teams, they'll have their poke and they can execute well on that around team fights like monster objectives, but they don't move it around towers where it needs to be. And HQ have done a phenomenal job this game, making sure that they're layering that poke and chipping away at these structures.
Yeah, and right now they have inhibitor turrets to siege down, so it will be a little bit more difficult, but with that Baron available, could be an opportunity. However, very early in this game, we'll see whether it is going to be contesting things like buffs, everything else around the jungle and things like that can get themselves that window to start pushing forward.
Yeah, and Honest giving necessary respect to Joxer and Volta. Magical Journey into a kick could be enough here, so HQ keeping their auto turrets alive. It's very hard to keep all these structures alive while playing the map at the same time, so it becomes with slow, methodical play that is necessary. Their composition, as Frost alluded to, is also really built good versus the counters to poke. Because the counters to pokes is just instant flank, instant engage, and if you have an Alistar or a Malzahar passive or a spell suit, will just give you that little window where you can react in. That is usually enough to kind of disengage, reset the fight, and then win by poking more.
But even if they do win a team fight, the other thing that HQ's composition has in spades is their wave clear. And it's almost like they have to completely ace them, because if any of Malzahar, Sivir, or Jace are left alive, they're going to be able to neutralize any advantage they get by clearing out the waves when INTZ try to siege objectives.
Yeah, the abundance of wave clear makes it so that Baron is the most contested objectives. Different regions have different approaches. In the LPL,
we just kind of run head first.
As long as you're ahead,
Baron, man.
As long as you're ahead, you can start Baron. In other regions, people really want that 100-0, no 50-50 shenanigans. Right now, the wave minion, or the map control router, is translating into a free dragon here for AHQ. You'll get to soon judge them on their Baron bait execution.
And that's 3-0 as well, as AHQ grabbed 2 Infernals and a Cloud.
This means that we can now start picking up our vision. You see HQ have a lot of it in that bottom blue side jungle. They're going to, again, pick up that triangle, move it over to the top side, and this is when the Baron bait that Krepa was talking about really comes into execution.
I mean, it's good to leave the vision lingering a little bit, because it'll enable Ziv to play in a bot lane. You always want to put your teleport farthest away from the objective you're doing. They're going from Baron right now. That means Ziv's going to play on a bot lane. But because that lane is so long and there's no turrets anymore, he really wants to play at the enemy's base. Those wards are going to help him. And then it's obviously up to Albus to move over, get some deep vision behind the Baron in the enemy red buff. Basically tell INTZ, if you're going to face check, it'll be at a cost.
Certainly will. Do want to have a look at the items just quickly, as Yang has finished that Zhonya's Hourglass, which is going to be very important to avoid getting smacked out of these teamfights by a headbutt or a big hammer from the Jace.
You know, despite sitting 0, 3, and 2, Yang does have his core itemization in the Hourglass as well as the Proto Belt.
The problem with this particular build for Kennen is it's a good build when you're ahead, because what it lacks in damage, it makes up in buying time, sustainability throughout the fight. But if you really need the window, like the Smeb Kennen ulti, that's when you need a more damage-oriented build, like an earlier Allies, maybe like an Abyssal into Proto Belt. The Zonias itself is really not going to do too much for him, and even if he gets a 4-man stun, he'll likely not do
Oh
much.
my goodness, speaking of a stun, Jockstar is going to be taken down. He was in his journey, he was having a good time, but not now. He's in the death chamber.
Got locked down. Can't take that portal while silenced, or suppressed for that matter. Revolta here with the cow.
There's the arrow on to mount, but in goes Albus. The knock-up's there. The spear's not going to land as there goes Albus. Dragon Rage kick going to get him out of there. Tokka's heading around as well as Revolta getting chased by the cat and the cow. Jockstar over the wall. Westor is going to be taken down, but Ziv's going to get revenge. Eventually, there it is. The shutdown actually given to Westor as Mountain Primal Surge and Revolta is going to escape.
Scrappy fight across the board, but in the end, AHQ do come out on top. Low health bars, however, so they can't immediately turn towards the Baron, looking for more.
Oh, in goes Mountain. Revolta is going to fall, but that's a trade, and maybe one that INTZ will be happy with. There it is, eventually a trade.
Mountain is out for blood. He really takes this one-on-one
blood to the head,
duel seriously against Revolta. But we have to go back. INTZ started this pickup. Right now, Ziv's in trouble.
Yeah, he's been exhausted. Yang's going to stun him up one more time. Proto Belt, and there it is. The top laner going to be able to take down his opponent, but that's going to cost him an inhibitor turret in the top lane.
All right, what a mess here. We see On the Hunt pump, spell shield down, so we should finally see the action subside. But it was INTZ starting this play with an arrow, yet Yang did not teleport in at any point, and we have to question that relationship within this team. Are these guys talking to each other? Are they really setting up the same play together, or are they going for in-the-moment, reactive plays? Like we talked about against EDG, it was working because they were so far ahead, but right now it seems to be falling apart. Like, they're camping in this bush for over 4 seconds. They're going to go for an arrow. At this point, we should see a TP from Ken come out.
What an incredible response from Albus as well to immediately flash, pulverize, lock them up, so it wasn't the team fight that they were looking for. And then this just turns into massive 1v2s and 3v2s split.
Yeah, because Ziv comes in there, full 5 seconds ahead. Yang walks to the mid lane, walks into the base here. We see pistols at Dawn, Mountain, and Revolta. Eventually both end up dropping in that exchange.
It's definitely exciting. Tokka's going to clear out all of the minions there in the mid lane. INTZ trying to gather some normalcy.
I mean, if the Q lands, it's, what is it, Nidalee syndrome?
Hey, yeah.
Actually works.
That's really cool. Both of them can do the same crazy things.
And we're back in the dance.
Yeah, first step is always getting the mid push, so Westor alone can't get it. So they need his teammates to group mid, push out the wave, and then they can go for deep vision.
Big difference now, though, is because Yang didn't use his TP, yeah, a little bit questionable for the team fight, but it does mean that they have that summoner advantage now if they want to play cross-map. You can see that Jace has shoved the wave in on the bottom side. Yang's responding to that.
Yeah, that's why Ziv wants to definitely clear out these wards so he can just push up and then hide in Fog of War himself. Basically making it very hard for Yang to predict where he is. If Ziv's going to play at the base, then AHQ need to siege. Then they may go for a 4-1 siege without the Nashor. If they commit to the Baron area, they have to be careful because then they become a 4v5 where Yang can actually TP.
Frighteningly, Macau was towards the top side. Even more so for Jockster, he's going to get smacked by a shock blast. Tokka's throws down the miasma. They're trying to clear out this wave, and Macau's going to join back up with his team. INTZ at least stave off AHQ for the moment.
I do like the fact that AHQ aren't full going ham on the Baron.
Yep.
They're still utilizing their siege cop, understanding that their poke works really well when they have INTZ in front of them, locked underneath the tower, fish in a barrel, and are trying to gain advantages through that, as opposed to just tunneling hard on that Baron and giving a possible 50-50 to Revolta.
And at this point, they also see the timer remaining on the wards, and it's usually pretty much the same across all wards. So they saw that it's about like a minute left on most wards here, so they'll likely go for more pushes because they can't guarantee sweeping out all the vision themselves. So going for the push and then have time be your sweeper is actually a good approach here for HQ. They have in general been very respectful of what their opponent can do, and I think that's been the main difference in two teams who are stylistically pretty much on the same page, is the fact that AHQ have been a lot more respectful of what INTZ can do with their composition in reaction to the plays.
And piggybacking very quickly on your vision, although hold on, Jockster.
Yeah, he's going to get knocked up, headbutted back into Westor, and Ziv's going to grab the kill. Tempered Fate a little bit late, as Revolta is waiting around for some sort of flank, but 4v5, that'd be dangerous.
And since it's just a support pickup, AHQ are actually looking to contest the inhib, although Revolta now spotted.
Yep. Face off for a moment. Agree to leave each other alone.
But at least top lane open. Obviously, INTZ is looking for creative ways to get vision into the Baron pit, but then the door is opening here for HQ, and they can just walk in, look to see that inhibitor here.
You got
12 seconds on the bar. Yep.
Yang underneath them, positioning, looking for the flank. Yes, he doesn't do a lot of damage, but there's so much damage across INT's composition. You have the Cassiopeia, you have the Lee Sin, you have the Ashe. All he really needs to do is lock them up.
And waiting for Jockster.
They do have 5 people up, and there's the headbutt pulverized. Talkers should be taken down, throws out a petrifying gaze, and he's not dead yet. Albus has the ultimate as Yang, very last minute on the Zhonyas, and should fall down. Arn's gonna grab that kill. AHQ only able to get 1 so far as Arn gets kicked back. Revolta trying to do the impossible, picks up the kill, and there's 2 actually for Macau. Somehow INTZ grab a 2 for 2.
But this is disaster for INTZ. They lose their inhibitor. Thankfully, they didn't lose more than that because the Cassiopeia ult completely whiffed, as well as Kennen goes down without using his ultimate.
Yeah, this is one of those examples where they're looking so much at the setup. Everybody's looking to flank that they leave their main area of the fight exposed. Stalkers walks into Q flash range from Albus, and he was looking to follow up on the engage of Yang, but as he gets caught, it all falls to pieces. The card house starts stumbling down, and that's really the breaking point. Inhib goes down. 2 for 2, yes, but AHQ now have complete map control again.
And this is why it's so important to look for flanks. And it's almost a little bit too late since INTZ are cornered back into their base, because running front to back at AHQ's composition, they're just going to catch you with that Malzahar ult every time.
Yeah.
Speaking about being caught, Ziv almost found Talkers. Was able to slither his way out. Yang clearing minions towards the top side. INTZ only lose 1 inhibitor. AHQ now have pretty free reign over this Baron area, despite that ward still living.
Yeah, bot lane needs to be kind of fixed right now for HQ, so they're gonna send something down, get the slow push going, or just make it a fast push. Ziv can stay there right now. Teleport advantage has been negated. Teleport's back on for Ziv here, so we could see a 4-1. You should see Westar pushing it out, but Ziv should take over duty there on the push.
Talkers did just finish his Seraph's Embrace, so 3 items now for the Cassiopeia. They're slowly coming through for INTZ. 3 QSSs here as well for the jungler top and mid. Not one yet for Macau, which he's the guy that's been getting a lot of the attention.
And that's something that's very often overlooked here. What some of these picks do, like a Malzahar. Many people judge him purely on his dueling potential, but the fact that he forces 3 people to alter their build paths, hit their power spikes later because they have to pick up the QSS, get that early game gold sync in, it alters the power spikes of this entire composition of INTZ, especially when behind here. So that's why Malzahar in the late game is such a strong pick, because he makes everybody slightly weaker in terms of item builds.
I'm just so proud right now that AHQ still aren't funneling into Baron. Like, I promised myself I wouldn't cry at this moment, but they're using their siege comp. They're prioritizing the structure, saying this is how we win the game. We don't need to fight them or give them an opportunity to fight them where they can get these big flanking plays on us. Let's put them into a corner and continue to drive it home.
Certainly working out as they were able to take down that mid lane inhibitor turret. AHQ still pressuring multiple lanes at once. The super creeps working on that top side at the same time. Tempered Fate doesn't find either Ziv or Mountain. INTZ back to square one with their engage. Macau still has the arrow. Oh, Mike barely has his health bar though, which is the unfortunate part.
Just slowly running out of time and running out of health. If they wanted to make a play, they kind of almost missed their window too, so it's going to be another inhib down for INTZ.
Lacking the forward pressure to at least force somebody to juke in predictable patterns. Jockster was trying to throw almost a random Bard ultimate out, but if you can't force somebody to walk backwards or get punished for walking forwards, it's incredibly hard to hit that, even point blank.
Oh, now Jockster, Talkers moving himself back. Jockster was looking at him, thought he might be able to find some sort of flanking maneuver himself, as Westar does have his passive removed. Revolta over here as well. But it just looks like INTZ can't find that perfect engage, can't find what they're looking for to try and turn this game around.
You can see Revolta, he's looking for the play. They understand that it's do or die. There's the arrow, so INTZ, they fully understand.
They're trying, but it becomes so predictable that they will have to pull the trigger. Everybody knows this is the window for a desperation play. It likely won't work. INTZ knows that, AHQ knows that, as this tower is falling down, but it's the last-ditch effort before the 3rd inhibitor falls, or Ziv just straight up walks with Nexus turrets.
Yeah, Nexus turret is going to fall down just by the super creeps there as well, as Yang tries to clear them out. Ziv's still here. They're fishing a barrel in this base as the spears are even flying through. Macau looking to clear things up, but INTZ, they have to give up this bottom lane inhibitor, and they are just getting out-pressured. There's no fight here. AHQ, they're just pushing them down as Revolta. Oh my goodness, the flash was predicted, the Q was as well, and Westar survives. No more engage options apart from Yang getting some miraculous flank or something. AHQ just in so much control.
They're just smothering INTZ.
Smothering is exactly the word I was looking for.
Completely locked into the base, and I'm just great macro and objective identification from AHQ. Again, they didn't touch the Baron to win this game.
Definitely could have at one point. That is really being too critical. Right now, they're going to go back in here. They have ways to stop this Lee Sin, who has no flash, so very predictable here. Westor has the vision to work with. There's 2 damage dealers on the stopping front, though, so very little damage on the Baron itself.
Well, Tempered Fate is going to lock it up for the moment. Revolta does have to walk past Ziv and Westor, and they just both explode. Jockster as well. Tokkers throws down the ultimate, but it's to Westor's back. And in goes Yang. This is the last-ditch effort. The Malzahar falls down, but Tokkers should follow. Mountain looking to try and lock that one up, and he's going to get it. AHQ are going to take down everyone but Macau and should be able to finish off the base unless the minions do it for them before they get there.
Yeah, Macau desperately trying to clear some of the minions what's left. At least buff up the CSD stats before the inevitable thing will happen. AHQ, slow and steady, wins the race. Slow and steady eventually kills the base as well. Nex is going down.
Most certainly is. Arm's going to flash onto Macau because he may as well spear. Oh my gosh! Saved by the Nexus explosion, and AHQ flat out asphyxiation against INTZ.
Which means that this group is going to widen a little bit. So technically, winner of this game will tie for first place just because everyone is locked up. But this game was so important, and it's nice to see that AHQ gave INTZ the respect that they deserve. Took them very seriously, played a very clean, clinical, and methodical game.
Yeah, it definitely went both ways here. If you look at the composition, INTZ went ahead, pulling these moves with the Ash Arrows, the Bard Ultimates, the forward play from Talkers could have worked, but they fumbled in the early to mid game. We had initially the invade from Revolta, which was ill-advised. Then we had to make up for that play. He went top lane, but it was Red and Ziv with the hero play. 1v2 plus a million minions. Technically unfair battle there. He won that exchange. Westor rolled up, and from that point on, AHQ was in control of the game, and they decisively but slowly played it out.
Yeah, and I have to give a shout out to Westor there as well. He stayed up in CS. He was all over the map early on. Congratulations to AHQ, and there were questions about Chowie because he was looking fantastic. I mean, Zillion pick, a little bit unorthodox, but looked good. Despite the fact that they did lose the game, Westor coming back in and, man, really having a good performance in exactly the same matchup that he failed to win last time.
And I know the look that these guys have on their faces because it really sucks to lose a game in the way INTZ did, because it felt like you never could do anything. And that comes from, honestly, a lack of pre-planning and being on the same page and identifying, okay, guys, not only is this what we're playing for, this is exactly how we are going to execute it. And that second step was lacking. Like, they knew they had to defend some of these objectives, like a tower, like a dragon, like a baron, but the failure wasn't in communication. Yang wasn't teleporting in at some points. We saw people all invest in a flank while the main part of the fight was kind of waiting, like, guys, are we flanking? Am I supposed to go? And while they were kind of figuring it out in the moment, Pulverized Flashlighter comes in, and suddenly the fight is over.
Just that veteran status, being able to pull the trigger when it really matters. AHQ, very familiar on this world stage.
Yeah, we have to remember that because AHQ have been here before. They looked very, very good last year at Worlds, and we'll see whether they are going to be able to continue this performance moving on into the rest of their group, because anything can happen this Worlds. We've proved it already. We'll see whether it is going to be INTZ finding some more, whether AHQ continue this sort of dominance.
You know, Coach Aaron really said it best. He had a comment on Group C, because a lot of people, when they initially looked at Group C, they said, oh, you know, this is the clear favorites in the group that's going to make it out. No problem. But Aaron said, this group is even more dangerous because if someone loses, then other teams won't cover for you. If the groups are super stacked, super close, then you can expect another team to save you. And then coin flip, everyone's close.
Well, or ironically, his team did exactly that. You know, they dropped the game, which was the major upset of the tournament here. They need to fight back later versus H2K and see if they can actually come out on top in that group.
They most certainly do. Bart Shox is standing by with AHQ's man in the top lane. So let's head on stage for a word.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, joined here by Ziv after the victory for AHQ over INTZ. And I first want to ask about that early game because over when INTZ beat EDG, there was a lot coming out of the top lane and the jungle synergy. How did you contain them here and got off to a good start?
他说，当 INTZ 打赢 EDG 的时候，那他们的上野联动非常好。然后，那你们是怎么样控制这个局面的？
就是主要是我觉得他选到他非常擅长的角色，所以这场 因为我的角色前期换血的优势，所以他们来 gank 我的时候变成1打2局面，所以算是对方的失误。
So I think they gain advantage because they had their champs against CDG, but like in the laning phase, if we like exchange health, I think I would have an advantage. And when they had 2v1 on me, I took advantage, and that's how we won.
Can you tell me about the first blood because that looked incredibly close?
你可以跟我们讲一下，就是 first blood 那时候你是怎么运用的吗？然后因为感觉差很接近，差一点就换不成。
就是两边其实打到很极限的情况，我一直在注意那个凯能的位置，然后就是假装要杀李信，然后最后转去打凯能。
So it was really close, and when we were playing 2v1, I was like focusing on the position of Kennen, and I faked that I was gonna go for Lee Sin, and I went back from the Kennen.
Yeah, that looks really good, and you guys got off to a great start. You guys have been using both Chowie and Westor in the mid lane. What can we expect from the substitution going forward, and who will you maybe prefer?
他说，因为你们中路有Chowie跟 Westor， 那我们将来会看到怎么样，你们怎么运用他们在接下来的比赛。
就是我们两个中路的风格比较不一样，然后所以就是主要还是要看教练的安排。
We have very distinctive style of mid laners, so it's really based on what the coach's call is.
All right, and finally, the LMS has gotten off to rather slow start in the beginning of the tournament, 1-3 before this game, now 2-3. Why do you think the teams are having a bit of trouble starting up? Now you do have 2 victories on the board.
LMS 整体来讲，现在在这个比赛有点慢热的感觉，因为在这场比赛之前，你们是总体来讲是1-3，那现在终于来到2-3了。那你对这有什么看法？
就是可能我们在找寻游戏 meta 上就是比较没有那么的迅速，不过之后我们就逐渐调整状态，所以才会表现越好。
So at first we're still looking for the meta of this game, this patch. And we had a little bit slow start, but now we're getting the hang of it, and we'll do better.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Ziv and AHQ. 2 wins on the board so far. Analyst Desk, take it away.
Thank you very much, Shocks. A fantastic performance out of Ziv there in the top lane, and we will get into the play itself. But before we do that, I want to talk about compositions here, because in that pick ban, once again, after day one's performance, Yang not getting that Gnar, put into that Jace-Kennen matchup, and we saw how that went.
You almost never see 2v1s happen, 1v2s happen anymore in professional play, but Ziv was able to do that, which to me just kind of speaks to the way Clement and I were making the predictions before the game. We thought Ziv wasn't going to fall prey to the same way Mouse did, and it wasn't even close to that. I did not actually expect it to be that brutal early on, but Ziv really stepped up.
Especially,
I think Ziv's just like a great player. He's a 2-time MVP. And this game, I think what he demonstrated is that he can carry in the top lane. Before, he was just on tanks, initiation, but this time, Mountain's playing around him, and they are showing that they can just penetrate the top and win the game from there.
And they really like the moves that AHQ made with Ziv particularly. Once they took down the bottom turret, and they just have him push up all the way, and then just group with the team, use that Jace to poke out and take the top and mid turrets, and they played such a clean game at that point that this was one of the best games we've seen so far.
And it all started with that 1v2 for first blood, followed by the second kill in the top lane. Let's take another look, brought to you by Acer.
Yeah, if you look here, like what Ziv is doing is actually stacking out the minion wave. In the interview, he says he knows that the gank is coming, and Mountain's not that far behind here. He's keeping an eye on Kennen at all times. The Kennen Q does not land. It hits on a minion. He goes for Lee Sin, fakes back, goes for the Kennen, misses by a hair, but by this time, Westor is already in the fight. You see Yang flash here. Bad move, gets hit twice. And then again, Mountain's playing around the top lane. He knows Ziv is off to a good start. He knows if he just pushes this one more time, then Ziv will dominate this lane. They go in for a super clean kill. Fakes the Q on the first auto attack, lands it on the second one.
And from there, you can see they actually closed out the game pretty well. The overall game time only being 35 minutes. They had a 7,000 gold lead at the 20-minute mark. So this really was some devastation by AHQ over INTZ.
And while I'd like to give a lot of the credit towards AHQ being able to play cleanly, they took a lot of skirmishes that you'd look and say, why is this fight happening? But every time that they took it was around objective. So even if they lost a fight, they were still able to convert that. We saw them being able to take down multiple turrets, even a base turret just because of that. But on the other side, INTZ, their vision control is just completely abysmal, and I have to attribute it to the fact that there was no red trinket from Revolta at any time.
I think that's the big takeaway here for me, at least, is looking at AHQ having a very clear understanding of how to win with their composition. They have a poke composition. They're not going to give themselves the opportunity to be Kennen flanked, Lee Sin flanked, and lose a 5v5 fight. They're just going to play around the objectives, play it slow and smart. That's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and I think in a bigger picture perspective, thank goodness for AHQ, because they make more sense than anyone else in this group. They lost to EDG, and they were able to take care of business against INTZ, and then had a pretty close game against H2K. They're the one team that's fitting the expectations of what we thought would happen coming into the tournament.
Now we just have to hope that they actually show the Flash Wolves how to close out games as well, and we can see both the LMS teams being able to convert these massive leads into really nice wins.
Player of the game going to Ziv there. We heard him on stage, and of course it was that focus in the top lane that really drove it home for them. 5, 2, and 6 on that J. So he's been a top performer for them throughout this tournament so far.
Exactly, and previously when Ziv had been a top performer, it was in the Maokai meta. He was playing a bunch of tanks. This is actually an incredibly promising sign for AHQ, because if he can play more Jace, which by the way was picked blind because the Kennen matchup was saved until the end by INTZ, if they can play around him, AHQ can go places.
All right, well, game 1 is in the books. We're taking a quick break, but stay tuned. When we return, the LPL's first seed, Edward Gaming, takes on Europe's H2K.
Já casa quadrada.
Yang, he might just be an afterthought kill as the shot blast comes down. Will the Marcus got good flash, but Westor's turned up and he's gonna get the first blood.
Revolta is underneath them.
Oh, good Q, he's still looking for it. Fair bit of damage now as the kicks not pulling up the minions. They're not there, and Revolta, he's gonna be taken down. Tokker's heading around as well as Revolta getting chased by the cat and the cow. Jockster over the wall. Westor, he's going to be taken down, but Ziv's going to get revenge. HQ only able to get one so far as Arn gets kicked back. Revolta trying to do the impossible, picks up the kill.
巴德，他们死，我们可以吃掉。哎，神女没大，小心凯能上去打，上去打，剩三只，凯能进场。
AHQ flat out asphyxiation against INTZ.
Welcome back to Bill Graham Civic Auditorium here in the city by the bay. We're getting ready for our next match, Edward Gaming versus Europe's H2K. At the end of the first round robin, EDG, they need to prove themselves as serious contenders. If they don't have a decisive win here against H2K, then they might be in trouble going into week 2.
Exactly, and I think an important thing to know about this matchup is that Scout is actually subbing in for Pawn right now. They both have a lot of similarities. They're both roaming control mages, play the same amount of games, 32 games each, for the team, but recently they have been playing Scout a lot more in the regular split.
Exactly, their undefeated split was almost entirely with Scout, and then you have to wonder why they had Pawn in early on. And we actually got to talk to Aaron, EDG's coach, and he told us why. They had 2 rookies on this team that had never played at Worlds, and they did not want to have 2 rookies in the first game for nerve issues. But he feels like the team is a little bit more comfortable now, and they're slightly more comfortable playing with Scout, so they think they've kind of found their footing, and now they're willing to put Scout back in.
All right, but then, of course, we also have to look at the other members on EDG who have been playing so far this tournament, and I wanted to look specifically at that top lane in Mouse. Pretty stark contrast between day 1 and day 2 in terms of champions that they placed him on. Aurelia then moved to a full tank in Poppy.
Yeah, and speaking of rookies that might have had nerves, Mouse was the one. He got completely destroyed on day 1 and was a huge liability. But we all love to jump to conclusions. He's not a terrible player. He can be put onto tanks that can withstand a lot of things and have a fallback pattern. So I think that's what we're expecting from EDG today.
Yeah, and usually first games, you get all the jitters. I'm sure all the teams can attest to that. But another thing is that both these teams don't seem to have a very clear game plan of how to win the game. We have H2K going for the win lane, win game approach, and a lot of lack of use of teleport is slowing them down from being able to close out games cleanly. And on the other side, EDG just needs to have a better game to make their run as a contender for the World Championship. We need to see a performance of the caliber of what we just saw out of AHQ.
Right, H2K going for a win lane, win game. Right now, it's just win lane, lose game. But on that kind of topic
They're 1-1.
Yeah, they're 1-1. But on that topic of winning lane, this game may just come down to our featured matchup between AD carries, Deft, and Forgiven.
I mean, Forgiven has been waiting to make it onto the world stage for so long, and they consistently are picking him winning lane matchups. EDG has done a similar thing with Deft, so this is actually Forgiven's time to prove himself, or Deft to just continue his dominance on the international stage.
So that's going to be a big matchup that we will zero on as a group. But H2K, they also come into this game with a heavy heart. They're mourning the loss of their Call of Duty captain, Philip Klemenov, who passed away today as a result of a tragic car accident. The players are wearing black patches with the initials PK to honor his memory, and our thoughts and prayers are with his family and friends. Now, in this key battle, players with international reputations are matching up again for the first time since last year's group stage.
就对 H2K 这支队伍的话，去年也遇到嘛，去年也在 S3面遇到了，觉得还是一个挺强的队伍。然后今年遇到的话，就感觉他们中单还是以前那个就是韩国中单嘛，就大家都知道的。然后，其实上中的话我不是很了解嘛，就他们下路的话，其实以前也听说过是欧洲第 ADC Forgiven， 就很出名嘛，就。他们下路的话也是 Forgiven 的话，我看过他之前的比赛，也是觉得他对线，也是一个挺强的 AD 嘛。
That would be Odoamne and Ryu there for you, Mako. And look, he's concentrating where he needs to be, and Forgiven obviously is going to have a target on his back here for these guys.
I think it's a bit of an understatement to say, he's pretty good. Averaging 22 CS advantage at 10 minutes is a little bit more than good. That's absurd.
But it does come with a laning style that is very punishable. Like from watching Forgiven in a lot of games, like if you let him go, yeah, sure, because he's farming basically behind your turret.
Yeah, most certainly is.
But then when you gank him, he gets screwed.
As the teams making their final adjustments on stage, let's review the starting lineups. First, China's #1 seed and LPL champion, Edward Gaming. With Mouse towards the top side of the map, Clearlove, their superstar jungler. Scout now in for pawn in the mid lane, and Deft and Mako, their AD carry and support with Rapid Star, their coach.
And lining up against them is the 3rd seed from a beautiful region, the European LCS. It is H2K going for that H2K win. In the top lane, it's Odoamne, Yankas in the jungle, Ryu in the mid lane, Forgiven as AD carry, Vander as support, and Coach Prawley giving some North American flavor to H2K.
Delicious.
And there are so many incredible matchups across these two Titans facing off from each other. We've already spoken at length about Forgiven's incredible stats. Let's look across the board at Deft. Deft boasts right now a 38% damage share of AD carries. And just to put that in perspective for you, the tournament average is 27%. So performing above and beyond what is expected from him in his role.
It does kind of get influenced a little bit when your top laner gets smashed to pieces, unlike a 0-6 Aurelia, but definitely Deft throughout the entire season as well just deals so much damage. He is so gold efficient. That's something that sometimes is lacking from Forgiven. At the same time though, Forgiven is one of the players that dies the least. So he is really efficient in terms of preserving that KDA, only stepping in when he knows he can get the win.
Well, we'll see which one of these AD carries is going to step up as we hop into Champion Select. First off, it will be the Cassiopeia band away from Ryu there in the mid lane. Had a great performance on that champion.
Again,
going to be the next one.
Question marks on if someone's going to pick up Aurelian Soul since he's been enabled. Syndra has pretty much been the flavor of the tournament so far.
I would love to see Scout pick it up because I think stylistically, if you look at EDG, they are a team that likes playing around bot lane. Clearlove likes ending his path on the Scuttle Crab on the right side of the map, likes influencing that lane router. If you combine that with a pushing laner like an Aurelian Soul that can push in any, if not all matchups, maybe not in the Syndra one, then you could actually get a big old bot lane party. And ironically, that is one of the things that Forgiven hates the most in life.
And I certainly expect that it fits into his wheelhouse, but there's actually big question marks over the LPL teams and Aurelian Soul specifically. It was not played in the region. It was only played twice by Saint and Team WE, so none of the teams attending Worlds. Oh, excuse me, Bamey also played it.
Yeah.
But otherwise, we never really touched it. Of course, we've had a long boot camp, a long break, but question's still there if they'll pick up the champion at all.
Yeah, well, Nara is going to be the final ban here for EDG, going alongside Kennen and Cassiopeia. The Poppy was banned away from Mouse, so can't go back to that tank.
It almost feels like we're going to get a Jace Rumble matchup in the top lane, regardless of who picks either side here, because so many top laner bans in a tournament where we're seeing so many jungler bans here. Nidalee is still open, the expected first pick, where we have the likes of Syndra and Aurelion too, which we have to think about.
And that's the other thing, the question mark. If Aurelion Sol wasn't played much into the LPL, neither was Nidalee picked up by ClearLove.
All right, this is a clear trade here by H2K. They lost Ban Nami, telling EDG, yes, you were getting the Nidalee, you get it, but it's going to be an early rotation Karma here for Vander, and that should be the breaking point where H2K can still play the familiar lane push bully style with Forgiven and Vander, and it could actually enable Jankos to forgo pressure in the bot lane and camp top lane with Olorame and maybe breach the top lane matchup and get Mouse down again.
And again, just to underline this, it is that Nidalee lock-in like you were talking about, Crapo, but ClearLove really doesn't show Nidalee during the regular season of the LPL. This is a big question mark. Obviously, it fits in that wheelhouse. It's a very aggressive jungler. It likes to apply pressure on the lanes, likes to have that heavy farming style so he can be flexible, but I have no idea what ClearLove will look like on this champion.
And I want to see what the second pick here is. Is it going to be the Sivir Karma? Just a super standard, AFK push bot lane. What is H2K thinking about? Does Ryu want an early pick, or is he going to keep the counter pick potential in the mid lane? Because tournament meta-wise, we're expecting maybe like a Syndra Karma here, but it does look that H2K wants their favorable side of this Rumble Jace matchup and locks in the Rumble early.
Yeah, I was expecting something like this. Rumble has seen a lot of priority, but we did just see it lose out. See whether it is going to do so again. Actually didn't in the last game, has in the past.
The other
Scout
cool
looking
thing,
at Xerath.
obviously the Karma can be used as that flex pick since Nami has been banned.
She's used to saying that one.
I know, a couple of times. It does mean that there is the range advantage unless Mako goes towards that Bard.
This has been really overlooked. The Syndra now for Scout's Hover.
Yeah, you only have so many picks in a rotation. First rotation has a lot of power picks open.
Yeah.
We were expecting H2K to maybe pick the Syndra early, but the Vladimir is open, and that is a matchup and a champion that Ryu plays well. Some of his best performances were on Vladimir. It is a serviceable matchup where he can at least survive. Yes, he will yield the pressure, but this Karma is almost 100% sure going in the bot lane because it enables Forgiven and Vander to play a push style and hopefully put Def in a CS deficit, something he is very rarely seeing.
Well, we'll see whether they can do that as the Aurelia once again locked in for EDG. Scout on the Syndra makes a lot of sense, but another test for Mouse on the top side of the map.
And Mouse looked, he seemed very vocal the last time Aurelia got locked into
Wasn't a fan.
on the international stage.
But I want to see which jungle pairing comes out. What is Jankos going to do? Is he going to go for the Lee Sin that has seen a resurgence in this tournament, or simply going to lock the Elise and camp top? Because Aurelia into Rumble is a very swingy matchup where if Rumble gets the lead, it's almost impossible for Aurelia to escape. And Jankos can get an early game jungler, go top because their bot lane again has a security. Ryu has a safe counter pick in the mid lane too. We see Ezreal Karma locked in, super safe lane here. So it is all but kind of spelled out that Jankos is going to be paying attention to that top lane.
Yeah, and I also hear that Jankos has got a bit of a habit for First Bloods, and he's going to lock away the Lee Sin here for H2K. Forgiven on the Ezreal here. It feels like a pick away from Def, but of course is still just a phenomenal pick this tournament. Mako seeing what he wants, and Deft considering the Ashe.
So trying to get some kill pressure into the lane. So if H2K are kind of going all in with their draft, showing their hand that maybe they have the ability to camp that top side of the map, EDG now kind of playing and toying with picking up really hard CC or kill pressure into that bot lane.
I do like that as well, pairing it with that Nidalee jungle. You do need to complement that pick with CC. We were talking about it for a fair bit.
It's still very risky though because you're against such a safe, self-sufficient lane in Ezreal and Karma. Locking those two down, Vander and Forgiven would have to massively misplay. They should be able to just sit back and farm with Mystic Shot if things go really sideways.
And the Ezreal in itself is a steal. When we know that Deft is a fantastic Ezreal player, the bonus from that pick, not only does Forgiven get a safe poke laner that complements Karma well, he steals some of his own kind of counters. Because if you play a strong lane, what do you not want to play against? Well, it's a guy that can sit back and farm pretty reliably, and that is exactly that Ezreal. So we see skill matchup here inside of Deft and Mako. They really need to make something happen. They need to channel their inner Mata and make some combos into Deadly Flourish. If not, they will be pushed in and at least yield the pressure. If not, go down in CS.
If any bot lane will look for 2v2 all-in kills, it will be Mako and Deft there. They actually 2v2 killed Uzi and Mata multiple times over the regular season of the LPL, so I don't think they're going to step away from the chance to take on Forgiven and Vander.
Well, speaking of which, Vander now thinking about what he wants to collect for himself and might be heading towards the Tahm Kench, putting that Karma in the mid lane for Ryu.
Because they actually went so deep in kind of trying to counter the poke with heavy all-in,
That makes more
Potential
sense.
Tom Kench could come out. So they were toying with the idea of either fighting this battle and say, you know what, we'll just choose to go even in terms of matchup and have safety in terms of Devour. But I still think the Karma has such a strong support. Vladimir, as we talked about earlier, serviceable matchup into the Syndra. Very predictable pick ban by HOK though. By no means is EDG surprised here. The only surprise in this entire pick and ban that wasn't predictable was the Rumble first rotation. For the rest, EDG should be very prepared.
Touching back on that, Vladimir, it is the most picked champion into Syndra, as well as, like you said, a very comfortable matchup for Ryu. He's performed very well on that champion, so nice to see them go back towards that.
Yeah, a couple breaking points to track throughout the game here is the last chapter on Syndra, the first blue buff on Syndra. Nidalee obviously wants her first one, so it's not like a Rek'Sai who can hand it off. And then the Vladimir kind of goes even once he gets Spirit Visage. That's when he can survive a bit more, get a couple extra pulls in, and maybe have some counter pressure.
I'll see exactly what is going to happen. Some dangerous picks on the side of EDG. I'm scared, honestly, about the Mouse Aurelia. We'll see whether he's going to come back. Of course, had a great regular season on it when Aurelia was strong. Of course, things changing with her passive, a couple of nerfs. Odoamne, see what he can do. He has been a powerhouse here for H2K. And we want you guys to show your regional pride. Call out the winner of this match on Twitter. Use that hashtag EDGWin or the hashtag H2KWin. Tweet it out towards @LOL Esports. And it's all on the line. EDG need to make a statement here. H2K have a lot of European pride riding on them in this game.
So I want to quickly touch on the Syndra pick because she's pretty much been the most dominant standout champion of the tournament so far. You know, maybe outside the Lee Sin performances from Svenskeren and Revolta respectively. The thing about Syndra is she really kind of swung back into the meta, I think particularly because Gragas was kind of removed from it. She's a very low mobility mid laner, not having that cask and that ability to have kill pressure on her. She then has great matchups across the board against multiple mid lane champions as well as great dominance and lane control. She has the potential to roam. But the thing is Lee Sin for the longest time when Gragas was strong was kind of considered like the pseudo Gragas.
The poor man's Gragas?
The poor man's Gragas. So I feel like there's still kill pressure if Jankos wants to look mid or top lane, since he does have that Lee Sin post 6.
Yeah, post 6, but the problem is this matchup is heavily influenced in the early game, and that definitely plays a large part in this. We see, if you want to watch Deft solely lane up versus Forgiven, you can go to Riot Games 2, again, hosted by Sifa Rusty and Kiwi Kid, giving you the analysis of that bot lane. We're going to have the bigger picture in mind, especially Jankos versus Krylov, because where Krylov isn't really renowned for that Nidalee, yes, he can play her. This is Jankos' 43rd game on Lee Sin.
I'm terrified, Crepo.
Oh, wait, check.
Krylov has a reputation that he doesn't adjust to patches very well. He's been meta resistant since he's been playing for so many years, but it does take him a long time to pick up champions that are very powerful in the meta and perform on them. Nidalee is one of those cases.
Like, meta resistancy sounds like a good thing. It's like, yeah, I'm resistant to meta. I only
Meta
play one
can change, but I will still just play anything and beat you. Don't worry, I have meta resistance.
Give me the Skarner.
And he took it, and they didn't win against OMG the first time around.
We saw, again, you know, the same interaction here where Forgiven and Vander are taking control of the lane. They're doing this stop. This is bold. Oh, Vander.
Oh, the base check. There's the pulverized Deft doing a lot of damage. 2 more bullets in the chamber. Will get the crit, but it's a good exhaust to flash out the heals there.
Still a good laning start, actually, because the enemy AD carry is put low. Mako and Deft need to invest into push really hard here. Let's see. Gonna use double execute, get the minion push. This is a big mistake by Vander.
There's the flashing. Oh my god! The auto attack grenade, and that's gonna be first blood.
And Mako and Deft do this every single time in the LPL. Gone are the days where Deft is a passive laner and he's just a teamfight AD carry. If you haven't been paying attention to him, he is a god in lane.
But we gotta go on a rant right here.
Go on a rant.
The whole premise of this lane is that you do not have to face check. You can pull the creeps, create a freeze, and outlane a camp start super hard with Ezreal and Karma, and they for hell know it because it's Mithy who piloted that. This face check is just bonkers bad from Vander. This is a major mistake here, and then later on too, heal out of in the ignite here so he doesn't get the full bonus. Then look at Deft, the presence of mind to go for heal boost into auto Q. He stacks his 4th shot. This is so beautifully played by Deft.
Boom.
But a big mistake. You should be able to freeze that lane. Don't go for the face check. Whatever you do not approach any brush. This was the only way H2K could lose that matchup, and they failed from minute 1.
And it's forcing Jankos to actually respond. He's kind of hovering around the bottom side. He's clearing out his jungle, but he needs to be so cautious. Vander doesn't have exhaust or flash. Mako is still sitting on his flash. Such a key engage tool for that Alistar. So there is a lot of kill pressure bottom.
And we can keep ranting about what could have been, but I think it's important that we look forward here. H2K looking to salvage the lane at least by pushing in, but they won't be able to get as much out of it as they can. Clearoff's also heading to the bot lane. We got to keep our eyes on Jankos. What can he do for Orowamne in the top lane to snowball against Mouse? Because that's also an incredibly swingy matchup.
Yeah, already feeling a little bit top heavy at the moment, but Mouse struggling just a bit. Orowamne getting that shove from the Rumble. We saw that Flame Spitter being quite difficult for Mouse to deal with.
Yeah, definitely getting pushed in. In terms of item starts as well, look at how Deft approaches this matchup, where he's going down like a lot in early game. He started longsword 3 potions because he knows he's going to take a lot of poke in this matchup and he wants to stay sustained to avoid the all-in. So you see, for the first time, people deviate from the standard Dorn start on competitive play.
I apologize for not picking that one up. Very interesting.
I didn't know Insider Production told me. At least I get to sound smart.
Don't tell them, Crepo.
You don't tell them that, Crepo. Now everyone's going to doubt all of your incredible points.
I'm actually very impressed with Mouse so far in this matchup. Last time, he was 15 CS down at 5 minutes.
Yep.
So doing much better this time around, 21 to 24. It doesn't sound like a big deal, but it's head and shoulders better than the start that he had to this tournament.
Now walking back to lane, just over half health here for Mouse, but does have a creep wave in advantage of himself. Ward's down there for Orowamne, but Clearlove not really looking for any ganks just yet, just farming things out. But there's a lot of vision for EDG.
Exactly. All of that vision being placed in the topside river, as well as a pink ward peeking into H2K's red buff there. The fact that they're trying to keep Mouse as safe as possible from Jankos and his early pressure that he could apply top.
But we saw a really good early base from Ryu because he had the pressure in the mid lane here. Look at the snowball in the bot lane depth.
Good man true here. There's the exhaust. Jankos just gonna flash on him. Good pulverize from Mako, but he's still gonna die. There's the Q. Jankos grabs another, and that is gonna be the double kill for Forgiven. Welcome back to the lane, H2K.
All the vision for EDG was on the top side, and they leave themselves exposed by pushing too far on the bot side. Really good opening by Vander. Let's look at that again here. Double Q slow here, and at this point, Deft is flashless, and he gets slowed enough by the exhaust here. And this is a mistake from Deft to Mako. Yes, they're really good at playing aggressively, but when your vision is so top-centric, you gotta respect the bottom side of the map and your summoners.
Mako also burning his flash there, trying to save his AD carry and catching Lee Sin when he went for the kill. So checking in on those summoners. Deft summoner flash will be back up and available soon, but Mako is vulnerable.
And suddenly, that really large mistake from the early game, where we criticize H2K, has honestly been wiped clean from the slate, and even another point has been added to H2K because they get 2 kills. They really used that window where Deft's summoners were down to punish them.
And it's where they got the 2 kills as well. The fact that they both went on to Forgiven instead of one being split up into the jungle. So massive spike for this Ezreal. He gets to grab his tier as well as that pickaxe.
Big change for the bottom lane for H2K. We'll see whether Jankos will continue that pressure or have a look top as Mouse still struggling. 10 CS down approximately, but that's a wave pushing towards him once again. Orowamne, see whether he can get the better of him as things move forward. Vander is getting the vision down.
Little pink wards here, really important, you know, get river vision behind yourself. Be aware of what can happen here. Once these laners hit level 6, they can definitely influence this bot lane too. But the one thing that Deft's aggression has caused in the bot lane though, is has forced Jankos to react to the bottom side of the map. And probably in H2K's game plan, it was likely for Jankos to go top early to influence that swinging matchup. So the aggression from Deft early has made it so that Mouse at least has a free laning phase at the start of the game.
That said, with his free laning phase, he's still significantly down, 46 to 60 CS.
But it's the nature of the matchup very early on. If Orowamne is pushing without any pressure, you're forced to last on a tower. Also, once Aurelia hits 6 and has flash, she can all in the Rumble, because you can flash away both from the direct flame splitter and the equalizer, and you actually have very high all-in damage.
Good ward from Jankos. He's going to spot out the fact that Clearlove's taking down this blue buff. See whether it is going to be handed over to Scout, which looks like it is. Mid lane has been very quiet. In fact, Ryu ahead by a few CS.
Ryu's outlaning Scout here. This is a matchup where Syndra should have the early pressure and then the potential to roam, but because Ryu was really good at stacking up his Qs, was watching the matchup a little bit, he kept stacking his Qs on minions. One, getting the push, and then going for aggressive trades with the empowered Q onto the Syndra, forcing Scout backwards in the lane.
Ooh, trap being set up in the top lane though.
Yeah, Mouse playing so far back.
Last time he fell for this, he actually Blade Surged to pick up a cannon creep and fell into the jungler's hands. Jankos cancels his back.
Alright, Orowamne playing scared here, but we have the roam from Syndra here. Is H2K aware? The pink ward's going to reveal it, and right now they have to think quick.
Well, in goes Mouse. Does get the stun with the Equilibrium Strike as Jankos comes in. There's the kick underneath the turret. He gets out onto Jankos, though. Can they turn it? Scout grabs the kill!
the absurd damage because almost everything went kind of lopsided for EDG. The fact that Scout gets kicked underneath the tower, excuse me, Mouse gets kicked underneath the tower, Scout misses his stun, but
another one, there's the flash, the stun comes in, Mouse picks up a kill. In the bottom lane, the action does not stop as Forgiven's getting hit by the curtain call. He's trying to get out, all the bullets are landing, Bender has the shield, and Mako almost falls down, but EDG don't get anything on the bot side.
Yeah, Ryu pushing in the middle here, trying to make up for something here. He was pressured in, we saw it. Syndra with Lost Chapter, with Blue Buff, will always push in that mid lane. Translate that advantage to top. H2K, they had to think quick. They had a good idea, but they weren't quite sure if they had enough HP to execute it. The answer was no, so EG win out in both bot and top lane at the same time while Ryu tries to salvage. Look here, they see it coming. At this point, they were aware of Syndra. They're like, okay guys, let's try and outplay. Don't go for the safe play, and Jankos just ends up dying to the damage from Scout. So much damage from the Syndra.
Ridiculous damage. Again, Mouse gets kicked underneath the tower, Scout misses his stun, and they still end up winning the 2v2. And then Onawamne gets too close, eats the stun, and it's a 1-2 punch.
You gotta watch FLICKR. Everybody by now should know about the range of that QE.
Well, Scout's gonna steal away a Raptor. That's the big one as well. That's some sad stuff. Jankos, he's probably gonna be focusing mid lane now.
Poor Ryu. He's like, guys, I'm ahead in CS in a matchup that I should be behind in. I've had pressure at times.
Yeah, Pawn's off stage going, Ryu, I understand. I know exactly what's going on, man.
He pings the miss. He's like, guys, he's coming top. Just whatever you do, don't die. Whatever you do, don't give him 2 kills. Syndra comes back, 2 kills.
Yeah, does have that Lost Chapter as well. Fiendish Codex picked up, so Morellonomicon on the cards.
I'm glad that you brought up Pawn, though. So kind of touching very quickly on the differences between Scout and Pawn. The desk, is explaining that the team feels very comfortable. Again, if you haven't watched much of the LPL, EDG played their entire perfect split with Scout in that mid lane. Pawn only played 5 games to Scout's 32. So he's very comfortable in this lane. And as I say that, they're actually setting up for a dive.
Yeah, trying to find something Forgiven. Still underneath this turret as they're setting up. Mouse flashes out of the way of the Q from Jankos. Forgiven's gonna go down. Mouse survives. It's disaster for H2K.
Yeah, and this time EDG is prepared for the strategy of the opposing team when they target Mouse. He backs up on the top lane, but it was too late for H2K to either back off, or even if they did, they would lose too much. So Forgiven elected to stay and ends up dying here. And not only does he go down, the first tower also drops to EDG. And right now, EDG is pulling so far ahead.
I've seen this movie before. See whether Mouse can actually stun the right target up here. The Q has landed. Onawamne in trouble. The tower doesn't take him down. Scrap shield's good. And Jankos can still just stay hit. Nice dodge on the Q. As Mouse has cleared out the minions. Can he actually take down Ryu? Oh my, he's got the pull. Everything's fine, but H2K need 3 to take down Mouse.
He needs 3, that which means his Scouts hitting the mid lane tower. Mako's joining here. He did the perfect execution in defending that dive. We all knew he was going to die, but what only mattered is how long it would take for H2K to take him down. At the cost of that 1 kill is an entire dragon and half a tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
And of course the tower on the bottom side too.
Redemption for Mouse a little bit right there to kind of silence some of the critics, playing that tower dive impeccably well.
Yeah, it's sometimes really easy to extrapolate trends and patterns out of 1 or 2 games, but we have to remember, we gotta give these guys a couple of chances on the world stage here. Look at Forgiven. Mako starts tanking, he can't shift the combo, and at that point it's over.
Yeah, deft. A lot of damage. Clear Love cleans it up with a takedown. And you're exactly right. I mean, remember, the reason why they didn't play Scout is because they didn't want to put the rookie on the Rift first up. Mouse, he had no choice. It's the only top laner we had. So, of course, had to have his first game at Worlds against INTZ and struggled. But we'll see whether this is going to be comfort for Mouse now. He's had a few good plays.
Somebody had to take over for Dyrus.
Wow.
Oh, that's called baiting the crowd, Crepo.
I mean, he said it himself. Sure, he agrees.
It was a bit rough up there, but definitely shaking off the jitters. That said, yes, he is sitting with an assist and a kill in his back pocket, but the CS difference between Rumble and Mouse, or excuse me, Rumble and Aurelia, actually means that Rumble's still pretty even relative to gold. It's about 12 to 13 CS that equates to a kill's worth of gold, so Onawamne's not too far behind his respective matchup.
Definitely, but he's investing in a slightly more defensive build too. Very scrappy build, but he's not hitting his teamfight power spikes as hard because the delay of the double magic pen comes at the cost of building that Seeker's arm guard. Clearlove right now contesting some vision.
In trouble, there's the flash. Jankos is going to find his way in. Clearlove is most certainly dead. EDG can't find anything off the back end. We'll see what H2K can do.
Contesting vision or getting caught, did not have eyes on multiple members.
Good stun from Scout. Forgiven uses the heal, gets himself out.
Forgiven contesting some spheres in his face. Definitely cleared off. A little over-eager there. Really good read by Jankos though to go for that play.
Double stun, make that a triple as Mako comes in, knocks up Ryu. He's got the pull, remember, curtain call. He has his eyes set on Forgiven. Good train set up here by H2K, but Vandar still almost gets taken down.
Bend it like
He's
Beckham
curving
on
the
that
bullets.
last shot. Does mean that they don't have a lot of health to support and to... Ooh. This is dangerous.
This is very scary as Deft. We'll get some damage back onto Ryu, but good poke from the Vladimir. Not necessarily a combination of words that I'd normally be saying.
Yeah, so multiple members shoved off the tower because their health was so low. But Ryu managing to pull H2K even.
And a lot of people were talking about, you know, Scout versus his counterpart in lane, and it feels like EDG have better intangibles when he's playing. They feel more comfortable, and it is actually showing a little bit in the way they're poking here. These setups between Deft and Scout are almost like perfectly timed. Every QE combo from Syndra leads into a deadly flourish that either connects or zones, and that allows EDG the pressure, and they're using that pressure from the mid lane, and they kind of let it flow over in the top lane. Not only do they get equalizer here, they get another turret here, and they're definitely in control of the game. And the onus right now is on H2K to fight back and find an opening.
I mean, everyone understands that Nidalee is so quick and fast, dominant through the jungle, but a lot of people also forget that she's great at seeking towers, using that steroid on her primal surge, aiding in that attack speed, and when she walks into a lane, she can typically get whatever she wants for free.
Well, now EDG looking for this Rift Herald. See whether they give it to Mouse or to Clearlove. Of course, Clearlove has taken one. There's the True Shot Barrage, but it was pulled out pretty close, to be honest.
Wouldn't
Mouse
have killed
is
it,
gonna
though.
get it? No, I don't think so. It's got
Rift
a
Herald
lot
is
of health.
tanky.
So something to note is that they did end up giving the Herald to Mouse on that Aurelia. Before EDG took the Herald, they actually gave it to their jungler and Krillov. It's actually something fairly common in the LPL to give it to the jungle, especially when you're on a dueling style champion. So we'll see if Mouse actually makes use of this and looks for that 4-1 and that split push pressure.
Yeah, he'll definitely be spending all of his time in the side lanes. If he joins the fight, it will be with a teleport or simply a flank. Nankos right now, this is a bold invade, just blind. I think H2K is definitely looking for ways to make up with the map loss they have right now, because if we take stock of the CS right, look at Forgiven right now. He's down, catching up right now, but he was down over 20 CS earlier here, so they're definitely playing catch-up in matchups that they should be winning.
And right now he's actually taking farm from Ryu here as well, so it has meant that Scout was able to catch back up. As Mouse face checks, and is going to pop. Does, you know, survive for longer than we thought, but that's Ryu grabbing a kill.
Well, sound him in your jungle! They literally contested your red buff, moved away. Mouse, we're praising him. It's like, guys, don't judge him from one game. Just a fluke.
Don't judge him from one
Just jitter, shake it off.
It's fine.
Just let him face it twice.
Yeah, now he knows that there's 3 people bottom side. EDG can make plays on the top side of the map. It's genius in the end. That was sarcasm, everyone. Ryu is going to shove this one out. So we'll see whether this tower will fall down. Of course, he's completely uncontested. Has a cannon creep there as well. So with that red buff burning down the turret, EDG now looking to try and answer on the top side. It's in a turret.
Yeah, if this composition from EDG wants to isolate more objectives, they need to do it in a 1-1-3. Because Syndra is not a good side laner, and it is pretty hard to just randomly group mid here for additional turrets. So they're really playing 2 people, 3 people on the side lane every time, and hoping to keep the other lanes even. Because they're so far ahead, they can't actually do that here. They always have the looming threat of a Mako dive, and then even if it fails, they can just push in the wave, move in between the lanes, and have their support drop vision, and then look for picks on the next rotation.
Well, now you can see Mouse picking up that minion wave that Ryu was shoving in on the bottom side. Still has his teleport as EDG set back up this siege onto Odoamne. He doesn't have Equalizer. Forgiven and Vander off to the side, and there's the dive from EDG. Bit dangerous now with 5 members of H2K up here, and the Q lands from Jankos, but now still a little bit too far forward, and he blew the teleport when they may not have necessarily needed to.
Yeah, he definitely wanted to come into that fight there.
Yeah, communication looks good across from Deft and Scout, but Mouse still, you know, kind of wonky on that TP. It means that they lose a very valuable summoner that Odoamne still has in his back pocket. So we'll see how H2K can now exploit the map as they walk towards Dragon.
That was a good move from Scout as well to move all the way up to the top lane there, because he used the pressure he had there to facilitate the rotation top, because H2K was aggressively reacting to that push. They really want to look for a fight here, because they're hitting some of their mid-game spikes here with the Rumble, forgiving, stacking some items, still not quite there yet, but if they can get a good equalizer, they can definitely win some fights by surprising EDG.
And the nice thing is with the lane assignments, the fact that where Rumble is and where Vladimir is in their power spikes right now, we've already seen that Ryu will threaten that side wave. So having the TP, I think that there's a lot of potential for H2K as long as they are able to survive this mid lane's siege to kind of play the rest of the map and try to pull EDG apart.
Speaking of EDG as well, I mean, Deft going for the old school Jhin build with the Essence Reaver first. I like it. 12 CS up at the moment. Does scale very well towards the later stages of the game. I like cooldown reduction on the Jhin, but I like a lot of weird things.
Yeah, definitely a build where you can just get more poke out with the Deadly Flourish, you know, more ultimates coming off cooldown as well. If you already have a lead, you don't need to go for early power spike builds, especially when you're playing as a laner that's just going to be safe, that should respect it. But definitely major props to the way the level 1 went down. Deft and Mako punished Vander super hard, and even with a good gang from Jankos, they still came out ahead.
And it's really important right now that Forgiven has completed his Iceborne Gauntlet, simply because that item is so key for Ezreal to be able to clear waves effectively, giving him a lot more AoE damage or AoE chip on the wave coming in.
Does mean that he gets a 2-item power spike where Jhin would also as well normally. Ryu going to get stunned.
It means that they can leave Ezreal in this mid lane and he can actually hold the wave, especially with Karma. Meanwhile,
Oh yeah, flashes the headbutt, but Deft flashes out of the way of Ryu as he makes his advance with the Hemo Plague.
I was about to say, it's pretty dangerous to just even attempt to 2v1 a Vladimir. That guy deals so much damage, but Ryu slightly telegraphs his flash, but in doing so, he dodges the combo, and Deft then with a good react flash. So honestly, almost perfectly played by both sides here in that engage.
Yeah, nicely done. But scary. EDG thinking that they could take that fight when it was looking a bit dicey.
The exploitable lane assignments that we were talking about earlier, the fact that Vladimir, Rumble, and Ezreal have really good itemization that they can spread out along the map and just kind of stall the game and start to absorb more of this farm. You can see that right now in Odawane in the bot lane. He's just been sitting there, chilling out, getting rich.
Certainly is. Over 20 CS in the lead. Wave will shove back through though, as the stun was dodged by Vander there in the mid lane, aiding with this wave clear attempt, but that tower is slowly falling down, and Scout is always threatening. In goes Jankos. Oh, the flash predict from Mount Scout, and in goes Mako, but it's all just a disengage. Nicely done from EDG.
Yeah, I really like the respect flash. See Lee Sin first, flash first, ask questions later, because if you have time to think, is this guy going to kick me in a team? The answer will always be yes. Yes, he will. So the second you see him on a competitive stage, just instantly flash. Luckily, he also gets Jankos flash out of that one.
More orbs just flying around the mid lane. Set up here for Scout as well. We'll have that Scout of the Week available as Ryu just ignoring this damage. 2 items on the Vladimir already. Proto Belt already done.
Yeah.
A lot of match resist.
And Ryu's comfortable in this matchup. Odawane right now needs to fend off Mouse. He should be
There's
fine.
the flash. Mouse actually looking for the Blade Surge, but doesn't get it. Minions, I'll blame for that one.
Confident walk from Odawane. He knew he was fine, knew he could trade flash and equalizer. But Ryu's actually playing pretty well and pretty darn confident because he's aggressively wave clearing, realizing that he has skill pressure. Right now, he'll have to heal though.
Oh, there's a double stun, still has the pull available, and that tower does eventually fall down. So Clear Love destroys the mid lane outer, and you've mentioned this many times before. Extra pressure available for EDG.
Yeah, because it just means you can push in and then get deeper vision into the enemy jungle, facilitate rotation, or just steal away the jungle.
I was going to say, H2K are doing such a good job kind of stalling out the game. Yes, they're slowly losing their towers. They're slowly getting chipped away, but they've kind of absorbed a lot of EDG's momentum that they created in the early game with this gold lead. I almost expect EDG to start moving into that blue buff and contesting it, but now actually the attention is going towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, they're reacting right now to a bit of a siege setting up by H2K. The second H2K see reaction to they will back off. They're just happy to get River Vision. On the back end of that play though, Clear just cleared his entire jungle again, you know, furtherly bolstering that CS advantage he has over Jankos, because he was playing on the top side of the map, challenging Jankos' own jungle. Then he went back into his own jungle and quickly cleared it all out here, and that's how they're generating this gold lead that just gets slightly larger and larger every single minute.
And there's such an incredibly defensive build coming out of Jankos right now, looking for the locket.
Yeah. As well, you look over the side of Clear Love, a little bit more utility available with the Athene's on Holy Grail picked up second.
Definitely looking for the kick to win it. Jankos, one kick, one dream, one opportunity.
I feel like Lee Sin's relevance in a game is pretty much just a roller coaster. Early game, on fire. Mid game, you know, he's not super tanky, he doesn't do enough damage, so he can't really assassinate.
I do not like the idea of a roller coaster starting off on fire.
But
especially
late
if the guy's
game,
blind.
Late game, it's just that one kick.
Forced a flash.
Tense.
Most certainly is. Waiting for someone to make a move.
Looking at the lanes here, EDG has side lane priority. like competitive players always talk in terms of priority. It just means whoever has the ability to push or actually has the pushing wave here. Aurelia has priority over Rumble right now, can push it in constantly, which means she can either walk down or join the fight much quicker out of Fog of War with teleport, while Rumble is in vision dealing with that wave, and that will be something that EDG is looking to use. The problem right now is, as we highlighted earlier, Vladimir can kind of kill Jhin. So in an ideal world, Def likes to be mid, but Scout also likes to be mid here.
Well, in goes Mouse one more time. I've seen this one before. We'll see whether Odoamne is going to bring it to the same end. Clearlove's going to clean it up. And EDG lose a lot of health bars, but do end up securing the kill.
Shoe on the other foot for Mouse right now. That must feel good, teaming up with this jungler and taking down the enemy top laner for once.
Do unto them as they do unto you. Mouse clearly got that one prepared. But yes, it's because Odoamne has no vision around that blue side. He's playing as Fog of War, and if he wants to aggressively push out to get some semblance of map control back, he has to take risks. And then suddenly, Clearlove can jump into that lane.
But this does put pressure on Mouse and Clearlove to try to siege that inner bot tower, simply because Ryu made a great response cross-map by sieging the top outer.
And we saw also Def respect that. Def is playing very far away from Ryu. He's realizing the kill pressure. And Odoamne, it was almost, he had to go for it. Because if you constantly play at the tower afraid of a potential gank, you're playing so far back that you deny your team the lane pressure. It's just an unfortunate result of the early game that caused E2K to be slightly behind. But these residual objectives are always going to go to ETG. These Scuttle Crabs, the Dragons, the Baron setup. That's the problem right now for H2K. And that's why they need to find an opening where EDG is kind of sleeping and they need to pull the trigger.
Yeah, an uncontested Dragon there that Clearlove was able to secure as he headed on down. Scout, of course, starting that up for him. Speaking of Scout, does have his Rylai's Crystal Scepter completed as well as the Morellonomicon. Blasting one should be heading towards either a Rabbidan's Death Cap, if I speak optimistically, but probably should be the Void Staff.
A lot of itemization coming in across the board as well. Deft moving up through his build. We talked about how, you know, EDG are okay to kind of sit back, let the game solve. They don't want to try to force too hard because they do have that back pocket Jhin that will be such a monster in that late game.
And it's at this point that we can start following people like Mako right here. He's laying the foundations of the vision, which is a double pink ward in your own jungle. Make sure that they don't have wards behind you. You can't teleport in it. You want to double. He's basically walking for pink wards right now before using his sweeper, so you don't waste time once it's available again. And then once he runs out of wards, he kind of has to base. He obviously doesn't want to lose too much pressure. So it's a fine, delicate balance of basing too much for wards and still using that vision and aggressively defending it as well.
They certainly have the window, since Dragon is down, that they can play towards the top side on that, but being so respectful to H2K and not moving their vision line up further. It's just pretty neutral right along the river here. Normally you start seeing teams with this type of lead moving in, invading, but definitely afraid.
Yeah, and I think HGA would like an aggressive contestation as well here, because in a full-blown out teamfight, I think they're slightly more ahead. Rumble, much more teamfight presence than an Aurelia, for example. And with a timely exhaust here, Scout's damage could be denied. If Deften gets caught out, suddenly the gold advantage means nothing.
And Ryu's pressure is amazing. The fact that he just walks into the enemy jungle, clears out a pink ward so easily. Mouse is able to take down this inner turret on the bottom side of the map. Odoamne a little bit slow on that rotation over. This Vladimir is looking huge, and we'll see whether he can control things in the fights to come.
Yeah, just the vision dance and making use of pressure. We've talked about how the LPL teams are looking a bit more controlled on the international stage after their boot camp, not running headfirst into fights. Very controlled EDG, waiting that one out and getting their prize.
I mean, EDG definitely improved in the macro game, even throughout the season. You don't go undefeated in your region with having no understanding of the game. We often joke about the LPL region of saying it's always fight, 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 no macro here. And while it may be true slightly for RNG, EDG is definitely a different beast.
Certainly is. We'll have to demonstrate it now as we move into the later stages of the game. 27 minutes in, 5,000 gold is the lead for EDG. Nothing too impactful. H2K certainly with a shot, especially if he has anything to say about it as Scout flashes forward. Forgiven in trouble, but that was so close. No cigar.
You literally just flash Artem. He just had a couple of spheres on the floor, threw them all at Forgiven's face here. Trading flashes here. H2K was yielding the bot lane vision. Like, they don't care about anything on the bot side of the map. Their only play right here is to extend the uptime of this Baron, hopefully to equalize the gold gap and find a way in here. They don't care about Dragons at all. They know they will be spread too thin if they try and contest every objective. And because people reveal on the left side of the map, he's just going to go in for a sneaky steal, but he has no vision to support him.
Well, Mouse is coming down. Clearlove there as well. The Bramble back. Head back into its shelter, I believe. There's the reset. So Jankos not going to grab that, but isn't going to get caught out as well.
Yeah, it was a little bit scary for a second there simply because Scout was also disengaging, but ultimately, Jankos decides better of it.
Yeah. It gives a little time to Ottawa to at least push out the wave slightly. They saw a couple of members in the jungle. They see mid pushed in here, so they can do kind of the math, you know. If there's 4 dots in mid lane, that means there's only 1 in the bot lane. Maybe you can 1v1, maybe you can't. So H2K kind of escaping from the pressure. A little moment to breathe, but right now there's again vision denial coming, and Mako sweeping all those wards. And then in a minute from now, it's going to be rough for H2K again.
Well, Ryu's going to set up shop back towards the top side of the map. Ottawamne heading towards top side as well. They're scared of this Baron pressure. EDG do certainly love. Last one that they took, I believe, started off at about 20 minutes into the game. But 9 minutes now, he has been available and unable to be taken.
A lot of attention is being turned towards the Infernal Drake as well as the spawning blue buff here for H2K.
And they'll have to yield all of that.
Oh no.
Nothing they can do. I mean, they can take 20 minutes to kill this blue buff. They'll probably still get it. Because there is no bot side control from H2K. They've put all their eggs in the top lane basket here. Rio as well, using the little vision that they have to aggressively push in and at least have 1 point of pressure here. Delaying EDG from advancing the vision line, stopping them, sneaking in wards here and there. That is H2K's plan right now. Build up Rio so he can carry.
That front line of defense pretty much trying to stall out long enough for Forgiven and Ottawamne to step back up in those team fights. Again, H2K are not out of this. Yes, you have the big scaling potential and threat of Jhin sitting for EDG, but Ezreal's late game damage output is absolutely disgusting, especially in the hands of someone as talented as Forgiven.
The problem is, you can dodge skill shots. You can try and shift away and get out, but when Scout hits late game critical mass, he can literally flash you RU. And what are you going to do? You can be the best player in the game, but when Riot decides that all these spheres are flying into your face, there's nothing you can do to counter it.
Very good point. Unless he buys the last item, Zhonya's.
Yeah.
That'd be the dream. That'd be a little bit too much, I believe. Jankos head back in, but doesn't find too much in his own jungle. Topside's been cleared out as well, and H2K have done a good job stalling things out. EDG still looking for a way to get themselves in here. Slowly that lead does look to be extending, despite from Ryu always getting that side lane farm.
Although we do have some setup on the bottom side of the map. Mouse.
Ottawamne is going to get Equilibrium Strike, but in goes Ryu. He's going to get the slowdown onto Mouse. Hemoplague doing some work. Jankos is going to come in as well. Clearlove is down here. Mouse is still alive. Good Primal Surge for that one, and Scout's going to make his way in. Jankos gets speared up to Clearlove. Good bullets, and Mako grabs it with the Ignite. Ryu still just causing a ruckus here in the backline, but good stun from Scout. Massive pulverize. Ryu just still can't do enough damage, and it's a double kill for Mouse.
And this is the LPL that I expect to see right there. Mouse saved by his team. The fact that EDG were able to collapse around him. Obviously wasn't expecting Ryu there because he immediately flashed out as soon as Vladimir showed his face.
I don't think anyone knew Ryu was there. He was ignored for the majority of that fight.
It feels like H2K didn't even know Ryu was there because that fight was not played out perfectly at all. We'll see it once we get to the replay here, but like the Aurelia Surge kind of got him out of the equalizer, so it's a poorly placed equalizer from Ottawamne, and it bought enough time for the team to follow up, and then Vander's pathing was very questionable. EDG right now turning to Baron here, and this was the window they were looking for. They took it slow and steady and forced the mistake out of H2K.
Well, here goes the True Shot Barrage. Not going to be enough. That would have been the dream. But no, Clearlove holds onto his smite, takes down the Baron.
All right. Pay attention to what Mouse does. He goes in, realizes he's in big trouble, flashes. H2K decide to overchase, but look at the mini-map where Forgiven and Vander are. Mouse dodges, spear, equalizer, then Mako comes in with the combo, and at this point, this fight is being won by EDG because the follow-up comes from the current call. Vander passed all the way around. Look at Vander right now. He's like, where do I go? Left, right. Okay, I guess I'm joining fight. Oh no, this guy is scary. Flash combo, Vander dies. So it's a complete whitewash for H2K. They're not on the same page. They are over-chasing after a failed engage, and they end up giving up everything they've so carefully stalled for in one single play.
And now this gold lead has ballooned even farther out of control. 8K now in favor of EDG. Sieging is going to be incredibly easy, especially because they have the Baron buff on their back, but more importantly because they are a Jhin and Syndra comp. They have the threat of the dive with the Alistar. Syndra approaches a tower. You have to respect that stun range. And then Jhin can open up the curtain call anytime he likes and just chip away at your health, force you back.
Not to mention the Nidalee also being there with a fair bit of poke of her own, and that Primal Surge in case anyone gets poked out.
EDG taking it slow, forcing just H2K to force. The group has 5 members. Then Aurelia and Nidalee go to the other side, so they have 2v1 pressure. It's actually pretty smart here. Instead of playing a 4-1, they're going for kind of a 3-2. They fake the 4-man pressure in the mid lane, forced 5-man reaction from H2K and then surprise H2K in the bottom lane with Clearlove here. So Clearlove, pretty cool to follow him in these sieges.
And they actually have a lot of safety to play the 3-2. Normally you can't do this because they'll just engage on you and kill you, but against Syndra, she can disengage so well with, you know, the multiple spheres and having a wider stun range.
Well, they are able to take down the inner turret. Decent stun onto Jankos, but doesn't last too long. Curtain Call coming in. Deft holding onto his bullets. Forgiven takes 2. Jankos is blocking for him. He's going to take the next couple, but that's going to mean the inhibitor turret falls down. Ryu gets headbutt pulved. Can they get the engage onto the Vladimir? I don't think so. They just take the turret and go.
The second Deft pulls that curtain up and starts firing his bullets, everybody pauses, trying to block, make sure they don't screw with teammates. And then that frame, 10 seconds, turret just goes down.
Looks like they're really aiming just to take this inhibitor and move on. Forgiven was stunned, but no one engaging. Just take down the inhibitor.
This entire game they're using kill pressure or kind of fake kill pressure to get objectives.
Yeah.
You're like, we're gonna kill you, psych, take a tower. We're gonna kill you, psych, take inhibitor. And H2K, every time they have to step back because they lost the early game. They're under pressure, you know, potential kill pressure from Scout coming in. So really calm and collected approach here from EDG.
It's utilizing poke correctly and abusing with the health bars, like you said, that faking that kill pressure, which, again, the LPL as a region isn't really known for our ability to run poke composition. So very nice to see this come out of EDG. The Death said that this had to be a statement game, that EDG really haven't shown themselves as contenders yet for this world title, despite have that reputation going in. This is a good look in terms of varying up their play style.
The problem I have with the result is that there's still variance in terms of what happened in the early game. I would have loved to see this game without the face check from Vander early on, accessing the laning advantage from H2K, but that is too long gone. You need to look at how clean EDG closed right now.
They're certainly looking to close pretty cleanly at the moment as the inhibitor turret falls on the top side. Mouse could still be in trouble as Odoamne, just gets surged on. Jankos gets stunned. Mouse going for the 1v2. Now just looking for the inhibitor as Ryu's turning up, getting over the side with the blade surge, but he's just buying time for his team. Nexus turret number 1 is going to go down after the bottom lane inhibitor, and there's the headbutt pulve onto Mako. Ryu dealing with it. Decent stump, but the pull comes out.
Ryu against the world right now
What
for
it
H2K.
feels like.
But yeah, it has to be a lot of vindication here for Mouse. Opens the tournament, such a poor performance. Everybody speaking not so nice things about him, you know. Picks the same champion in the Aurelia and proves that he can actually survive in the top lane too. Dodge a lot of the early aggression, buys a lot of times. Yes, he falls, but in an entirely different setting with an entirely different purpose.
Yeah, think about the guts of that, to go back to your Aurelia pick as we take another look at this play.
Yeah, I mean, he's so far ahead. And again, so we talked about earlier, you can flash a lot of Rumble's damage. If he's in stasis and has locked that Flame Spitter in the direction, you can just flash out of it and the Equalizer at the same time. Then we see some Aurelia mechanics come out while the turrets and the inhibs go down here. And right now, EDG, they've only got one thing left to do. Final push should be the game.
Only one Nexus turret remains. In fact, only one turret for H2K at all on this map. It's a gigantic gold lead of 13,000. EDG with 3 of the 4 dragons this game as well. It's been a strong performance. Bit of a mid-game lull. H2K were able to buy some time. EDG stranglehold for the last 10 minutes.
And you know, we talked about how they got so far ahead in the early game due to Vander's face check, especially in that bot lane. So yeah, it was a bit of a hiatus. H2K did a good job absorbing a lot of EDG's momentum, but at the end of the day, you still got the Jhin back there. So if your head just continued to scale up, I'll meet you late game.
And the problem with it is the numbers don't really reflect like the impact of that situation, because they stay even when they should have been ahead. You know, they're just a blind CS lead that just wasn't there. The fact that they stayed even in this matchup is so impressive by Deft and Mako, and it all plays to how they handled the level 1 here.
So this is the desperation coming from H2K. They understand that this is kind of the final stand, the 300 moment. You see Ryu looking for the flank.
He's going to get possibly onto Deft here as well as the Equalizer does come down. Lots of damage onto Scout. Good Hemo plague as Ryu's got singled out. Still has the pull, remember, as Vander looking to cause some trouble. Jankos very low as Ryu against the world. In the backline, good headbutt from Mako as Clearlove exhausted, but Primal Stone spear lands in the back of the Vampire's head, and Mouse going nuts in the backline. Forgiven's going to die. Odoamne in trouble as Deft grabs the last auto attack, and EDG will take down this inhibitor and possibly take down the game.
And this is why Mouse has the confidence to say, okay, the Aurelia pick didn't work the first time, let's go again.
That is incredible. EDG, their first truly decisive victory here at Worlds 2016 against H2K.
And they can definitely be happy right now. They tie for first place in the group, 2-1, and with a game that tells us that they should not be dropping more games in the future here. They should be able to beat every single team that is left in this group. They've lost against INTZ, but they've beaten both H2K and HQ, who look stronger.
Yeah.
EDG right now looking, again, top favorites for that #1 seed.
And right now, these tied teams, AHQ and EDG for first place in Group C, both showed very controlled games. AHQ didn't look towards the Baron until the very end, ran a very similar composition, being very poke heavy. Now EDG come out, follow their LPL brethren, as they've seen on Worlds, and look for a very controlled, slower pace game. Gone are the days of just random aggression.
But again, this is another game. You see EDG come out, bowing to the fans, looking for redemption.
And I'm glad that you used the word redemption there as well, because this feels like Mouse's redemption story. The guy looked fantastic in the late game, had still some struggles in the early game. It's not necessarily like we're now calling him a god, but still able to service the top lane fine.
And this is another game where a couple of key moments in the early game have such a large cascading impact on what happens later. What would have happened if Vander and Forgiven pulled ahead, if that also allowed Jankos to put pressure topside? Could they have put Mouse in the dumpster again? Or would he have survived 1v2 like he did later on? So many questions that get left unanswered because this game kind of snowballs in multiple directions.
And ultimately, it just comes down to that best-of-1 format. I'm so keen to see these two teams rematch across from each other, because again, we knew it was going to be an explosive bot lane. Mako and Def, they went all in when they knew that they had the advantage, but I would have loved to see what Vander and Forgiven could have done, given their summoner spells.
Yeah, assuming something would start off evenly. Another thing I want to mention is the fact that Clearlove got on the Nidalee here, and it's not necessarily a pick that he was normally known for, but looked pretty damn good.
I mean, that said, it wasn't the Clearlove that we're used to seeing in the LPL. It wasn't like he was applying pressure, being the primary facilitator for his lanes. It was the fact that, Deft and Mako had won the bottom lane so hard, were making and forcing H2K to respond to that applying pressure, and then Clearlove just kind of got to adapt and roam around.
On the other side of that coin, though, Clearlove did keep Jankos down in the jungle. He was outpacing him, stealing away some camps here left and right, and then putting a lot of vision to allow his laners to play with more confidence. So in that sense, he achieved what every Nidalee player wants to do. It's very rare does a Nidalee player go in and just clap you 1v1. That's not what he does. You win by outpacing, by vision. And I think that's the way EDG as a team approached it here too. One thing to watch here was just the adaptation from going 1-1-3 lane, roam up your mid laner, suddenly in 1-4. 4-1 split push became a 2-3. They mixed these kind of constant lane rotations up by surprising the opponent. And Clearlove was always the variable that was moving in between the lanes. So in that sense, he played very well.
Yeah, and EDG certainly did as well. And now we're going to head over to Shox, who's standing by with EDG's victorious carry.
Thank you very much, guys. Joined here by Deft from EDG after winning versus H2K. And of course, the question on everyone's minds in that after that very hyped matchup in the bottom lane, what was it like to lane versus Forgiven and Vander?
뎁 선수 우선 승리를 축하드립니다. 이번 H2K 경기에서 많은 사람들이 뎁 선수와 포기브 선수의 바텀 라인전을 많이 기대하고 이제 지켜봤었는데 어떻게 한 경기를 해보니까 포기브 선수와의 라인전이 어땠었나요?
일단 픽 자체가 저희가 좀 2대2는 좀 불리한데 갱홍이나 그런 면에서 더 좋은 픽을 뽑았는데 처음에 1렙에 저희가 그냥 1렙에 저희가 더 잘해서 그냥 라인전을 쉽게 풀어간 것 같은데 저희가 좀 무리해서 갱 한 번 당한 것 때문에 좀 게임이 길어졌던 것 같아요.
For the picks, our team's champions, we were kind of a weaker champion compared to H2K's, but at level 1, we had a good team fight, we played better, and the game was supposed to go pretty easily from that point on, but later in the game, later in the lane, we got double killed by Israel, so I think the game got kind of messy from that point.
It was quite messy, but you guys pulled out the win, and very, very convincingly so. Deft, you already have an MSI title. It is your 3rd appearance at Worlds. You have had a fantastic season in the LPL with EDG. How big are your chances to take the Summoners Cup home this year?
뎁 선수 이제 올해가 롤드컵 3번째 진출이고 이제 작년에 MSI 우승됐고 올해 LPL 썸머 때 정말 완벽한 기록으로 우승까지 이제 거머쥐었었는데요. 올해 그럼 소환사컵을 들기까지 우승을 할 수 있는 확률은 어떨까요?
저희가 일단 롤드컵 오기 전까지 되게 자신 있게 왔었는데 처음 경기에서 좀 많이 안 좋은 모습을 보이면서 지금 피드백을 최대한 많이 하면서 고쳐가고 있어서 일단 저번 MSI도 미국에서 열렸었는데 저희가 우승을 했었거든요. 그래서 일단 미국에서 롤드컵도 열렸으니까 좀 우승할 수 있을 것 같아요.
Before we came to Worlds, we were actually full of confidence and we felt really, really good. But after we came here, we had a really bad performance out of the first game. So after our first game, we had a lot of feedbacks going on and we're trying to fix those mistakes. And last year at MSI, we won MSI at the States, at Florida. So now we're back at NA. I think we could also make some good memories here at World Championship.
All right, well, looking forward to that. A victory here for EDG and well on their way to get out of groups. And our analysts have a lot to talk about, so let's check in with Dash and the gang.
Thank you very much, Shocks. EDG picking up a win there. Gentlemen, we had talked about them needing to make a statement in this game and pulling out something dominant. My question to you is, did they do that?
Not really.
Not really.
We want them to bounce back in a big way, but they're not doing that right now. They're still not really showing a bunch of cohesion either through the draft or through their actual in-game play, and they're not looking like a LPL powerhouse that we expected to see.
And to speak to your point, the reason why that is because the moves that EDG was making to accelerate the game were based off of H2K's mistake. H2K would just make an aggressive play that just wasn't very good, and then EDG would respond, react, and then punish after that, as opposed to what we saw out of cleaner games like AHQ's previous game or SKTs, where they're able to actually create their own moves by themselves and get the advantages without the need of the opponent messing up.
Yeah, but I will say, I think that EDG looked a bit more comfortable back to their LPL form. You know, Mouse is on his most played champion in the LPL, Aurelia, and they have the comfort factor with Scout, where he roams top pretty early in the game. They did that the same thing in the finals. It got them in an early lead. And also, if you look at the macro game they're playing right now, it looks a lot more like the EDG style, where they play slow and methodical, challenge every round. And right now, it is just the 2v2 top.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing that you mentioned there, Clement, is the scout factor helping out Mouse in the top lane. Because if this was game one, day one, that probably would have been a kill as far as Lee Sin sneaking into that brush, but the Cinder Roam comes at exactly the right time, and it ends up being double buffs. Not to mention, it felt like Auto Omni stuck around a bit too long.
And for that play beforehand, Jankus was waiting in that brush, almost completed the recall. I think he was expecting the Nidalee to actually be showing up because Nidalee was MIA, but they didn't look at the map. They didn't see the mid lane ward where Scout was moving up to the top side. And as a jungler, when you're trying to gank a Syndra, that's always going to be disaster.
Right, so that play happened at 8 minutes into the game, and then it felt like nothing. Exactly as you mentioned, the EDG wasn't making proactive moves. We stalled out. We saw Ryu able to put some split push pressure on and definitely spread the map out, but EDG just didn't look decisive until 31 minutes when exactly, again, as you mentioned, we see H2K make the aggressive move, EDG respond and take advantage.
And there's going to be a lot of mechanical misplays here, but initially, Silence Rumble, he's going to get ganked by, or he's going to get ganked by the Vladimir, and the equalizer's going to come down. He's going to wish he's going to have this later.
Yeah, both major team fight ultimates were burned by H2K on a fairly tanky Aurelia for Mouse. I think Mouse played this spectacularly, but if we're thinking about the way EDG would want to close out the game, this was H2K giving it to him. EDG did react in the proper way, but if they are going to be the dominant team we're expecting them to be, they need to be able to set up those plays before it happened. They played it great. Mouse played great in that situation, but it was H2K giving them to him in that set.
I mean, you can see it right there on the gold graph. I mean, there's very little change or increase in gold differential between that, 11-minute mark and that 30-minute mark. It was after that fight where they're able to pick up the Baron and then use that Baron to really push down the objectives that they could accelerate the game.
And I think it was because EDG was just unable to respond to the lane assignment that H2K had. Vladimir was able to 1v2 the dual lane throughout most of the time, while Syndra was able to hold down the dual lane. So dual lane versus mid laner every single time, and nothing is really being created except for the pressure of Aurelia and Nidalee.
All right, let's talk about that scout factor one more time as we're going to award him with player of the game this time around.
Yeah, I think he played a lot better. The Syndra matchup, of course, in the Vladimir is not that good. Vladimir really doesn't, you can't get lane kill pressure on him, and he does have that Silent effect. But if you look at the game, he put a lot of pressure on Forgiven, forced him out in lane multiple times, and slowly whittled down the game for them.
All right, well, you got somebody you want to throw in
I
at the
think
end
it's
there?
important to say that he did have a good debut since it was Pawn in for the first 2 games, and we're seeing some of the reasons why they played him here. Pawn didn't have the same type of presence on the map, even if he may have been a little bit better laner and looked a bit more impressive in team fights, and I think that's one of the big reasons Scout gets player of the game.
And they end week 1 with a victory. That's the most important part of it all. Stick around because it's Albus, Nox, Luna versus G2 right after the break.
Clearlove has in 13 run pages. He's so ahead. I don't understand his genius.
Which this is a big mistake by Van der Kamp.
There's the play. Oh my god! The auto attack grenade, and that's going to be first blood. Ryu still just causing a ruckus here in the backline, but good stun from Scout. Massive pulverize. Ryu just still can't do enough damage. Ryu against the world in the backline. Good headbutt from Mako as Clearlove exhausted, but Primal Stone spear lands in the back of the Vampire's head, and Mouse going nuts in the backline. Forgiven's going to die out of one in trouble. EDG, their first truly decisive victory here at Worlds 2016 against H2K.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
Welcome back to the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium as we speak. LCL representatives Albus Nox Luna is readying up to take on European champions G2 Esports. And FLICKR, he predicted a continuing success on this international stage. Am I right, Chris?
Yeah, he talked about like that this group is looking pretty interesting, but he said he actually expects that we can qualify for a shot of getting to quarterfinals, and it is definitely possible. If this group right now has Rocks Tigers in the lead 2-0, right below it's CLG tied with Albus Nox Luna, and all the way at the bottom 0-2 is G2 Esports. So this match is so imperative for them to win if they want to get out of groups and not become the laughingstock, honestly, of international tournaments as the #1 European team here. They need to win this match.
It is no controversial opinion to say that this is the best chance that an IWC team has ever had at exiting a group stage. And that said, Crepo, I'd like to offer and extend a welcome to you. Welcome to the IWC region.
Yeah, welcome to IWC smashing here. G2 playing closer to the level of Albus Luna as opposed to the level that was expected of them, to be honest. You know, they had a really good regular season, went undefeated in series over in Europe, but right now, all the talk about like this time is going to be different. We're going to come in more prepared, you know, play better. It's not showing. And G2 right now, I feel like they can't even exit this match as a winner. I think they can only exit as a really big loser or be okay with the result when they win.
I mean, that said, G2 gave Rocks Tigers a very good run for their money yesterday. Really just coming down to that Baron steal from Peanut. So while I do agree that their scoreline doesn't show it, there have been massive leaps and bounds in terms of improvement.
But the pressure from the fans and the community, and even the pressure they put on themselves, if they exit today being 0-3, that would be such a disaster. They have to get the win. And that pressure can be used by Albus Nox Luna to maybe make some creative plays, you know. Hashtag just tilt them is definitely a possibility in this matchup.
Not even sure whether that's a hashtag, but let's see who's lining up on stage. Beginning with the LCL's Albus Nox Luna, it'll be Smurf up there on the top side of the map, PvP Steos in the jungle, Kira in the mid lane as A-Miracle and FLICKR are the AD carry and support, and Aspa will be the coach.
And FLICKR, he's got some fierce eye game going on.
He's so scary.
That's the
so scary in that
If these
photo.
teams were facing each other, it would be a problem. Luckily, they're standing next to each other. For G2 Esports, it is still expecting the top lane, Trick in the jungle, Perks in the mid lane, Sven and Mithy are the bot lane of this team, and Young Buck is still their coach, and he will need to get them a good draft, an aggressive draft, to stop the early aggression for Albus Nox Luna, and then take over in the mid game, where G2 have shown decent closure of games.
Yeah, and do you think that Albus Nox Luna will be able to use the same sort of surprise tactics here against G2? Because I'm pretty sure they've spent some time facing off, so it'll be difficult.
I mean, I'm sure the bot lane is aware of how FLICKR plays. Like, this guy plays a lot of solo queue. He plays in a very unique manner, I think is the best way to say.
Yeah.
It's bloodthirsty is the word that you're looking for. This guy has the highest DPM of any support at the tournament, but that also means that, they're not related, but he also has the lowest amount of wards placed. And he also spends the most amount of time away from his AD carry. So FLICKR roams a lot, he fights a lot, and he's very hungry.
FLICKR the kind of guy that shows up in your top lane level 3 and is like, yo, I'm here. I'm also not building wars. I'm just going to go full AP brand support. Like, he is unconventional is the best way to put it. I think Sven and Mithy have a lot of experience playing against him because he definitely plays a lot in the Challenger over on the European server. So, and he's one of the playmakers for the team that needs to be held in check.
And this is the matchup that I'm truly excited for. Sven and Mithy facing across from FLICKR and A Miracle. I'm really excited to see them step up and kind of go toe-to-toe with this bloodthirsty support.
I mean, on paper, we have to be honest, Sven and Mithy should smash that 2v2.
Yes.
We'll see whether they can as we are into Champion Select. Sivir and Olaf will be taken away by Albus Nox, and G2 going to get rid of the Nidalee and the Syndra. So 2 champions that we're not going to see in back-to-back games.
I'm so surprised that we haven't really seen a big emphasis on that Aurelion Sol after the ban. It was definitely a meta pick in the scrims, but maybe the continued kind of disabling of that champion has led to just playing different champions and building like relationships between champions that they can't slot Aurelion Sol into.
And it's not just even the scrims. We saw Aurelion Sol before the ban came through, you know, hitting the ban bitch, the fact that RNG did pick it, tried to play it into that mid game. So it's not like teams came into the tournament and didn't want anything to do with it. He just hasn't shown up.
Well, Kennen, the final ban here for Albus Nox, and the Jace, the answering ban. So still a lot of champions available. The jungle pool only getting hit by the Nidalee.
Yeah, as this tournament progresses, quite some of these teams rather are moving bans to the top lane. Kennen, Rumble, Jace continuously being pressured. Leaves the likes of Irelia open. Let's not forget, Expect used to be a very predominantly only Irelia player. He has obviously shown versatility in his champion pool, but he may pick it up again later.
Well, then Elise will be locked in there for Smurf. PvP Steos on an early ganking jungler. See whether that is going to be what gets them over the line as expected. Thinking about the Rumble, these would make some sense, these picks, but Elise in seeing less and less success.
I really like that they are narrowing the top lane champion pool and then prioritizing getting that Rumble. Rumble has been blind picked a lot throughout this tournament. He's shown himself to be a very capable and safe laner. I especially like it when he's used in tandem with Lee Sin, because then you're bringing physical damage through your jungler if you want to run that double AP, which we've seen a lot of this tournament.
Quite hard to gank though, that's the only caveat right there.
Yeah.
If you want to gank a Rumble Lee lane, there is no hard to see, so flashes can turn that around, especially in a 2v2. Elise has the advantage that a Cocoon leads to instantaneous follow-up, but G2 is pivoting and they lock in the early Karma.
Yeah, instead using that flex pick there, so we don't know if that's going to go in Mithy's hands, if it's going to go in Perk's hands, so still hiding their cards a little bit, facing across from Luna.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility here with these two. As we head over, we'll see what Albus Nox decide to complement this Elise with. Currently thinking about high pressure AD carry for A Miracle. I have a feeling Liquid's going to hold on to his pick. Of course, no brand ban.
Yeah, no brand. Karma lane's fine in both brand support and Bard support. She's a fine range mage that turns into more utility later on. The problem when you play a lot of these mage supports, it's that they kind of have to index into AP, and it's very hard to find harmony between AP itemization and support itemization. Karma solves that kind of beautifully by moving into the utility role later on while still having really strong base damages.
And we can clearly see that in Liquid's stat for his sight stone. He has the latest sight stone of any support in the tournament. It takes him 9 minutes and 50 seconds before he builds that sight stone, so he is no stranger to that AP itemization.
Yeah, for people that have like, when does a support finish the side stone? That's roughly like a minute 30 later than you would expect the average side stone to come out.
I believe the average for the tournament is about 7:15.
Well, he does like his Frost Fangs, the old Liquid. Of course, not on the likes of Tahm Kench. She was playing last time we saw him. Mean Frog, and it is still available. It's now Perks having a look at the Zed. Sven having a look.
These are
at
definitely
the
tribute hovers. Perks not likely to pick blind Zed, especially when you have rotation to go.
Unless it's
Ezreal
super
team
confident.
safe. And Trundle, technically a double flex here too, can still move into the support role. Mithy plays a really mean Trundle, has really good pillar placement.
And it's also a takeaway from Smurf, because he's also shown phenomenally on that pick himself. So I like the fact that you're like you said, getting multiple flex picks in there, still hiding your hand, not giving away everything, and then also denying a power pick, limiting that top lane champion pool away from Smurf.
Yeah, it's going to be the third time in a row that we've seen the Trundle picked into the Poppy towards the top side of the map. So pretty comfortable in that counter pick is G2.
I like this draft from G2. Love me some flex in, especially if you have the counter pick on red side.
Oh, I know, Crepo. I know how much you love to flex.
Oh, it is going to be Ezreal picked up as well.
Liquid's hair is phenomenal.
It's glorious. Yeah.
I look like a peacock, but that guy is just flowing mane of fabulous Fabio hair.
You could get a job as like one of the hair product advertises
L'Oreal,
after his
because brand support is worth it.
Oh my God, speaking of which, and that is going to be 2 signature champions locked in for Albus Nox Luna, the Anivia FLICKR, 100% win rate throughout the regular season, didn't play it all that much, and the brand support for FLICKR.
Yeah, they finish off their composition, the composition of ice and fire here. Anivia mid lane blind is bold. There have to be counter picks here. Luckily, Cinder's off the board, so the early pressure on Anivia is hard, but a Cleanse Cassiopeia could do the trick. It's really hard to play post 6, but you can definitely win that matchup early. But we could see some of the more standard picks, though, like an Orianna come out. Maybe if Perkz is feeling confident, cast it in, but I think I like the Orianna the most.
And if this Orianna does get locked in, it will mean that Mithy will be picking up that Karma. So again, the very self-sufficient Ezreal Karma lane, across from a brand support, though.
You need to lock in the Karma support, because against the brand support, you can get the jungle poked out, but I think Ezreal Karma is more than fine as long as you don't eat the brand Q. The trick to play against this lane is to hide in the creeps, but step out of W, but then never eat the Q and hide behind minions. So I think Zven and Mithy are both smart enough to achieve that.
Yeah, we saw them yesterday actually playing fantastically well against the Rock's bottom lane, so I expect that they will understand how to play this one out, especially with solo queue experience. That is going to be a team composition. The Orianna will be locked in for G2.
And late game, how is Albus Nox Luna going to win a fight that when they're not ahead? Because they have a very short range on a lot of their players here. And G2 is running a phenomenal kite composition. If Trundle wins the side lane, which he will later on because of the nature of his ultimate, the remaining 4 members of G2 can always stave off engages by simply walking backwards. Disengage from kick, disengage from the zone from Orianna ulti, and then Ezreal and Karma. There are no better bot lane kiting duo.
And I also love the bridging power spikes across G2's composition. The fact that you have the early game presence of the Lee Sin, that Orianna does really well in that 3-item kind of little bit late game, mid game, and then Ezreal's really going to take over that mid game. So at every point in this game, they should have an answer that they can look somewhere.
Yeah, and be able to do battle against the Elise. PvP Steos has a lot on his plate this game.
So much pressure on this Elise. He needs to break open the early game, find an opening, get a gank, maybe get the brand support rolling, roam together, cocoon into stunlock. He has to control the early game.
And that's the thing, though. He's got so many options and opportunities. He can look towards that bot lane. Lucian Brand, that's super heavy kill pressure. Their 3v3 is absolutely terrifying when you include Elise in that. Or he can look top lane, try to slow down that Trundle, make sure that there's not a 4-1 available option for G2.
But it's so hard to gank a double range bot lane, so it is likely that Seos is going to group up with an Anivia in the mid lane or just head top. Both these lanes can guarantee CC plus Flower for the cocoon here, so much is possible on the top side of the map for ANX.
That's exactly right, but remember, fly your fandom flag on Twitter. Use the hashtag ANXWin if you believe in Albus Nox, or the hashtag G2Win if you believe in Europe.
And say hi to that guy's mom.
Hi.
Hi. You should have put a name there. How are we supposed to say it? Never mind.
I love fan signs.
We are going to be hopping onto the Rift, and we'll see whether it's going to be another ANX victory. They do have momentum moving into this one, but G2 looked hungry in their game against the Rocks Tigers.
And already you see such an aggressive positioning from Liquid and A Miracle to start this, having that brand support behind them, waiting for Sven or Mithy to walk into vision.
Yeah, but it's very rare from watching Sven and Mithy a lot. They're pretty smart at figuring out the ways to counter, so sidestep. Once abilities go on cooldown, you have counter trade potential.
Yeah, there it is.
And again, these bot lanes are fairly familiar with each other. They get to see Liquid a lot in solo queue, but meanwhile top.
Yep, Smurf in trouble. Nice Q. Slows down Trick. He throws a buckler at him as well for good measure. So everyone just testing one another. I believe G2 came out ahead on that front though, as Kira doesn't find the stun onto Perkz.
Quite a few sidesteps already here. Both Q and Brand W have in sidesteps so far.
Also great manipulation of Fog of War, making sure that he's stepping in and out of that brush to lay down just a little bit of damage on Perkz with the auto attacks.
Nothing really to talk of just yet though, just everyone getting their eye in on their skill shots.
Slowest moving auto attack in the game. Credit where it's due.
They actually
not too bad on this particular skin as well.
This is true.
No, they fixed it in general for Anivia here. Early push is very important, but Orianna is actually getting it.
Yeah, cute little pillar there from FLICKR on the bottom side as Mithy throws back a cube. It doesn't hit the minion wave.
Yeah, gets the backhand though. Look at his range creep. There's already poked down, so in range support matchups, it's incredibly important that you get the push going here. Aggressive trading here. Good use of minions too. But that ball is so annoying to play against. Like trying to last it as Anivia while keeping track of Orianna's ball and dodging ganks at the same time is very hard feat.
Of course, Kira does have a lot of practice on the champion, known as the Anivia player. FLICKR doesn't find that pillar of flame. Sven doesn't find the Q though. Albus Nox just going to move themselves back, calm things down.
Yeah, but you already have the advantage for Sven and Mithy right now because they're both level 2, whereas FLICKR is still sitting at level 1, so taking control of the lane right now with their poke.
Yeah, Mithy definitely playing for utility here. First getting caught here by a couple of good combos from Kira. Mithy playing for that utility later on with the Wind Speakers. No Thunderlord's Karma. Trick just passing through mid lane. Has been spotted here, so he could eat the cocoon on the way in, but he's actually just gonna deflect here and go for the Scuttle Crab. Just getting the Scuttle Crab vision is really good because at least can't actually go over walls as easily as like a Rek'Sai. So River Vision means that now Mithy and Sven can keep pushing bot lane and put a ward in Tribush and actually be safe while still maintaining a lot of pressure.
Oh, another stun from Kira.
We need a stun counter graphic at this point.
He's really got his eye in though. Those first couple of misses, he needed him. You know, because now he's hitting him left, right, and center.
Calibrating.
Yeah.
If you're not familiar with Kira, Anivia is his signature champion. He also did win the 1v1 All-Star tournament for the IWC regions.
It's actually a pretty funny guy. He says he used to be the equivalent to Froggen because he played Anivia a lot. Then he both moved his champion pool and he actually got a daughter. And he's like, now I'm more of the Alex Leach kind of guy. And he said his next goal is like, I just want to be the next Faker.
All right.
Well, progression in mid laners.
Enjoying some broccoli perhaps as well. Mithy, Name Miracle. Facing off, looks like the support versus AD carry, that particular stage.
And they're definitely keeping the Brand support locked down because Brand can't actually hit his spells that easily. W is sidesteppable, and then the Q follow-up can be blocked by minions, and it's so much easier to do that while you're pushing.
That's the big thing, the fact that his CC is on a skill shot, so if you have more minions in front of you, if you're always pushing, it's going to deny any of that hard CC and a lot of that kill pressure that Brand support will bring.
Yeah, and look, the combination of that Scuttle Crab and that Tribush ward that we mentioned made it so that Steos had to waste so much time, and now Trick can move into Fog of War completely unspotted here, and if Mithy can kind of act his way into a potential dive.
Oh, the cute little wall, and Perks takes so much damage. The cleanse not gonna work out. In goes Steos to flash forward, and that's first blood for Kira.
Oh, we saw Faker do this yesterday, just cleansing a little bit too fast.
And it's actually much harder in the Anivia matchup because when an Anivia lets her Q go through the enemy, you expect them to flash. So most Anivias want to pop it really early, but Kira held it pretty long, so Perks actually cleansed early, I believe. Let's watch this again. Let's see what happens with this Q. Wall comes out to guarantee the path. Q comes through. Pretty early pop. Pretty bad cleanse. Honestly, Perks just misplayed this. This wasn't a massive outplay from Kira. Yes, he landed a skill shot, but at this point, you got to flash.
Oh, and Mithy now in trouble on the bottom side. Good exhaust under Steos as the Brand passive is going to explode. In comes Expect and just chomps down on the Brand support. In goes the heroic charge, though, from Smurf, but he gets destroyed in answer as G2, three-man squad heading towards ANX. Expect launches forward, catches a cocoon.
It looked good for G2 initially, but both teams kind of over-eager, over-aggressive, and they trade support for top laner, but that's both teleports now burned.
Yeah, super good cocoon there at the end, because I think he was actually going for the flash auto reset.
Is that blind?
They knew where Mithy was roughly as he walked in. Both teleports come in here, so they finish up Liquid. Then Expect kind of goes for the chase instead of peeling. That pillar, I think it stopped the charge for Poppy. It's a really good pillar interaction. But right now, he wants to go for auto into Q, and right before he gets his auto or Q off, he eats a cocoon here. So over-eager from Expect, trying to make the hero play here, but that pillar, though, canceled heroic charge.
Yeah, and we was talking about PvP Steos. We said that he's the one that needs to perform, and everyone believes it as Albus knocks 62%.
LCL fans showing up in mass, but where are the EU LCS fans? Come on, guys, get in there.
Wow.
That sums it up.
Damn right. The belief in this Albus Nox squad, it's there. See whether they can continue to perform. It's 500 gold the lead for this team.
And it's so important that Kira got that early kill because not only can he now keep the push up with some of the vision he has in River, he gets an early tier, which usually puts him back down in like a combat deficiency, but because he gets it so early and there's only a Dorns to match on the side of Perks, he actually has really good trades. He also gets his level 6 early, which means he can push, which in turn means that Perks has to use his mana to catch the wave, which loses perks to kill pressure or the counter pressure here. So it's all these little things that add up to each other, making this matchup more favorable. And major props to Kira for landing these early Qs time and time again, and then having Stayhouse come in for the kill.
But what I want to see then is Stayhouse return for another kill. So Perk still doesn't have his flash, still doesn't have his cleanse available. They do have those timers, and I want to see it punished. We do see him hovering around the red buff right now.
Yeah, he's just looking to translate his advantage that he got from a matchup and to put it on Trick, because Trick is slightly ahead here. So Stayhouse is looking to catch up. Also, that cleanse will be up soon. That's why Kira is also playing back here. Doesn't have jungle support. He is respecting the range.
Yeah, Mithy not deciding to commit to that gank in the mid lane as well. Kira had the wave push back towards him.
And now you can probably see Kira play more aggressive because they spot the Lee Sin and they know where everybody is right now, because Kira himself can't play too aggressively because he doesn't have flash. If he walks into Orianna ultimate plus Lee Sin follow-up, he will die.
Yeah. Well, Smurf just going to go back to farming things out, shoving this one towards the turret, does so very effectively. As in goes a Miracle. Cute little arcane shift to get Sven out of the way of the piercing light.
And so far, 64 to 67, just kind of checking back in. Sven and Mithy have had control of the wave for the majority of this, but they're not really translating this into keeping a Miracle and FLICKR down.
Yeah, the lane itself will never really snowball that far out. Like, Karma Ezreal will only win super hard if you get massive poke advantage. But there was also, remember, Stayhouse spent a good 30 seconds hovering, giving pressure, basically telling Sven and Mithy, you can't walk up and poke, you can't win this lane farther. So in a sense, the fact that they're up about 10 CS in this matchup is winning it pretty hard.
Well, Trick looking to make that even harder. So he can head over that wall. We'll take a bit of a drink. Double ward. Nice. It's twice the vision, guys. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's not always that easy. I'm actually kidding. That ward is really easy. It's the one over the dragon pit.
Yeah, that's the tough one.
I don't even try that one anymore. I just walk around.
There was that thing where you're supposed to hit it on some certain part of the wall, but it's not about that.
The sign, but they moved the sign.
Ah, we're bastards. Smurf and Expect still just smacking on with one another. Perks goes and grabs himself a blue buff. PvP Stayhouse got his own red buff as well as Tricks.
Perks has done a really good job kind of eating up time, staying out of the spotlight while waiting for his flash and his cleanse to come back up. So we will have both those summoners available. So we wanted to see PvP Stayhouse kind of make a turnaround, come back towards the mid lane, try to punish that, but Perks has been able to wait it out.
It's impossible, because this is why this matchup looks really fun on paper, but this is also why people used to hate Season 2, because these guys...
loved Season 2.
They're ranged mages. They can farm from pretty far, and then they can move to Raptors and farm some more. They're pretty safe, especially with cleanse and flash up.
Shove the wave, walk away, hang out at your turret.
Yep.
See you in 5 minutes.
Well, Trick was looking for Smurf, but a little bit early on the aggression from Expect as he shoves Smurf out of the way. Trundle is just asserting dominance up here. 15 CS is the lead.
Pings in river on Liquid, so they see him moving towards the dragon, indicating that G2 should know the dragon's being started right now. That's also why the pressure is being pushed up in the mid lane. But G2 are going for reaction. They don't want to give up Infernal, but it's already too late.
Yeah, it's going to be taken here by Albus Nox. They may have to use double flashes, and they do, but that gets themselves out safely, and an Infernal Drake in their back pocket.
And they committed on the teleport. Expect followed through with it. Meanwhile, check out where Smurf is sitting. He's just sitting there waiting. Do I need to burn my teleport? Are you guys okay?
They're like, yep, we'll press an F button and it'll be fine.
They take the free objective and he gets to walk top.
Yeah, because G2 were trying to extrapolate on limited information. They saw Liquid move towards the dragon, but unbeknownst to them, it had already been started 10, 15 seconds ago, so the dragon was actually super low. They expected the dragon to be like 95% HP by the time Liquid walked up, but it was actually walking up to secure the finish, and that kind of threw G2 off. Because they weren't certain, they just went ahead with the play, because one of the major things that cost them their game against CLG was being slow on the TP trigger. So this is a reaction from that earlier loss.
And a big difference between how Albus Nox found their victory versus INTZ is they didn't actually do it with a massive snowball. It wasn't like they, camped a lane, got a cheese, and then snowballed from there. Their game against CLG, or their victory against CLG, was actually very back and forth in terms of the gold lane.
Oh, a Miracle throws down the culling Sven. Gets himself out, holds onto his summoner spells, but yep, message received.
Still has heal available, so he was fine, but there's good pressure, good calling.
That's what I was just about to point out. The play-by-play casters get so excited. Meanwhile, I'm like, flash heal, he's fine.
Hey man, they were hitting each other with moves. It's really exciting.
Calling came out. Let me talk about it.
Exactly. Oh, Smurf, gonna bring the hammer down, or the lollipop down.
Also, there's no ward here. Maybe we can bait Expect in here. Poppy can set up for a really good cocoon if he just does the R first.
See whether he does. Yeah, Throws it, Expect into the skies. PvP Steos has to deal with some minions. Decent pillar, and the flash has to be used. Nicely done by Expect, though.
Synergy on that gang could have been better. You can layer the spell so they land pretty much frame perfect here. Expect should always be able to get out with the flash, but slightly suboptimal on that gang.
So we just got word that Trick has only done 178 damage this game, whereas
to champions.
To champions, where PvP Stayhost has done over 1,000 damage to champions.
What's in the name?
Yeah.
Meteos, apparently.
Well, Sven, take a fair bit of damage here as a Miracle gets the jump on him.
I like the record to state I was referencing the PvP part in PvP Steos. I had nothing to do with this burn, and this was all for Skirn.
He played really well at 55 minutes.
He certainly did. Look at the highlight reel. Meteos winning the game. Say Miracle cops a Q to the face. FLICKR wants to throw some pillars down. And oh, not going to land the Q there onto Mythy, but a Miracle now with his Ghost Blade done, utilizing the power spike, and the junglers turn up at exactly the same time, nullify one another.
Yeah, it forces the flash from Mythy here. Right now, ANX, once they hit level 6, they have the kill pressure in this lane because they just unlock another killing ability, especially one that can bounce on the back end when you're trying to run away from the fight here. As opposed to Karma, as we talked about before, she translates into a utility carry right now. So this is the rough point for Sven. Still stacking that tier. Karma level 6 doesn't offer much combat potential. But Liquid and Miracle are sitting on a ton of damage, hitting the Yomu's power spike as well. So this is the breaking point. Bot lane for G2 has to be careful.
Not to mention the Frostfang power spike.
Hey, adds up.
Yeah, it's legit. Spurks still able to get some decent damage onto Kira here. Goes down the ult just to try and get some last hits. And he already has his Rod of Ages completed. It's lost chapter there for Perks, wanting to build towards the Morellonomicon, but does have the Mercury's treads, which
and
is going to be important.
The Anivia Dream as well, sitting on about
The
10
Anivia
CS.
Dream.
Yeah, love me like Anivia.
He knows
yes.
Anivia.
100% win rate, I'm pretty sure. In competitive play, my
nice
friend.
meme. But like, if you get 10 CS per minute, you get early tier and you get your Rod of Ages early, you can actually go one of the more like better builds because you can still alternate your build path later on. If you get behind in this build, you kind of have to go for an early Void Staff. But right now, even after board items, you can still finish Morellonomicon, Deathcap, Zonias. You can really play with what the game needs from you, as opposed to being forced to go for like an early Void Staff. So a really good spot here for Kira to be in.
Well, still putting the pressure on. Look at this. Doesn't need a minion wave. Shove this one out. Expands that Glacial Storm. Albus Nox do have a lot of pressure. We'll see whether Kira can actually get anything done elsewhere, but that bird doesn't move all that far.
So you have a back coming in for Sven and Mythy, and on this information, Albus Nox are actually moving in to contest this blue buff. We'll see if they catch Trick. He should be clear of the danger zone, but they're now rotating this pressure to look for the first tower advantage, and it's going down.
And it doesn't matter that G2 know this play is coming. There's nothing they can do about it. This is a change to the new turret aggro. Kira caught off guard. If you trigger an aggro effect, even if the person is not under tower, but you are, and he's behind the tower, you will still get aggro here. So Kira getting surprised just a little bit.
Yeah, and this is a big deal. 2,000 gold now the lead for Albus Nox. PvP Steos will find Mythy here. Uses the flash very early on as Kira jumps himself over.
Had to.
Yeah.
Just like flash.
Nice E as well.
This is the reaction from G2. They concede bot side, but they move into mid, hoping to zone them off in rotation, get a little bit of chip damage here, maybe some wards, at least force the summoner here. Was all they could do though. ANX.
Gentleman's agreement.
Yeah, the dance off on the top side of the map, and a Trundle will always win that battle. It makes the most sound.
When you deal so little damage in trades that it's worth dancing against each other.
That's when you know you got a good top lane matchup. But Albus Nox, after that small amount of excitement that we experienced in their jungle, do get to move forward.
Well, it's
Vision
fine.
down themselves.
Because the arena is being set up right now. The Ocean Dragon is spawning in 7 seconds. Albus Nox made their reputation on the IWCQ tournament that they like to fight. So they're starting to set up their vision, and they're going to set this up. We'll see if G2 want to walk into it.
But their comp is so punishing for people that want to aggressively contest
look at the wall.
because they can block off. They also have 3 line skill shots that they can hit in Cocoon, the Anivia Q, and the Brand Q that they can use anything for a stun. So they have really good punish if they can get the control. The problem is they have a low range composition that has a hard time sometimes getting control of the areas. But with this lead, ANX are in a position to snowball here. And let's not forget this game. This is G2 Esports, 0-2 in this group. They're desperately looking for a win. To go 0-3 would be a complete failure. And yeah, they probably don't want to open up Reddit after this one.
Well, it's not necessarily about that. It's about the fact that they looked so good against the Rocks Tigers. That loss would have been crushing. We might be feeling the after effects of that here by G2. It's Albus Nox capitalizing on it. But remember, this Albus Nox squad have a lot of comfort champions. Everyone just feeling pretty good where they are. The brand support for FLICKR couldn't be more comfortable. Spoken about Kira a lot.
In the same vein, though, I mean, you look at Sven's items, he's still waiting on big power spikes from the Ezreal. So
Yeah.
there's no real pressure or onus on G2 that they need to make plays right now.
No.
So don't look at this gold lane and be like, oh, you know, G2 are going to lose again, because this game's still wide open. It can swing either way.
No,
Trundle's going to be a big factor too.
Yeah, INTZ need to keep doing what they have been doing. And just like you said there, Trundle scales really well into the late game. If we kind of advance the timer 10 minutes, G2 ideally want to be in a position. Hang on, not there.
Dance around here as Trick, dodges out of the way of the cocoon as PvP Styles gets kicked back to Mythy. The ultimate comes down, but Liquid only gets a couple of bounces, and back in goes the Lee Sin. Good pillar from Expect as PvP Styles is going to be taken down. Another Q lands, but Trick not going to follow.
G2 is tired of waking, and they bake the aggression upon themselves. They make the move, sidestep a couple of skill shots here. That is a weakness in this ANX composition. A lot of their spells are dodgeable.
I was going to say 18 minutes in the game. It's really nice to see you finally show up, Trick, but you did it when it counts. Now taking this advantage and moving it top lane. Oh, Rift Herald first.
Rift Herald first, but it's a little dangerous here. Smurf could contest here. Trick pretty low, no kick.
There's so much AoE damage. The brand ultimate is down, however.
Oh, Liquid lands a nice double pillar of fire there.
Again, there's so much AoE damage, it's very dangerous to funnel yourself into the tiny little coliseum like that. So good disengage from G2.
But yeah, the lack of proactivity on the side of Albus Nox Luna leaves a window where G2 can at least try and equalize the game. Over eager, of course, to go for that Rift Herald, but we need to see more of these pickoffs, you know, where they use the pressure in one lane to at least get vision and then make a pickoff, because as we were talking about earlier, G2 is scaling fine. In the mid game, an Orianna Trundle Ezreal composition can 3v5 teamfights.
Well, Kira grabs another blue buff. We'll head back to that mid lane. Expect clearing out some Krugs. Things slowing down once again. 1,500 gold the lead. G2, they do look comfortable. They look fine. Just waiting for that time where they can take over.
Yeah, it's just a tough composition to play. There's almost no playmaking ability outside of Trick really having to outplay his opponents, because Lee Sin, without any assistance, is pretty telegraphed. So you need to go for the flanks, the kick flashes, etc.
They do have a good ball delivery system in terms of, you know, placing the ball on Trick. So like you said, he's still that primary engage tool, but you also have Mythy in tandem with that. So able to use the Karma speed, get Lee Sin in position. So still hard to execute, but they do have options.
Yeah. Later on, though, G2 is looking to kite. We talked a little bit about it in Champions League, but as Expect is finishing up this item build, also the recipient of both kills here, so that speaks volumes for G2's mid-game plans. They want to put Expect on a side lane, have him push, and then once the objective contestation starts, that's when GT want to kite backwards. It's really hard for Steos, Kira, or even LIKR to reach and stunlock anybody if G2 is moving backwards.
And we all know what Trundle can do in a split push scenario as well come the late stages of the game. Can hold on to that if they would like to, but Albus Nox, even in almost every single lane as far as CS, only about 5 in it at the maximum. G2 moving up towards the top side. Looks like this is where the next turret will be aimed for.
They don't know that it's a 3v3, however. PvP Stayhouse still hasn't been spotted by that ward, though there is one around the corner.
Yeah, but they can expect it though. Usually when you have your jungler somewhere in the mid game, the opposing jungler will be there too. There's no reason for him to be bot lane right now. Has been spotted out too, so you get confirmation on the expectation. Now it becomes a vision war.
But now G2 just need to buy up enough of Albus Nox's time that Trundle can continue to abuse Smurf in that bot lane.
Yeah, the problem is it very rarely results in turret
abusing,
pressure.
but the tower is what he wants. If Smurf can hold the creep wave in front of it, however, pull like a Shin.
That's kind of the battle here. That's why this Trundle also goes for a very lifesteal heavy build, because you want to hit the tower, get hit yourself, and then lifesteal up here. But now Perks.
Oh, there's the Shockwave Kira, can't flash it. It's a decent cocoon, but in goes Trick. The egg will be available. PvP Styles, can he protect it? It gets booted back. That's not how you treat an egg. As Perks is going to be able to take down the bird.
I love the spin ultimate that comes by. Let me get a piece of that action right there. And again, it's another great play set up by Perks and Trick to get them going.
Yeah, good position on the Shockwave too here. What reactionary flash out from Kira, but the wrong direction. He still got hit by the Shockwave, and that spelled his early demise, because there was very easy follow-up on the Q from Trick there. So that play could have went a whole lot different there. Let's watch this again here. I like the way that he manipulates the movement from Perkz with his wall and then lands a Q every time. But look at the ball location and the shot with the flash. Yeah, wrong direction. You gotta watch where the ball is and go opposite. You can't go all the way over here. Good side steps from Perkz though on a follow-up as well. Runs out of mana. Race against time.
Yeah. And a little bit of a miscommunication. It's like, just tell me if you're going to kick him back. It's an egg. It's not going anywhere.
6 seconds.
Rush flies past. Well, that's true. That's a very good point. Now PvP Steos hanging around. The Ocean Drake is live, and it looks like G2 wants to get in on these dragons.
Yeah, just look at the confidence now of G2 stepping forward. You also have Spin, who's completed his big 2-item core as well as has his CDR boot.
Yeah.
So G2, they know that they're strong right now and they want to fight.
And right there, that ball is just going to prevent anybody from walking in. The zone from Perkz makes it so hard. This composition from ANX is so good at defending areas, but it's so hard for them to walk in and contest objectives themselves here. So it is all about setup, all about vision. They're actually going in for the contestation.
Yeah, cute little cocoon is going to land. FLICKR getting some damage in. The exhaust comes down, but he's not going to be able to steal it. PvP Steos gets taken by Trick.
And this is where the inexperience of the roster shines through. They could have just yielded, but they go in for the 50-50.
And now they also have the inside track on this mid lane here. Perkz and Trick zoning away the wave clear and Kira, so it should also be a mid tower for them, a 1-2 punch.
Big. Out of wards.
The flash, yeah.
He had one.
Sometimes you just got to use the flash. Get yourself out of there, but that is going to spell the turret here in the mid lane, most likely. Culling is going to come in. He's pretty optimistic as Kira takes another one. Doesn't have the passive. Oh, the bounce! Bounce explodes on the passive, and FLICKR gets revenge.
Oh, Perkz flashes away, but he does it while the bolt is chasing him, so he actually puts himself next to another target. Inexperience of playing against this brand pick altogether. Perkz ends up dying there. He went for the cheeky kind of make them forget about your Orianna ball and let them walk into it and ulti, but on the back end there was so much damage.
And in the end, it does mean that Albus Nox do front a successful defense of their mid-tier tower, so still not losing as much control on the map as could have been. This is auspicious.
Yeah, optimistic one could say. The Baron is taking a fair bit of damage.
Trick is in base. They have no idea this is happening, and the jungler is far away.
Yep, no vision whatsoever. The Baron down to 3,000, 2,000, 1,000 health. That's going to be Albus Nox taking another Baron.
Albus knocks Luna with the gutsy shock call. How would you expect it? These guys just randomly contest the dragon one time and feed you a kill, and a minute later they sneak a genius Baron here, looking at the vision, circling around a few wards.
Yep, that is 2 times in a row now.
And take a look at Liquid's items right now, sitting on a needlessly large rod. The fact that that brand is putting out so much damage that they're able to even contest a Baron that early with that few members.
So Brand has insanely much damage. The problem is that the guy is really immobile and he can't offer any support for his teammates with his build, but it is an incredibly potent pick if you can actually allow him to play to the full potential. The problem is late game he gets popped really easy, so he has to be careful. But it is a good build, and it also adds a lot of crowd control in the team fights if he finishes that Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
Yeah, a lot of AoE damage available. AoE slow will be very important. Albus Nox, this is a strategy, guys. This is a strategy. Lose mid-game team fight, take Baron. Question mark, question mark, question mark, profit. Like, win the game. Like, I don't understand, but it worked before. Looks to be working now.
We'll put that one on the drawing board, Atlas.
Yeah, look, I may be a little bit overly keen, but I'm excited about new strategies.
But this means that pressure now with the Baron, they need to make use of it. They need to start sieging. And again, it comes down to their composition being very low range. It's hard to kind of engage into them because they have so many disengage options. You know, they have the Anivia, they have the Cocoon, but actually approaching a tower is still very scary.
The way to do it for them is to use the fact that Kira actually puts a lot of points into that Crystallize.
Trying to wall them off from it.
Yeah. We're not gonna use the build a wall reference here, but you're gonna use that W and then force people to either walk into your skill shots or put them away from the turret so you can actually approach safely and all attack.
At the moment, not too many turrets being taken here by Albus Nox.
Because they're trying to set it up right now. So they're applying pressure. They've got the triangle vision down in the blue buff, and they're just pushing mid and pushing bot. They've now got the big wave stacked up, so gonna get good damage on this tower, although G2 are in position.
Ooh, another double pillar.
And that's the thing, whenever people defend minion waves, they move in predictable patterns here. And that means they're gonna eat skill shots and damage as they do. especially with Baron buff where the minions are stronger and it takes them longer to clear, they actually have to get very close.
And you just keep ping-ponging between these two lanes. Either you're going to catch someone trying to cheat through your vision because you've got control of the jungle, or you're going to start chipping away at these health bars and force them to give up the objective.
They're going all in on this one though, because there is no mid push, so very heavy push here on the bot lane turret. Nobody can rotate mid right now because the wave is not being pushed here, but G2 looking to defend. It's so annoying. Look at the zone from Anivia. And all these missed skill shots, they're zoning skill shots.
I like to think that it's non-committal CC being thrown out as opportunistically as possible there, Crepo. I think that's what you meant.
I appreciate
Opt-in
Crepo.
CC.
As Albus Nox move over, steal a blue buff. Another.
Yeah, look for the wall right now.
Wall.
Yeah. Even if they are at the back end, it actually gives them access.
Oh, not this
Shockwave.
And look at the ultimate from FLICKR just saying, get out of the way of this turret. We are taking it down. Half health on G2.
And suddenly this game has swung very wide open in Albus Nox's favor. Their Baron buff is going to eventually fall off here, but we're starting to balloon this lead farther and farther. This is starting to look scary for G2.
Yeah, but 4 minutes ago, we were talking about how ANX didn't have the power to set up vision to make their composition shine. Because they snuck that Baron, they have thrown open the game with enough of a gold lead that they have regained that power that even after the buff fades, they can still keep playing towards their composition strength. And these walls, either they keep them out and you get the tower, or you keep them in and you kill them and you still get the tower here. Kira is really fundamental towards this sieging.
Trick actually picks the angle there, but decides not to go in.
And it's so hard for G2 to engage on them when they approach the tower like this. You're pretty much entirely reliant on Trick getting into that side flank, you know, having the Orianna ball with him, but otherwise you've got the pillar, you have the inset kick, that's it.
There is 2 ways to win a fight. It's either going in from the front with Trick and putting the ball on him and then praying that you can get a flash while the ball is buffering the ulti, or you have a double flank. Trick from one side, TP from Expect from the other side, and you hope to surprise, because if you get close to Anivia, she dies. The problem is, she is so strong at keeping you away from her.
I do like what Storm Rated Surge did for Anivia though. It does give her a lot more mobility in the fights once she's hit that E. Which does a heck of a lot of damage.
Now, FLICKR has to be careful. He's built pure damage here. 1 QE combo from Perks puts him at about 35 health.
Does he have to be careful, or do they have to be careful?
This is the thing.
Are they trapped in with FLICKR?
Exactly.
Or is FLICKR trapped in with him? You know?
The kamikaze brand. Do not underestimate it.
Deep teleport coming from Smurf in the top lane. He is very far up that lane.
Extraordinarily deep, actually, as Albus Nox looking to try and converge. Smurf comes over to the side. A Miracle cops a bit of damage from that True Shot barrage. Smurf charges up the ultimate. Oh, brilliant interruption from Expect as he gets shoved into the wall. The steal on the Dragon. Double man shockwave though, as Albus Nox probably just want to get out of this one, but no, not this time. Good sidestep from Expect as Smurf playing frontline. He's very tanky. PvP Stayhouse looking over to the side. Wants that one cocoon, but doesn't land it.
And this is the thing, they got what they came for. They took the Mountain Dragon, and this is so Albus Nox. We got the objective, and now we just want to kill you.
Just one more kill.
Yeah, no, we're all here. Let's fight. Like, what's going on?
And they had the inside track on the mid lane. They could have just walked away and tried to play with the
Why rotate when you kill somebody?
Yeah.
Good response from G2 here, though.
Yeah, they take the boss. And also see these both compositions love kiting, but they hate being kited here. And that's what happened in that fight, too. Everybody was trying to force people to walk forward.
Sven. Glacial Storm's there, but not quite in range. That crit damage.
So we just got the damage stat for FLICKR, and he has done more damage this game than his mid laner.
Oh my goodness. And he's been doing a lot of damage. Like, Kira's been doing work.
Sometimes you can swap roles with your mid laner as a support. That's entirely conceivable strategy. And usually
now you're the one memeing. What is this?
And it usually evolves, and then Anivia too.
Oh my.
Utility, man.
That was actually beautifully well coordinated with your history there, sir. Well, Trick now going to be taking down a Rift Scuttler. Let's try and get back to the action at hand as Kira, bumps him out of the way. Trick secures the Rift Scuttler. That's the battle that we need to be talking about.
It is very important, though, because Baron's about to spawn.
Yeah.
So actually taking that Scuttle Crab is a big win.
And another win right there is that Expect still has his teleport. So we're looking at about 2 or 3 minutes with Scuttle Crab control and TP advantage on a team that has more refined macro usually. Let's call ANX unpredictable, creative.
Trendsetters.
Yeah, trendsetters. And G2 the more playbook-centric, macro-oriented team. But right now, trends are being set.
Yeah, Smurf's looking for Perks. Throws him up into the air. Gets the flash. Oh my goodness, into the wall! Smurf secures the kill. FLICKR actually is the one that grabs it. That was a beautiful pick.
Oh, was so smart. Knock him up, force the flash, wall into wall stun with the Poppy and Nivea combo. Oh, so creative from ANX.
Are trends being set or expectations being shattered? They're starting the Baron right now. Tricks on the backside.
Look at the damage that this Baron is taking as well as Trick gets stunned. He wants to get the magical steal. He can get in there with the safeguard, but they're holding off on the damage.
Poppy W can cancel the
Sven
safeguard.
in trouble. Kira's over the wall. The kick comes in. Swerve bang on to Trick. Can't get in there as the Baron is taken down. Trick has no health as well as Smurf's looking for a flank, but Albus Nox get everything they want.
They lock them off the Baron, and they'll be able to reset the recalls and deal with the expect. Albus Nox, again, opening this game up, swinging it huge in their favor.
I love the steadfast presence. It just blocks anything of Lee Sin. Q follow-up, nope. W, nope. You have to flash. And look right here, Perks. What can he do? He flashes into wall, into wall stun, into Q, even if he somehow walks around here. This is just a beautiful combo.
Not to mention the fact that Albus Nox all did it at the same time, then made this play and knew exactly how to execute it.
Yeah, and it was smart, because they don't commit on the Baron, they find Trick, they isolate him, and they say, whatever you do, don't let him get into the pit. Smurf gets a wall stun right here, over the wall, then he holds W for a second. Okay, right here, right here. There we go, thank you. They're slowing it down even more. And then Trick tries to get in here, but he gets cancelled by the steadfast presence. It's such a slick combo, really utilizing their kit.
Yeah, and turning on the damage onto the Baron once again as well as that was happening, knowing that they had a small window to play with, everything just being orchestrated by Albus Nox.
I cannot get over how cool that was.
Damn right. Well, this is not quite as cool for Albus Nox fans as PvP South does flash over, uses the pillar of his opponent to create distance.
And if you would have told me ahead of the tournament, I would be happy to see the #1 team in my region get smashed 0-3. I probably wouldn't have believed it, but this is such a fantastic game, and what an upset here for Albus Nox, and what it means for their region, what it means for wildcard teams in general. They actually opted in to potentially make it out of groups for the first time in World's history.
Yeah, and this isn't a joke. This is just incredible play from these guys that's brand new on the world stage. Perks taking a lot of poke damage. This siege still needs to complete for Albus Nox. We're only 34 minutes in. We're getting very excited. They still have to close this one out.
And in the IWCQ that got Albus Nox here, they were really well known for their team fighting ability and just that synergy and coordination. So it's so beautiful to see it orchestrated so wonderfully on this international stage like this. This combo, this composition, this is sick.
All right, look for the ball. Perks is looking to aggressively defend with a shockwave right here, especially.
Oh, in goes kicks Kira into the shockwave. Still able to get some damage down as Liquid almost just solo kills Sven. Massive damage. They've traded 1-for-1. This is still huge for Albus Nox. Take down the turret. This is fine as Mythy can't get the snare. Steos not going to find the cocoon either. Both top laners still just unaware of what's going on elsewhere on the map.
Suddenly,
one teleport available.
Nowhere. Trick came flying in and finds the kick onto Kira, who had lost his egg in the earlier exchange here. So that was a really good opener because they were at the brink of losing the tower. And at that point, ANX could take it slow again and really isolate that inhibitor.
So they break the inhib line, but the Elder Dragon is spawning now in 22 seconds. Albus Nox just need to reset their position and just run towards that objective, start setting up their vision.
All right, look, everybody's looking at the ball. It's like, don't get ulted, don't get shockblade, ball disappears. Yeah, really good Q with the combo. Kira playing at the wrong side. You can't play near that wall. You gotta have vision of the Lee Sin. Yes, he survived very long. Liquid almost solos out Sven in the top side too. But that's a really great hold by G2.
And in reality, you just trade Kira for G2's health bars, force them off the tower, and get what you came for by breaking that inhib line.
The thing is, how many teams have been used to playing against a 5-threat composition? It just doesn't happen all that often.
Again, if we're talking about the roller coaster of Lee Sin's relevance in a game, you know, he kind of has that mid-game power trough, depending on if he gets ahead or not.
Good point.
But late game, it just takes that one kick. If he doesn't get a massive one kick with an Orianna ball, like, even if you delete Liquid, you're still dealing with the Nivea, you're still dealing with the Lucian, the
Love
Poppy.
that you talk about him as being the priority target.
He's doing so much damage.
Gotta kill the support.
Yeah, gotta kill the support.
But yeah, playing against Albus Nox Luna seems like a roller coaster right now. Look at the build too. Rylai's into Void Staff here.
Whoop.
Really helping these team fights.
We didn't mean it, Elder Dragon.
No. Oh, don't hurt us.
Please go home.
I'm just a support. I'm actually not mid-brand.
Elder Dragon's just angry at how much damage Brand does.
I think NXT to wait.
Oh, good double stun as A Miracle throws down the culling. Good shield comes out of Mythia's Sven, gets himself to safety, but yet to really break out as the ultimate doesn't find anyone from Smurf. Actually hasn't thrown it just yet. Good wallbang on to expect, takes a heck of a lot of damage.
Ulti still, so he gets out. Re-engage here, so dangerous to catch.
Oh, Ingo Trick doesn't get the kick that time as Smurf evacuates the rest of the team. Good wallbang onto Trick to punish him for the failed engage.
These fights have to be taken so slowly, but in a second, split second, they can get so explosive. Trick goes in, doesn't find a kick here, but Perkz still has ultimate available, and everybody is dancing around that Orianna ball.
That said, PvP Stejos is still incredibly low, so approaching the Elder Dragon still kind of a risky maneuver here, which is why they're being so respectful.
Oh, another one! Mythi in trouble as expect. Might have that GA push. Kira gets hit by another shockwave, but it's just not enough. That ultimate from FLICKR did ridiculous damage. A Miracle not quite able to get close enough to do damage to these G2 members, but this is on a knife edge.
Sven looking to kite and poke and poke and poke, and when the engage fails, G2 actually get the upper hand because this Ezreal is ramping up to late game.
Well, on a ward. This top lane inhibitor is in trouble. On the side of G2, they will need to go back and deal with it. Perkz is the one with the job.
We're coming into a scenario where across from these 5v5s, if G2...
Oh no, FLICKR possibly in trouble. The rest of the team are here. Expect, he gets walled in. The GA is going to be popped. The teleport from Smurf, and he's waiting with the heroic charge. See you later, Trundle.
2 members of G2 Esports are in base. Their jungler and their mid laner are not even present, and Expect goes for an aggressive invade. Poor team communication. Albus Nox Luna is playing more like a team than G2 in this game.
And I was just about to say, G2 can look to win a team fight if they can survive the burst damage and start layering that poke with Sven and Orianna. But if they just walk head first into certain destruction...
Yeah, I just want to talk to you about the 8,000 gold lead that Albus Nox have as well. That is massive for this squad. The items that have come in, there's a Void Staff on FLICKR now. He's a legit mid laner.
He's actually had that for a while. He's probably looking for his next item right now. Trick can't W out. Right now he can.
Yeah, okay.
The asterisk here, though, is that, yes, it is a massive gold lead, but we're coming to that point of the game where the gold lead really doesn't mean so much. So, again, when everyone's running around on their core itemization, 5, 6+ items, it can go either way.
Look for the wall here. They actually want to funnel them. Trick has the ball. They're looking for a combo. Perkz, he has to press R.
Smurf gets the jungler out of here, and that's Elder Drake for Albus Nox. Can they start the fight, though? They're relatively low. They're trying to get out. Good inspire from Mythi with that mantra for the speed for everyone. No Q to land. There's the flash. Cocoon immediately cleansed from Perkz' Trick. Caught out of... There's another one from Smurf. The Lee Sin explodes. A Miracle gets shockwave, but that's only one target. Ingo Stejos, the Q onto Perkz. Sven! He's been through Perkz as well. Albus Nox take 3 for nothing.
Every time G2 think they've made it out alive, there's a flash poppy and a wall interaction or steadfast presence to cancel the gap closer. The chase potential from this lineup is actually hidden very well within the composition. You wouldn't expect them to be able to chase this well.
Unbelievable. The inhibitor is going to go down. Albus Nox looking to finish the game. Only Expect and Mythi alive. Expect has to flash. The wall's there. The Nexus turret's getting decimated.
That's it. Last Nexus goes down.
Nox, 2 and 1 in the group. What beasts from the CIS region.
The only team the LCL representative have lost to are the tournament favorites to win.
Let that sink in, everyone, because that was some of the coolest League of Legends I have ever seen in my life.
They have now taken down both North America and Europe.
They're looking to be Europe's next hope, to be perfectly honest.
I just can't get over how fun those interactions were. You're looking at a composition that was supposed to kite, but these guys, they just deserve. It wasn't cheese. It wasn't a snowball. It wasn't based off one single action. It was based out of good team fights, clearly knowing their composition better than the opposing team. FLICKR's brand ultimate in the final fight slowed everybody enough for Stejos to catch up, for Smurf to go for the flash, and everybody worked together and smashed G2 Esports.
And that's the key word that I want to underline. It's playmaking. The fact that they went for such a gutsy Baron call.
Yeah.
swinging the game wildly in their favor, but that's back-to-back games. Now, CLG and G2, where the gold lead has swung back and forth, and LCL has proven that they can play from behind, that they can play from ahead, and that they're here to win.
But they never showed the interaction. Like, if you ask any pro player, does Poppy E work into wall from Anivia? They'll tell you yes. But you forget about that until you've been shown that once or twice. And they held it until the late game, until they found the pick onto Perks a couple of times. And then there was the follow-up. Suddenly, this Brand ultimate starts spreading throughout the team, and everybody tries to walk away, but it's actually a revitalized Crystal Scepter, which now on AoE effects slows way more than it used to back in the day. So nobody can actually run away once these guys start winning a
There's
fight.
a lot about remembering as well, because one of the reasons why Lee Sin fell out of the meta was Poppy. Steadfast Presence was like, no, you can't be a champion anymore. Like, it's a direct no button, and we saw that demonstrated, but at the perfect times from this team.
And think about the execution of that, the fact that the Olaf was banned, that the Elise was taken away, getting him on the Lee Sin, and then having the Poppy there for that. Just so well orchestrated across the board. And again, it bolsters this idea that they're not just winning because they're getting this random snowball. It's not just something cheesy. It's collective, it's thought out, and it's executed from the draft phase.
Yeah, just unbelievable play, but let's pass it off to Shox, who's standing by with the IWC 1v1 champion, Kira.
Thank you so much, guys. Well-deserved applause because that was just fun to watch. Talk me through that fun, amazing composition, but it must have also been hard to execute and why you went for it versus G2.
Okay, we thought like we need to pick our one-trick pony champions. Brand open, take it. Anivia open, take it. No, and Poppy, something like this.
And it worked out fantastically. You mentioned that Brand. Yesterday we talked to FLICKR and he explained how you like to make it entertaining to watch. How is it to play with him? And I imagine he always wants to go in.
Okay, it's like challenge. I need to do more damage than support Brand. Today I did this. I did more than 30. No, 300. Like something like this. It was close, really close.
Yeah, the last update we got is that he was actually out damaging you, I think, just before the end. But do you think you made it?
No, he didn't. Like last team fight, he did more damage because his ultimate and passive was too good.
It was too good. Your strategy was really good, and you are in prime position to get out of this group. If you think about it, all you have to do is beat G2 and CLG again. You don't even need to beat the Rocks Tigers. What do you think of your chances of getting out?
Okay, chances still 50-50, or get or not. I can't do anything with this, but yeah, it's higher because we already won 2 games, need to win 2 more, and finally, group stage done.
Yeah, and then you're in the quarterfinals. Is there anything you want to say to these guys? Because over the past couple of days, all these people have become fans of Albus Nox Luna.
I hope you like our crazy play style. Nice. It's really nice. We will do something like this more and more to win this world.
There we go. Super entertaining to watch and effective. Thank you so much, Kira. ANX with another win. Take it away, Dash.
Thank you very much, Shox. What a win there for Albus Nox Luna. And I don't think we can stress Crepo's point enough that this wasn't cheese. This wasn't a single fight swinging one way. This was a well-played game from start to finish from this squad. And quite an interesting composition that they built. And the way they played it was stunning.
Yeah, they laned well. They were able to actually pull off the synergies between their champions really well. And by the time that they get the itemization that they needed, they just steamrolled with really aggressive calls that you don't expect.
And they had a lot of inbuilt synergies, which is why I do have to criticize G2 a little bit about giving them their comfort picks.
Right.
There are a lot of champions that you can trade back and forth, and G2 is a very diverse team that can play almost anything. So why not ban the champions you're not going to play, but the other team is incredibly comfortable on? Because you saw once Kira and Lecrit and Smurf were playing those 3 together, they had the synergies completely down.
Yeah, I think G2 here, they went for a gamble. They went for a lot of scaling compositions, the Orianna, the Ezreal, but they wanted to outplay them late game. Albus Luna Snox did not let them do that. They did the objective sneak. They did that against CLG, and they're doing it here again. The Dragon and then the Baron. Nobody expects that.
I mean, even before that, that Baron sneak, right? It was just very clean play in that they understood getting Anivia to that late game state. As long as they secured that first Dragon or 2, they were in a position to wave clear for days, let their support scale up in damage, which is a crazy thing to say on the world stage that you would actually wait for that to happen, but they did it, and it pays off.
No, I absolutely love it. And I think that one of the really fun facts about this game, just watching how they play it, the crowd's really One of the crazy things about the game was actually the fact that they were able to utilize the W, as Atlas has mentioned, to just deny Lee Sin. The only playmaking opportunity, as we were talking about, was either Trick or Oriana with a really nice ball positioning. Perks looked completely off, and without Perks and Trick being stopped, there was nothing G2 could do.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the built-in synergies for this team. I want to dial in on the decisive call, plus the Baron that helped this win for Albus Nox. Here's another look brought to you by Acer.
And this is another thing that they were doing so well. Smurf was on the same page as the rest of their team, and even Kira was on the same page as well. Normally, you'd expect the Anivia ult to be on the Baron to burst it down faster, but they didn't care about the speed of taking the Baron. They cared about the security of taking the Baron. They wanted to burst Sven off with damage, which Kira was able to accomplish, and then Smurf prevented the Lee Sin from being able to come in with the Poppy's steadfast presence. It was a really well-executed play.
And let's not forget that that Baron there followed what was a great initiation in the mid lane with that Anivia wall and the Poppy. So again, those synergies that we talked about. Player of the game, gonna go to Kira this time around on that Anivia. It was not an easy decision because all of the members played well. Smurf probably getting honorable mention this time around.
Yeah, and I just want to say we're probably witnessing the birth of a contending region right here. I can't imagine what the guys are feeling there in LCL. They must be so happy. Like LMS was a wildcard region a couple of years back, but really it's the belief that you can be a contender, you can actually win a championship, that's going to drive the entire region forward.
Yeah, I don't know if it's belief anymore, it's reality. They're contenders here to get out of this group.
But on the other side of the coin, G2, I mean, it's got to be rough for them. Going 0-3 as Europe's #1 seed and just really not having a single footing in this game whatsoever. And the only time that they looked good was yesterday against Rocks, and it was completely dependent on the early game by Trick. And it seems like they just rely way too much on key members.
Yeah, and I just want to mention a few things here because I do think their performance is exceptional. 2 wins at Worlds ties the record for as many wins as a wildcard region has had at the World Championship. But also I want to talk about last year. We had a team in Cloud9 that was 3-0 in week 1 and still didn't make it out of groups, which is why I like the fact that Kira was saying their chances are 50-50 because they're not saying they've done it yet. They're not relaxing in any sense of the word. They know they have to continue to compete if they want to make history and make it into the quarterfinals as a wildcard region.
That's very key. And then, of course, if you do look at the flip side with G2 starting 0-3, I mean, it's going to be a very big hill for them to climb if they want to get out of this group. When you think about the fact that they're going to have to play the Rocks Tigers again, and that's, you know, probably an expected loss coming into the week. You know, aside from that, fun little statistic in terms of Liquid's damage, because I know a lot of people are going to be curious. He was 350 damage away from being the highest on his team in that game.
I think there'll be a little bit more support brand today in solo queue. It's probably going to be a meta pick soon.
This gives birth to all the guys that say, yeah, carry supports, that's the way to go. And now we're going to have to deal with that all the time. So I'm not really looking forward to it.
He did build his Sightstone first.
Yes,
remember, that was very critical
for everyone in solo queue at home. Still build the Sightstone first. All right, well, that was a crazy game. Stay tuned because Counterlogic Gaming takes to the stage against Rocks Tigers right after this.
Baby, baby, looking for something, sweet dreams I never been. Everybody looking for something.
Oh, the cute little wall, and Perks takes so much damage. The cleanse not gonna work out.
Next gentleman's agreement.
Yeah, the dance off on the top side of the map, and Trundle will always win that battle. Culling is going to come in. He's pretty optimistic as Kira takes another one. Doesn't have the passive. Oh, the bounce! Bounce explodes on the passive. Standing trouble. Kira's over the wall. The kick comes in. Swirl bang on to Tristan and in there. Ingo Stayos the Q onto Perks. Sven. He's been through Perks as well. Albus Nox take 3 for nothing. Albus Nox 2-1 in the group. What beasts from the CIS region.
Welcome back to the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium in San Francisco. I'm Rivington Business III, joined by Sam, Kobe, Harmon, Kensler, and Chris Papa Smithy Smith. Guys, we got a great game going on. How are we feeling already? It's been some amazing games today.
Go ahead.
The day today is, I'm just so excited after upsets like that. I love underdogs.
And Group A, you know, Rocks Tigers come in a big favorite, but now Albus Nox actually in pole position for second. Crazy, crazy world.
That's right, and we get to check out a little more of Group A right now. We're bringing you the call for the battle between North America's second seed, Counter Logic Gaming, and LCK champions, Rocks Tigers.
But the Rocks
Tigers,
crazy. They're 2-0, right, Riv? In pole position in this
third
group.
seed. Sorry.
But it's kind of a weird scenario because they come in tournament favorites, yet you look at their plays, especially against G2 yesterday. No, I'm on the analyst desk, I'm soliciting votes. I'm saying, Kobe, vote for the Rocks Tigers. But you look at this team and you have to say they've played pretty gimmicky. They've actually played 2 unique champions each, 10 different champions played by the Rocks Tigers in 2 games, and Ezreal Nocturne comp yesterday. It doesn't look like the practice polished Rocks Tigers for at least throughout all of a game.
Definitely would agree. You know, coming into the tournament as the tournament favorites, even though they are 2-0, we actually had more comeback victories yesterday than we had normal victories. Rocks Tigers were down over 5,000 gold to G2, and they are not living up to the standard that people had coming into this. That being said, they're still very much favorites in this game as well.
Absolutely. It's been a little bit of the play that needs to be cleaned up before these guys can really be seen as a contender. Now, Counter Logic Gaming, on the other hand, well, they bested G2 on day 1. They stumbled yesterday against Albus Nox Luna, making it really hard to put a bead on their strength as well this far into Worlds.
I have to say that's kind of a theme of this Worlds. The variance in play from day to day for most of the teams here has been huge, and CLG are no exception. I mean, yesterday they looked completely different. They were no longer proactive. They were no longer creating these cross-map opportunities and throwing decision after decision at their opponents like we're used to seeing from them.
Yeah, they may be heavy favorites, but it's an interesting one here for this game.
Yep, and the Rocks Tigers bot lane is formidable and certain in their path to victory.
저는 일단 지금 롤드컵 3번 온 것만 해도 저는 되게 뿌듯해요. 뿌듯해서 자신감은 정말 어딜 가나 밀리진 않을 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 보띠오가 제가 프레이 형이랑 같이 하기 때문에 프레이 형은 진짜 어디 내놔도 손색 없는 그 원딜이기 때문에 정말 좋은 원딜이랑 하고 있어서 저는 자신감이 넘치는 것 같아요.
We'll see how it goes. Let's do a little roster rundown. Lining up on the blue side is North America's Counter Logic Gaming. That means it's going to be Darshan battling it out in the top lane. Nick Smithy roaming around in the jungle. Kuki in mid looking for that support. Stixade AD carry with the tried and true Afro Moo as support with Coach Six on behind.
And on the red side, it is the LCK champions for the first time, the Rocks Tigers. Top laner is #1 on the power rankings in Smeb. Jungle is Peanut. Mid lane Kuro. AD carry is Bray. You saw him on your screen a moment ago, Gorilla. And their coach is No Faye.
Well, what are we expecting out of this picks and bans right away? We've seen a few junglers being really the highlight of these teams. What do we expect it to go, though?
Definitely so. I mean, Smithy came out in their win versus G2. He was instrumental on the Olaf. Definitely a big pick in North America. And you can see the influence of Reignover as well in their boot camp. Meanwhile, Peanut on the Nocturne. I was so impressed with his Baron steal, especially yesterday. Doing a lot to keep Rocks Tigers in that one until they could come back.
You guys are talking about trends. As I said, 2 unique champions in 2 games for the Rocks Tigers. Seem like very much pre-planned strategies like the Nocturne Ezreal they were running. So will it be another one of these out-of-the-box strategies that no one else is trying, or will it be back to standard for the Rocks Tigers?
Well, first area I'm going to look at is the top lane, because Darshan for CLG has played 2 games of Poppy. And this is something that recently CLG have been doing, where they stick Darshan on a tank. In North America, in their previous series, it was Shen. Every single game on Shen. So far today, or so far here at Worlds, it has been Poppy the go-to tank for them, the team fighter that they want him to be.
I really liked the Olaf ban on the side of the Rocks Tigers. There were no games of Olaf jungle in Korea in summer. It was very much an unknown pick. You see it from G2. It threw off the bot lane in particular in the last game. So if there's an unknown variable, just ban it away.
Take it out. You don't want to fight against it, especially if it's not something you can't take. Syndra as well gets put on the board. The Kennen is out. Remember, Aurelion Sol is back today, ladies and gentlemen, so that may be something we see coming into picks and bans. One more for the side of Rocks Tigers before CLG as their first pick.
No one's going to forget Smeb's Kennen play, that massive team fight, and the big multi-kill he got there. He's actually 7-0 on the year for Kennen. Played it in and out of meta, so very practiced on what is a big pick in Worlds.
Definitely a very important ban, and it is shrinking that top lane pool that I have my eye on for this matchup, because, you know, people talked about Smeb, oh, maybe he was starting a little bit slow since he is talked up as being #1 player in the world, but man, that one play put a lot of those questions to sleep. Immediately though, the Nidalee is left up in favor of the Nami ban here, last ban from the Tigers, which CLG have put a very high priority on drafting strong bottom lanes. So they'll have to go with something else as another strong bottom lane support is taken away in the Karma. I do like the strategy from Rox already.
Should be no surprise that Ezreal's taken was the first pick in their draft yesterday. You have to deny the Nidalee away from Peanut. This guy is a god on this champion, undefeated this year on Nidalee, so makes it a smart move to ban it away. And Ezreal Karma, as you say, could be a bully lane or might be a flex pick for Kuro in the mid lane.
Yep, definitely true there. Could still be flexed. I have to say, that's a very strong bottom lane, but you also need to respect Smithy's Nidalee as well. He has had a lot of success on that in North America. We'll see what he can do with it because, as we said, he has been one of the best players for this team currently at Worlds.
I mean, it's always great to get that first jungle pick, and when the jungler as well is the guy who is making the highlight plays, it's going to feel so much better to get him on that S tier. Looking at the bottom lane as well, wants to be aggressive, put a little damage on, they get the Alistar Caitlyn.
The classic Afro Moo Alistar, and there's the playmaking from CLG already.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on Rox Tigers, they need some more CC. Immediately they lock it in. Quickest lock-in I've ever seen. The Malzahar once again for Kuro, and on top of it, the Rek'Sai there for Peanuts.
You have to wonder what the status is of the Aurelion Sol. Always been a big pick for Huhi. Isn't on the ban list here, so will be surely a contender for a pick in the mid lane. Kuro has been favoring more of the Malzahar, played it with that Nocturne in the comp yesterday. Peanut plays Rek'Sai, but isn't necessarily one of his strongest champions. But of course, smart pathing jungler. There's plenty of aggression expected from Peanut.
Yeah, I mean, Aurelion Sol definitely is an option. Huhi usually roams very heavily super early on with it, and then as they transition into the team fights, is more about creating space for Stixxay to get off the damage. And since Stixxay's on Caitlyn, you know, it could be one of the things they're trying to set up, but there are more options here open into the Malzahar since Kuro has already shown that one.
And what will that top lane be for Rox? Still waiting for 1-2 pick here. Could be the Aurelion Sol locked in. It is Gnar for Darshan, and Huhi gets Aurelion Sol.
I do like the Gnar pickup here for CLG. Gnar's very versatile, can opt to play extremely safe. You can throw the boomerang out if you're worried about enemy jungler presence and just try and CS from afar, plus rely on your hop to escape those things. Yes, you might give up a couple extra CS, but he has the option of playing very defensively or trying to press the matchup and go offensive.
You have to say though, Ezreal, the safest of AD carries, you know, those are mobile AD carries. Gnar is a huge threat from the flank, but will be relatively safe in the backline. Will be Prey, who's kind of an afterthought in yesterday's win, went 9-1 and 4, was carrying from the backline, so still relative safely for Prey, on one of his strongest champs.
Definitely crucial that Prey on Ezreal is not an afterthought because that man is one amazing Ezreal. And there's the Poppy. They actually give it over to Smeb in this one. Don't expect him to bully Darshan, you know, just because he is the stronger player doesn't mean he's going to be able to make this matchup work in his favor without jungler presence. So I think that CLG actually pretty happy with that top side.
It gives them true engage also, the Poppy onto the Nidalee when they set up, when the Caitlyn sets up. So I think it's a needed pick, but it's a bit of a different one from Smeb, who played it a lot in spring, but wasn't a pick in summer in Korea.
I'm very excited to see how he does play it in team fights, because that's where Poppy shines, and she has so much playmaking ability, as we just saw in the last game from Smurf. And Smeb, he's been one of those guys that kind of just opens your eyes to new ways of playing these top lane champions in team fights. Last Worlds, for me, the biggest eye-opening moment was the way that he team fought with Echo, because it's so unreliable, yet it seemed like it was a point-and-click ability to have Echo stun land over and over again for him.
It incredibly wows you, the positions they can find, the way to make the plays that are so hard seem so seamless, just as Kennen did yesterday, and we may see it once again here. Make your voices heard in the Twitter sphere, hashtag CLG win, hashtag Rox win. CLG looking to move to 2-1 here, but Rox could come out of this first week of group stages 3-0 with a win here.
Very good. I mean, coming into the tournament, that's what most people would predict and what would be expected. And I think, yeah, they definitely still are favored. But as we've seen, you definitely have to play out these games because there have been a ton of upsets.
We're citing Aurelion Sol as well, back enabled today. Huhi on his trademark. This is the champion that threw off RNG. Will it do it the same against the Rox Tigers?
All right, well, I'm definitely going to look at that super early on because Nidalee is a jungler that can play to the mid lane very quickly. And Huhi likes to play this Aurelion Sol. Shove up the lane while trading aggressively to get control of the minion wave. Early back after level 3, after he has already got his E, not use it to get back to lane, but then transition into ganking one of the side lanes.
That's the reason why it was Sin as one of those picks. You could take into Syndra, because level 1, you can trade with your W, the expansion, and get some good trades in. And if you ever get poked out, go for that shop. Come back to lane fast. Never be in threat range from a Syndra.
Thing is, you do expose yourself if you play it very aggressively, and Peanut is no slouch. We'll see what he can do on Rek'Sai, because Rek'Sai very famously can have one of the earliest level 3 ganks. Doesn't matter which side of the jungle you start on, 3 camps and Peanut will be ready to go. Meanwhile, Smithy's trying to get some early vision on him here. They're just doing this pretty standard defensive fan out and little bits of an advantage for CLG as they just got into the red quadrant. Haven't actually dropped off any wards yet though. Darshan could.
Seems like he's waiting to get it down for the most timely vision. He'll set it down now and make his way out and head towards that top side. See if they do any more of the kind of damage back and forth we saw previously with taking a few hits and trying to fake out the other team.
And that ward is very important because, as I mentioned, Rek'Sai could easily just do Krugs into red, Raptors, and then try and gank mid since Huhi is going to be playing aggressively. So they're going to use that ward to allow Huhi to play to the bottom side. You know, they'll see Rek'Sai once he goes to the red and try and keep track of him that way. I have to say, that's one of the things that has impressed me so far in the group stages from CLG, is their planning in the early stages. From the champion select, depending on what they have, they've been able to track the enemy junglers really well, but Peanut actually goes right by it, but Huhi, level 1
down, Prey gets hit, yes it is the roam!
That fog of war toggle on the top side!
Whoa!
Tunnel vision on the junglers, and Huhi, level 1 roam, are you kidding me?
I mean, you can never criticize someone for being caught out by a level 1 roam, but Huhi for once isn't running the exhaust, isn't running the heal, is running Ghost, and just completely outfoxed the Rocks Tigers.
That's the thing, you can't stay predictable. We talked about, yeah, he likes to play this lane aggressively.
Oh, they're on a Gorilla now, a few shots coming out, a Peacemaker through a Gorilla, and it's gonna be Afromoo that picks up the next kill.
That's beautiful layering the headbutt pulverize into the trap from Caitlyn. Rocks Tigers have been behind the majority of their games, and it doesn't look like it's gonna end here.
Yeah, okay, so we do need to calm down a little bit.
I don't know, Kobe.
Afromoo's going for another play here, inventing the jungle.
See, this is when you get too sure of yourself. Afromoo turning around, they may have to slow things down as Brock just as fast and ready to react on these engages. A headbutt back onto Peanut is gonna slow things down here. Stixxay's been farming in the bot lane, has a good lead for himself out of all of this.
Whew, incredibly exciting start here, but we do have to remember, as Papa said, like, the early game has not been where Rocks Tigers shine. All right, let's look at this level 1 roam, because Huhi, right off the bat, Afromoo doesn't hesitate. Talked about playmaking on the Alistar. This guy's been known for the Alistar years and years ago, and Afromoo, no hesitation there, has the Ignite and the Thunder Cow, is gonna cash in.
And it's predictable that a Rek'Sai is gonna start on the top side of the jungle, usually pathing to get to the blue buff to pass it over to your laner much later, but Darshan made sure of it. They roamed smartly, they had control over the river. This was so well put together by CLG. And the stat that we have right here, Kobe, is that the Rocks Tigers have only been ahead for 41% of their games.
That's true.
Game time, despite the fact that they are 2-0.
Yeah, and even in Korea, right, it wasn't about Rocks Tiger blowing people out in the early game. It's this 10-minute to 20 mark where they really take over. So we're going to temper expectations a little bit, but man, CLG are off to such a good start. And as I said, that has just been their biggest strength. I have to credit a lot Zix, their coach, as well as Afromoo, you know, designing these early level 1s and warding plans around the champions in Champion Select, and then executing for the first 5 minutes in game. It's just been so good for them.
It's good that you touched on Zix, of course, was having his issues actually being able to perform his duties with some medical conditions in the last few months. So it's good to see him back on the stage, looking better. And a small little thing for Rocks, at least the 2v2 lane isn't completely a write-off. They have all 4 summoners, so they're not down summoners and down kills.
Huhi coming back to lane with his ring, able to get the heals, and I don't know if it's gonna help him here. He gets the flash out, still holds Ghost, and Xmithy is there as well to trade some damage, but they seem to miss on the shots in.
Yep, attempted layering there of the knock up into the silence, but couldn't quite get in range in time. That allowed him to... Afro has no flash, remember?
Afro definitely pulling out the roam card today. It might get him in trouble here on this one. A great block by Stixay on the Q coming out from Gorilla. But Smeb's teleport on point. He's going to get one more shot, and as the chase happens towards Tribrush, and Afromu's going to try to walk this one out. They get to kill the prey, so it's a few assists left and right.
So the minion wave is crashing to top, so of course we'll take some CS as punishment, but good job by Smeb. So much of the initial inertia had been going towards CLG. They had to make a pressure play work.
And after all these early plays, you have to keep your eyes on the first turret gold because it's incredibly important. Tigers are trying to get some damage here, but remember, it's also past 5 minutes, so some damage up top was dealt by Darshan. And if this lead between Gnar and Poppy gets any worse, then even Smeb, as good as he is, will have trouble in that 1 versus 1. Gnar, even though after the nerfs, very good at punishing if left alone in those matchups. Here we go. Afromu tries to escape. CC is going to try and get this minion to execute. I think maybe he didn't have a Targon's charge. Never mind. But Smeb teleports in, cuts him off, ensures that they are going to get that kill. And it's actually good for them that it does go over to Prey on the Ezreal, going to be the one they want to carry.
Ideal to give him over the money for the tier. We'll fit in the extra buy to start his gold generation as well. So exciting times so far, but we already saw Rox Tigers fall into a massive hole against G2.
Yeah.
Wrestler back. It's a very different type of comp, a very different game, but the Rox Tigers coming from behind. Maybe it hasn't been the story in summer, but of course was their narrative 1 year ago at this very tournament.
And we haven't even seen what maybe would have been expected in this match is that pressure towards top lane. So Darshan and Smeb have just been all alone on an island. When they get going as well, this game is going to open right up.
A lot of the mid game is going to be determined by the solo lanes of CLG, I think. That's where a lot of the gold advantage does lie. Huhi in the mid lane has early swiftest boots here for the Aurelion Sol, and he's the one with the biggest gold advantage over his direct opponent. Now he's being fed the blue buff, and you know the ability to make plays is definitely there, as it's still fairly early in the game, and the fight over vision has not been won yet by either team. This is still a river fight right now. That's why each Scuttle Crab is extremely important, and you can see Smithy right after handing off that blue goes to try and fight that vision war.
We will have the faster push, especially early before a bit of AP comes in for the Malzahar, so can go for these roams. This is one of the scariest two invading champions, Nidalee and Aurelion Sol. CC, massive burst damage coming from the duo, and Peanut's going to have to play with his tail between his legs. Yeah, you have to respect it here. At most, he could go for maybe a cheeky smite fight here with the 50-50 smite steal versus Smithy. They do both have it available. Meanwhile, top though.
Smithy smite that went off, so I believe he did take it. Smeb's gonna knock Darshan out of the picture on that one. It's a good steal.
And I really do need to highlight that play because, as I said yesterday on the analyst test, what the best teams right now are doing at Worlds is after they, well, never mind. Let's take a look at the roam.
Headed towards mid, Kuro's flash. That is going to be big with the crowd control CLG can provide.
A pretty big respect flash. It's a bit of a surprise that Rox didn't ban the Aurelion Sol. We know, everyone knows, you can look at the matches, so you can think back to MSI, that Huhi, the Aurelion Sol's a big pick for him. And the last ban was Nami, I guess to look for some 2v2 laning insurance. A pretty heavy price to play because Hui's already had a big impact on this game.
Do agree. Pretty much every team that has faced them recently has really respected Hui's Aurelion Sol because he's been one of the biggest variables for this team. Just yesterday, we saw them get Syndra, yet Syndra being one of the strongest champions was the focus for the enemy team, and he was completely shut down.
So the roaming we've already touched on. The big thing about Aurelion Sol, who we see on our screen, is also the build path. You can go so different with it, but we're seeing that ganking ability.
Ghosting
early right
here.
into this fight. They have backline immediately, but Prey has scattered beautifully. Gorilla going to the other side. He has flash, probably going to hold it as he goes down. But again, the attack from CLG on bot lane.
And there's a reason you mentioned the roaming of Aurelion Sol first, because that's the biggest strength, and CLG continue to play with that. Remember, the first turret gold as well, still available, still the objective, and it looks like CLG have secured it with that roam.
Super nice rotation. The Caitlyn's always going to have a great laning phase against the Ezreal, who's buying into tier, bought into Cull. He's completing the thought on the build. Catalyst will be built at some point. From there, you can go pretty situation. I've seen Catalyst into something like a Spectre's Cal, a later GLP. Not so much a Rod of Ages, more focusing on the other Catalyst upgrade for the Aurelion Sol. Another nuke for this channel.
And this is Stixay getting his kills as well, and a champion he has already had banned this tournament, 102 on that Caitlyn, and he has put up some ferocious fights in the late game that have kept CLG in some of these games as well throughout their regular season. So we'll look to him as the game goes on, 87-64 in that lane right now. Darshan as well in the 1v1, 96-75. It's wondering what you guys were talking about when that kind of explosion from Rox will come.
Right, and I mentioned, you know, the difference between the Gnar and the Poppy can be a problem. They haven't gone back to purchase yet, which is why the lead hasn't really expanded since then. They're both holding on to quite a lot of gold and their teleports right now. That's why neither of them wants to really give up ground because of the playmaking ability of teleport.
Gets the passive out of Kuro. There's gonna be enough! And the voice of light drops Kuro. Hui picks it up.
Really smart stuff from CLG. We saw Kuro reflect the respect flash about 2 minutes ago. Returns to the lane. Great job by Aphromoo to buffer the headbutt, then go for the pulverize. Excellent play, and CLG and the crowd are super hyped.
Roams on Roams! CLG aren't done yet.
There's gonna be another one. When you see a shooting star, you gotta make a wish, and it looks like they're gonna kind of pull off on Smeb on this one. They wanted it right off the bat, but they say, let's not.
Nice ejection there from
Little
Smeb.
ult from Smeb.
Also, Darshan had previously taken quite a lot of tower damage there in the 1v1 by himself, so not going to press the action on that side. They don't really need to. Now we do need to start looking for deep wards, because teleport into a deep ward is where that you can really cut off the team if you combine that with the roam of Aurelion Sol and the speed of Nidalee.
CLG setting up very cleanly around the dragon. We will finally see those buys in top lane, which probably helps Darshan a lot more. We'll have a much bigger one-item power spike than Smeb and his inevitable Sunfire. Rock's actually getting position on the Drake, though.
Yep, Smeb waiting in the fountain as well with his teleport, ready to come in. He had just purchased, whereas Darshan was still sitting up top. Darshan not having purchased would have a smaller effect on the fight. And it looks like Rox Tigers, good job there, bullying CLG off of that objective and securing the first trade.
And, you know, we look at Smeb, and obviously had the big play yesterday. You know, before that, people are like, I don't know about this Smeb. The other kind of cool thing is that because of his back timing, they didn't know if Smeb was just teleporting to a ward they didn't have in vision, and they had to respect the Poppy coming in. Poppy's 20 CS down, but Darshan already showed us in the first game of this tournament that this kit from Poppy with just a bit of tankiness can make big plays around the Drake. So because of the timing, CLG hung back, and it's against the run of play, a first Drake to Rox.
Very true. Good point there. I have to say, two of the most important rules in League that we found at Worlds have been don't underestimate FLICKR and always respect Smeb as well.
See where they go from here. Kuro back to the mid lane. No real level discrepancies across the board. Just waiting for the first fight. As you're saying, Rox able to pick up the first dragon. If they're not winning mechanically in each lane, they'll win mentally through that play of making CLG kind of juke themselves. And we'll see what Xmithy can do here as he's back to the red with that timing.
Yeah, and no vision here for the Tigers. Xmithy does find the small one. I think he's too late, though. Yeah. Good secure there by Peanut. The Frozen Mallet has been picked up by Darshan on the Gnar, and that really is, the uh-oh.
That's the that's right, Kobe. A Peacemaker through Gorilla. He is gonna get dropped most likely, but Prey, the bodyguard, comes in. Stixay's out of mana, and Peanut over the wall. Flash knock up onto him. The rest of the team is closing in. New challengers approach from the top side, and that's gonna be the Prey Seeker hit coming in. Beautiful job, Peanut, with the swipes. Gorilla is gonna go down as Stixay has fallen as well, and that's damage for CLG that they're not gonna have here in this fight. Seems like he's a bit scattered. Darshan on the outside as they try to drop Prey. They don't have a priority focus here, and it looks like with the walkout, they can't help Darshan.
Prey is an absolute monster. Darshan's not done yet, but honestly, that is a highlight Prey, right? Make that to a YouTube play right now. That's a whole highlight clip in itself. My goodness, first saving Gorilla, then escaping the fight, coming back over the wall, baiting Hui in, and securing that last kill. My God, Prey.
And the best thing about Ezreal being in the meta, we've seen so much of it, but the gulf between a fantastic Ezreal, which is all the players at World, and someone like Prey is massive to see. Gorilla doesn't burst, he uses his flash, but Prey makes it work.
Right, Afro and Stixay, they combo the Alistar combo into the trap there, but Prey jumps in front, gets the heal down, then he jukes out here. He's gonna kite half CLG up into their own base, so that now they're separated. Smeb comes in with that teleport. There's the playmaking you talked about. out, shoves him into the wall. Actually here, baiting Huhi, getting damage off still as well, and CLG are completely split inside enemy territory.
What I want people to take away from that is the fact that he never stops doing damage, never not going for Mystic shots, never zone, but this time, maybe.
One of my favorite things about a player is that they fight to the very last breath because your teammates can still pull that fight in your favor. This one going for CLG as they instantly come back from the batting order and head down to the bot lane.
Huhi is doing so well this game, and CLG playing around it extremely well. They're going to have to keep it up, though, because we have gotten into that mid-game zone where the Tigers really like to have their team play shine, and that little jungle fight was just a window into what they're trying to do here. CLG still with a very comfortable lead, though. Yeah. What they need to do to limit those options of the Tigers is get extra wards into the blue quadrant of the jungle, which they're starting to do here. You can see a couple of pinks, and they've rotated Darshan down to the bomb side so they can try and abuse this Frozen Mallet lead that Darshan does have in the 1 versus 1.
Peanuts sniffing around Darshan. Doesn't have flash this time, so
should be able to make it. Oh, he turned around. He gave him the knock-up. He may also get the slow for himself off the boomerang. This semi-close-in from Smeb. He is turned around on the null zone. Is going to be doing good damage. Darshan, there is enough.
And Smithy actually left him there. Smithy was very close in the jungle, but decided to leave Darshan and thought that Darshan could get away on his own. Good punish by ROX Tigers. They do rotate down, but CLG had priority on top.
Exactly. They've actually used this time very wisely. They have almost complete control on the inside track. Aframu!
ROX has always been able to answer CLG's kill. Now CLG again wants to answer back. Rinse and repeat as they go to the top side. And a double kill for Huhi.
This is something we have sorely missed. Aframu on the Thunder Cow with Ignite. Go button, just smashing it over and over again.
The new age Barton pick didn't really work for him the last time out, but bringing back the Alistar, still going.
Smab's gonna be getting hit on this one. He throws back a bit of damage, but he wants to chase a few more autos. Stixxay in range, and Stixxay picks up the kill.
Aframu almost actually saved Smed there by walking a little bit
taking auto attack
towards the base of ROX and allowing Smed to charge closer to the base, but they make the chase, and it does cost them a couple extra summoners in the end.
ROX just not playing around their power. They tried to defend, even though CLG had a good 20 to 30 seconds while we watched the Gnar slowly die on the bot side to set up. Just not respecting the potential aggression. Look at this play from Aframu. Instant flash into the Pulverize. Couple of kills were always going to be cleaned up. No way to get out. Smeb came in so late. There's already 2 dead. No reason for him to be there.
Exactly. I mean, they've only got Rek'Sai Poppy. You are not going to accomplish anything with that combo.
He's not getting experience, he's not getting CS, not getting anything standing where he was.
It's actually not even Rek'Sai now. It's literally just Smeb trying to farm. And there is the punish. As you know, Aframu once again, easy combo into the chain CC there from Huhi. Does step a little bit to the other side, allowing Smeb to charge, but Stixxay has his flash, and they secure the kill anyway.
Interesting choice here from ROX. Kuro as well in the bot lane for that, pushing the wave, but putting themselves in that dangerous position in the top side.
And let's talk about where Huhi is at. This polarizing player that even among his own fans is both loved and maligned. 7-0 on the Aurelion Sol. He's both the tank with the Banshee Veil and the health on the GLP, but having the damage as well, the extra nuke. Huhi's just a one-man army.
I mean, you brought it up before, Papa. They're not, respecting the Aurelion Sol of Huhi. There's a reason it's been banned so frequently against CLG. And not to mention just that pick by itself, though, they also gave over Nidalee for the fastest junglers, allowing, working the best with this roaming mid laner. That's just a dream combo right there, and CLG are making it work.
With Syndra banned and picking Nidalee and Aurelion Sol on the same side should basically never happen on 618. We saw the roam power of the duo because it gives a fast roaming initiation CC for Nidalee to do her thing, and the problems in mid lane have spilled all over the map for ROX Tigers.
I love how this group has been thrown into chaos. ANX has 2 victories. ROX Tigers are currently losing to CLG, who gave up one of those victories. This is honestly, we picked the wrong group of death.
Things that didn't make sense one day before World started. You could fill a book with them at this point.
League of Legends does not make sense.
That's a lot of them. I think Bjergsen just tweeted the same thing. Well, it's almost to be expected that something crazy is going to happen now in this Worlds event with the way that this first week has gone. We have another week to come after it, but still 2 more games today, I should say. And CLG putting on a show to to start these ones off. 20 minutes into the game, they finally drop that middle turret. The final outer for Rox is now they have the entire inner map to play with on that side.
The roaming picks, we've seen the roaming plays. Another thing to realize, the instant wave clear from Rox isn't massive. They actually do have a struggle trying to keep their turrets up, especially against very strong sieging champions like Nidalee and the Caitlyn. So going back to the other mode of this comp, not so much the skirmishing, just the pushing. Now have those outer ring of turrets down and coming close to pretty much full map control for CLG.
Acting on what they thought would be viable for them. That early game when Rox falls behind, let's gank level 1 in the bottom lane. They got Nidalee in the first place, so that's gonna help the jungle as well. All the cards playing in their favor here to start this one off, but Rox not out just yet. 6K looks bad, but we have seen worse.
True, but I have to say, CLG has some very fearsome tools. Let's look at where, the advantages lie. Obviously, it is the mid lane there on the Aurelion Soul. That puts pressure on the entire map. Plus, they have this Gnar, who should be very strong in the 1 versus 1 split, so they should be able to pull the Tigers across the map. That will open up opportunities to get the vision down in between lanes. That's how you hinder the rotations of Rox Tigers. And whoa, stifle the income.
Whew. A headshot coming over from Stixxay. Voice of Light causing Gorilla to flash. They're on to Smithy now. He should definitely go down in this fight, but gets himself out. Beautiful heal as he was hopping away from Aframu. Just a little triumphant roar. And Rox is trying to focus these kills, trying to edge out a little bit more as they watch Smithy and other champions get away with a sliver of health. Now Darshan starts to attack back with the rest of the team. Finds Peanut by himself. Who's going to pick this one up? He gets it with the stars and puts another one on the board.
And they have pressure on 2 lanes, pushing up mid and bottom right now, trying to claim turrets as well.
Rox just don't have the items to try and make the engages that Smeb is looking for. Prey is behind. The Aurelion Soul's not even a damaged target for the likes of Kuro. CLG is going to rotate between bottom mid, see what objectives they can pick up now, and never give there any inch. There isn't a Nocturne to turn this game on the head. Sure, late game team fighting, but I don't know if we're going to see a late game.
That's a very good point. This is zero hesitation, CLG. Under the turret could be a little scary for him, and it's going to be 1, 2 down now. Smithy falls, but it's to Kuro and Prey. With just about 200 to 300 health between Huki and Darshan. They're going to start backing off. Peanut could get a pop-up, but where's the follow from the rest of Rox? They're a little scattered, and it's going to take a long chase.
Stixxay is going to have to protect everyone as he ushers them out, laying down the cover fire. Huhi and Darshan extremely low, and they are able to make the escape.
Enough time there. That was Smeb's flash as well in the fight to make something happen if they could get back in time. Summoners used all across the board. Absolutely amazing. We'll see that one again in a second.
Whew. All right, let's go down the list. Never mind. Let's go over the replay first, because this is, once again, the dive from CLG. Aframu lands a combo onto the 2 carries at the same time from Rox Tigers.
We haven't seen this level of decisive play from other teams, but there's so many tools for CLG when Aurelion Soul's another champion that can dive with as much health as he's already put together here. Huhi, Alistair has the early tankiness. Gnar goes for the picks as well. They want to make sure there is no chance for Rox Tigers to extend the game and try and break the base before 25 minutes.
They're making it very difficult to decide between Aframu and Huhi. Who is the bigger influence here for CLG, as both of them have been brilliant.
Okay, come on. It's the 901 big dragon in the mid lane. Let's be real here.
Okay, Aframu's got 11 kills he's participated in.
He's participated more. He's got the big participation medal.
He set up the first kills on bot. Okay, that's a debate we don't need to have here. Honestly, CLG, what it's about is the next steps. And we talked about moving up the vision. Tigers have been doing a good job of actually clearing that vision out.
And you have to say the Korean teams, we saw Samsung fall way behind, we saw Rox Tigers yesterday fall way behind.
Yeah.
They're good at extending the games, they put wards in smart places. Samsung's loss against TSM should have come 10 minutes earlier, but they clawed, they stayed in the game. If Rox can do that here, as they showed yesterday, even without the gimmicky Nocturne, praise Ezreal. We already seen a highlight clip from him this game. There is a world where Rox gets back in, but how do they keep map control enough to not just give free Barons away to CLG?
Exactly. This is a very standard lineup. This is the least gimmicky, 5-man squad that you would expect. This is a, standard front line here and just rely upon the carries getting fed. Problem for Rox Tiger is their carries are not nowhere near as fed as CLG. You can see Stixxay already with a very early last whisper on top of the Runons and Infinity Edge. This is a very easy neutral objective for them, and they should be switching over to the turrets after.
Windows closing as well for Rox to get these engages in. Quicksilver Sashes due to the lead being built so early. A Banshee's Veil on Huki as well. It's going to be a lot tougher for Rox to find that initiation.
The one thing you could say Rox does have going for them is something that was completely out of their control. The 2 Drakes. There should have been no Drakes for Rox, let's be real, but they have 2. There's no Infernal. There's no Mountain, so at least the Baron taking power is not there yet.
Right.
Meanwhile, CLG sieging on bottom side. Tigers should not defend this one. They've got Smeb up top. He does have teleport, but there's no wards they can teleport on, so no flank means definitely give up that gold. The last secondary turret should also go down before CLG rotate over to that red quadrant. Then you need to move your vision. You always need to fight where your vision currently stands. Right now it's in the blue quadrant because of the Drake and because of the bottom turret. Before they start all the shenanigans around Baron, you have to take a few minutes to move all of your wards over there.
We're just running down the list of free objectives that Rox can just give away and not feel too bad about. They have only 1 inner turret, and then the rest of the line is at the inhibitor line. The moment that inner turret goes down, and honestly right now, the moment you see multiple CLG members running into your red side jungle, that's when you know you're boned when it comes to Baron control. So they must find a way to keep pressure on the map, but also farm up, because until things like Blade the Ruin King come through for prey, until Malzahar gets a Void Staff, even if they get the sweet engage, they're too far behind to actually make it count.
I love the way they've been boarding as well, moving up, and we see every time Rox gets a chance to breathe, they are able to clear CLG's wards. That may be a chance for them to kind of get a bushwhack attack in the jungle if it comes down to it. Right now, the way CLG's wards sit, it's just telling them that Rox is in the fog of war. They don't have to worry. They know exactly where they are.
And look, I knew that CLG would be building magic, but it's been so smart. The Banshee Veil was very early from Hui. Already not really a target you want to be using the Malzahar combo on. Double QSS, the insurance, but the snowball QSS that we didn't see from G2, where we saw Perkz going all full offensive. Speaking of offenses, Hui's smelling around, but not going to find them.
Yeah, it is very important to get QSSs on your front line when you're playing Malzahar, because that is the most often, often the target that he's going to choose because of the percent health shred, and it puts him in the least danger. Malzahar doesn't want to extend unless one of the enemy carries is out of position. It's going to be on that front line, and with both Darshan and Xmithy having their QSSs and then Huhi having the Banshee's Veil, they're fairly well protected.
I mean, not even including this, the ultimate from Alistair, so there really is no easy target. You can't clean up the support. You see 2 QSSs and a Banshee Veil, and if Malzahar's getting on top of Caitlyn, there's more problems for CLG than itemization.
The Baron trifecta ward here from CLG. They see everything on it, and now they can try to pressure Rox if they want to. Looks like bottom lane is going to be pushed in by Darshan here. They're going to try to scatter a bit, but Smeb does have that teleport, so it shouldn't scatter Rox too hard. Everything down the mid lane, as you said, Papa Smithy, that last mid turret is going to be the eye for CLG.
And you can see where the game is turning as CLG started to move their wards over.
Go over the wall there, Huhi, so it's a bit more farming time for Smeb.
Slowly walking back through the jungle they still own, and being very careful about it too. Power in numbers, never letting one straggle. And it looks like they will wait for the minion wave here. Stixxay and after a move, ready to get on the front line, do some damage.
Yeah, they have Caitlyn traps, they have Nidalee spears, plus they also have the option to dive with the Alistar.
Ooh.
And their 1 versus 1 on the other side should be winning as well there with Darshan chunking down Smeb. Smeb has actually been able to get an experience lead due to picking up constant waves. They're rotating him back and forth to absorb those minion waves, but Darshan still, with the extra power there, Black Cleaver completed as well.
Yeah, going on your point, it's kind of insane that Rox are keeping up in levels and getting that gold or gold value that comes with the levels, but they just don't have options against this siege outside of a massive engage that just don't think it's time yet.
Yeah, Caitlyn is just too safe.
Smeb, though.
There's the ghost. Ghost from Kuro. He's trying to get the hit from Smeb. They're right on the Stixxay. He goes down. They were waiting for the moment to pull the trigger. And Huhi's going to do a bit of damage to keep them at bay. It's not a Narbar from Darshan. They're not going to be too scared of it, but they are able to still group in mid lane. He's going to try to build that up now, but they do recognize the attack, and they say, there's nothing for Darshan. We can engage here. Xmithy going too far is forced to flash and cleanse out for himself. Prey very low on the outside, and Darshan's able to pick up Prey as they get back into the fight. Huki was just doing tick after tick of damage, and it's a 1-for-1 after all of it.
And you take scope of where the game is, though, Riv. It's a 9,000 gold lead. Going for 1-1 is great for the Rocks Tigers. CLG got foxed. Smeb coming in from the flank, taking out 2 members. Doesn't matter how much of a gold lead you have when 15,000 gold worth of character is off the screen.
That's the reason I want to watch Smeb in the team fights, right? Just as I said, Caitlyn is too safe. He comes in, he ejects the backline, they're all alone, he's got the perfect angle, lands the charge, and they take out the center of CLG's comp. This is such a beautiful flank from Smeb. Look at all the wards CLG had too. I mean, honestly, that was the best play Tigers could hope for, and yet it still only resulted in a 1-for-1 because of the ensuing team fight here. Huhi on Aurelion Soul, the damage is constantly being pumped out there, plus the Rylai slow keeps them at range. Look at the backline, even though the focus is on Darshan there, CLG see the opening, and Prey just
this kind of
auto-attack.
casually dies.
Yeah, that's
first the expansion and then just an auto attack.
We gave him too much praise. I mean, I'm super caster cursed this game. Both Stixay and Prey, the AD carries.
I'm not clear who we've cast away and who we still believe in at this point, Kobe.
All flashes, but Gorillas are down for this next fight if they choose to do so with Huki and Stixay. Theirs coming up just after that fight. Could get crazy. CLG going to pick up another Ocean, which is just going to give them so much time to sit at these sieges.
Just want to note for all the people making fun of Huhi as well, he's still yet to die in this game, and he's carrying these team fights
all
as
you
well.
people.
Remember Stixay died at the beginning of that fight? That was literally a 4 versus 5 turnaround for CLG.
We still have something fun to look forward to, because there might be a manliness check coming up very soon for Huhi. He has 10 stacks on his Dark Seal. Is it Medjai's time? That'd be a fun one. Medjai's against Rocks Tigers at World. That's the one you dream of and then wake up and kind of, you know, pick at yourself and think, okay, that's not going to happen, but...
The observer was scaring me. I was still wondering if Smeb was in that bush. Looks like he is, and Prey as well. Here's your test, Papa.
Very tanky.
Level 15, 902, absolutely blows up Prey.
Holy crap.
Leads the rest of the team to do so as they try to get away now. Smeb, Keeper's Verdict, has no say in this fight, and he's going to be the next focus. A Gnar out from Darshan causes the rest of Rocks to turn away, and they get just that, rocked out of the fight.
And Huhi passes the test with flying colors. 100% spray before Smeb even arrives.
Just wonder why this Aurelion Soul was not targeted. The information was out there. Everyone knew it was available against it. The bound's getting low.
Alpha Moon and Fastbot able to use the Unbreakable Will to crush Curl's ultimate. They're still trying though. Rocks sees these entries, but CLG's able to just act on them. These are the chances Rocks has to get back in. Darshan's now gonna get Pina in the top side. And it seems like CLG is able to stop that engage from Rocks Tigers every time and then get a bag of chips.
Now the gold lead is really spiraling out of control for Rocks Tigers. There's 5,000 gold lead returns. There's 7,000. And then there's 13,000 with a raid boss, 11-0-2. Huhi.
This is one exciting group, guys, I have to say. CLG looking poised to take over and deliver Rocks Tigers their first defeat of the group stages. Inhibitor turrets still stand though, and that is always the most crucial defense point.
CLG in a best of one. People talk about cheese, what type of cheese will be today, but this is pure preparation. The level 1 Zix really drilled his players smartly in how to set up and take advantage of some of the things that Rocks Tigers do a little bit lazily in the early game. Here we're going to see that replay. Prey's life, it was there for about a second, and this at super slow motion is a 3-shot.
Like it.
He's not done yet either. Huhi doesn't stop. Chases multiple people down here. He's like, okay, Smeb, he's probably cornered right now. And then he tries to go after Gorilla as well. They lock down the stun. Smeb, nowhere to go. That's the Baron for them. And CLG, let's see if they can crack that inhibitor turret line, because that is the big question.
What does a team fight that the Rocks Tigers win even look like, Kobe? Maybe we're not even going to see a team fight because here's the gank crew.
Snap, this could be Huhi over the wall. They get the GLP slow, and they get the rest of the slow from the Boomerang. This is a Guardian Angel going down. He didn't have one. I thought he did at the end. So many effects. That was Darshan's. Another one there. Smeb won't need to teleport back out. They are right up on the front doorstep of Rocks Tigers base. 45 seconds, however, on the clock here. Baroned up minions headed in to this inhibitor turret.
Much damage already. Once it goes down, speaking of, Darshan considers it engaged, but take the inhibitor, go from there.
Yep, inhibitor should be fairly easy. 27 seconds actually still on Smeb.
Yeah.
They can end this with the Baron buff.
Peanuts knockup could really throw him for a loop, but I don't know if Prey has enough damage to get over the minions. There's a huge wave blocking the rest of CLG. They're going to drop the first Nexus turret.
CLG's new strategy, lose one game to the wild card to give the #1 Korean seed false hope.
Bringing them back. 35 minutes into this one, Chronologic Gaming's going to play it safe, but still aggressive, making sure they get a Nexus turret, make a statement on the way out. A little bit of pressure here from Peanut as he does the Void Rush to let them know they have somebody on their heels.
On the walk over, Kobe. At CLG, they could definitely take a win off a Rocks Tigers team that have honestly looked pretty casual, pretty careless in the first couple of games, and they're just about a hair's breadth away from upsetting the tournament favorites.
Definitely true. Albus knocks Luna also in a very good spot this week. But, I mean, so much can happen next week. Let's keep our eyes on this game as CLG try and take another inhibitor turret. Smeb coming in.
Keeper's verdict. How many does he get? That's going to be Xmithy and Stixay out of the fight. Huki, Afromu, and Darshan. A huge Gnar ultimate against the wall. Prey now with Stixay 1v1 as he tries to get out of the fight. Kuro and Prey are down. That's the DPS. That's the fight as Rocks runs for the fountain for solace. And Peanut does everything he can, going for broke with the last knockup. But Darshan's going to follow him all the way home, and he's going to look for more kills, showing up on the world stage after having a troublesome season. The rest of CLG coming together as well here to pick up another victory at Worlds to go 2-1 in the first week.
That man on screen deserves the hugs and the praise. Huhi given his Aurelian soul, and Huhi shows up.
No other way to put it. Huhi was by far the MVP. Not going to be any drama about the analysts trying to come up with one this game, and the draft was so strong from Zix and the playstyle as well. Sure, it's only a best of one, but it's a best of one to instill faith in the CLG faithful and in our North American crowd here today.
And this was such a switch from really what I expected to see from this Aurelian Soul. We saw Huki at MSI, farm back, try to clear that wave, keep pressure on it. This guy was everywhere. Where did this Huki come from?
Comboing with Afromu's Alistar, level 1. Shoves up the wave, roams to bottom lane, and they got the game going very, very quickly, never letting go. Proactive from the very beginning.
And look, the Korean fans, I'm sure, will be relentless at their favorites losing to Counterlogic Gaming, but I think this is actually a really important loss for the Rocks Tigers, because again, they won, but won casually and kind of carelessly against two other teams. A reality check, if it comes at the quarterfinals, you're out of the tournament. If it comes at the third game of a week where you go 2-1, that's the time to get it.
Right, they just came off their game versus G2. They were down over 5,000 gold at 20 minutes into a loss now. They've got to be, you know, practicing more, basically. They have to be second-guessing a lot of what's going on right now.
It's been a crazy run already at Worlds. We still have 2 more games to go today, but from what we've seen, brackets are exploded. I don't think anybody's got that anymore.
Brains are exploded.
Brains are absolutely exploded. I mean, what do you guys make of it?
I mean, this is what we exactly want. This is what we want Worlds to be. We don't just want one region carrying over them all. Will the Korean team win the whole thing? Maybe. But for now, for the first week, we can all be excited that we go into week 2 of Worlds not really that much closer at knowing who will pick up the Summoners Cup.
Exactly. Everybody comes into Worlds winning. It's just crazy to see the ones that are in the first seed or the ones that are stumbling coming out of the gate.
The only thing that is clear is that SKT look extremely good right now. I feel like that's
the play today, Kobe.
True enough. Setting them up.
I mean, they're 2-0. Remember, they're 0-2 against Flash Wolves at MSI, so bit of history there. Bit of bookkeeping to be done by SK Telecom.
Foreshadowing from Papa.
So right now we're going to hand it off to Shox, who's waiting to bring us an interview with CLG's Monster in the mid lane.
Well-deserved chance for Huhi. First up, did you have fun playing Aurelion Sol today?
Yeah.
Secondly, how sad are you that you're probably not gonna get to play him again?
I mean, I hope people misclick and don't ban Aurelion Sol, so.
All jokes aside, you took down the Rocks Tigers, and some teams have already done really good in the early game versus them, but it is so hard to close out. So why do you think that you guys succeed where the others failed?
I guess like because of the Albus Nox defeat, like we were pretty like, I'll say, can I say tilted? Like we were pretty tilted, so we worked mentally really hard. Like I'll say we got a lot from that loss. So everyone mentality was like, we're not going to like get loose. We're going to concentrate until the game ends. So like that's why we were like on point on like what we wanted to do that game.
Did it help that G2 lost to Albus Noxuna moments before?
I mean, I feel pretty bad for G2. They're a really good team, but whenever they go for international tournament, they are like nervous or something. So I feel like they are not performing that well. But I do think Albus Nox is really strong team. So like I don't think we lost yesterday's game because we played bad. I just think they played really well. So like yeah, I just think they're a really good team.
I think we all have to agree. And that makes this group super interesting. So let me take it back a couple of months. MSI, CLG, not too much to be expected, rocking the NA jerseys, take down SKT, tournament favorites, make it all the way to the final, blow everyone's minds. You take down Rocks here. What can we expect from CLG?
I don't know, we expected us being strong in our group stage. So like we did expect this thing. And like we were saying that the world stage right now is similar to group stage, I mean MSI, because at MSI we also lost to the international team, but we got second place. So like we were going to lose the international team so that we can beat the like Rocks Tigers, that non-defeated.
All planned for CLG. Thank you so much, Huhi. Give it up one more time. CLG beating out Rocks Endless Desk. Take it away.
Thank you, Shox. Some fantastic insights there from Huhi about how the team recovered to get this victory against the Rocks Tigers. Before we dive into it, I've got to welcome Jake Spawn Tiberi to the desk. So welcome. I'm glad you subbed in for that game. That's the game to sub in for, right?
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, CLG, another huge upset in a group stage of an international tournament. And one more time, Huhi just silencing haters everywhere with an outstanding performance.
And I'm looking at this draft phase as well. The Aurelion Sol and the Gnar at the very end really sealed this composition away, and they didn't actually have 2 out of 3 winning lanes until they had that level 1 roam early in the game. Like it sealed everything together, and Huhi did spectacularly.
It just shows why Aurelion Sol is such a power pick for CLG. It's been banned in their region, and every time that he gets to pull it out, they always go with this ridiculously unexpected play. Who does a level 1 roam to actually to the bottom lane at that? And most importantly, Caitlyn actually started traps to combo out with the Alistar.
And this is what we talk about with Aurelion Sol. He kills the first wave so quickly, you have all the options. And normally you expect someone to go and take half of a jungle camp, but he walks all the way down to the bottom lane before Aframu goes for the flash pulverize. And Prey doesn't even bother using his summoner spells because that would just make him more vulnerable to a future gank.
Yeah, and the consistent damage that came out of the Aurelion Sol just means that, you know, there's no way you can get out of that. He has such good mobility roaming down. But this is a composition that I think a lot of people will look at the surface and be like, the roams. But the sieging potential, it reminded me a lot of, you know, Veigar Caitlyn, because you cannot engage onto the Aurelion Sol because of the ultimate, because of the orbs. And
fact that Rocks have still not picked a winning half of the map is somewhat upsetting me, because one more time they put Smeb into a bad matchup. There is absolutely no way mid lane gets any priority at that stage. That was a very strange draft out of Rocks.
Yeah, and to that point, I mean, they only had one game of Aurelion Sol themselves in the entire split, even playoffs. And the previous game we were talking about, maybe you just ban things that are, you're not going to play yourself, ban out the comfort picks out of the other team. And you know that CLG is going to play Aurelion Sol. It's an incredibly powerful pick. And just giving it away like that, I find that a little bit disrespectful.
Yeah, and it's been such a crazy group, obviously, now. We have Albus, Nox, Luna, Rocks, Tigers, and CLG sitting at 2-1. But I think the bigger question is, what's going on with Rocks' early game?
Yep.
The first 13 minutes against Albus Nox, they were behind. They were down 5,000 gold against G2, 7,000 gold against CLG. These are gargantuan gold deficits at 20 minutes that you do not expect out of a team as good as Rocks.
And, you know, if you pull apart this draft, you have a look at it, and Rocks is very much putting the microscope on bottom lane, because they pick range support, they ban away Nami, they take Ezreal, which is definitely Prey's best carry. So they're looking for an advantage in that lane. But the fact that they're only looking at it through one lane and they don't have anywhere else on the map to assist that duo means that you can lane as good as you want. You're still going to have to push up. You're still going to leave yourself open to these ganks.
And it's a change of the play, because before we had seen them play to the top side of the map. You know that Peanut and Smeb team up together and like to invade and create pressure a lot. But even seeing that Poppy pick as the final, a little bit surprising. I would have liked to see Smeb on the really hard carry, and obviously CLG with the preparation, banning the Rumble and the Cannon. But there are more carries in the top side, and we've been used to seeing Prey play a more utility role within the team, and seeing all the attention to the bottom side just maybe speaks to uncomfortable for Rocks in the sense of playing towards the bottom side.
Now, one of the easiest player of the game decisions we've probably ever made is going to go to Huhi on that Aurelion Sol. I mean, the pick itself, the way he played it, Shock said it on stage. Probably not going to see him on that champion again for the remainder of the tournament, just based on this single performance.
And you know, the way that the rest of the CLG members facilitate it, they play around him, they don't engage until he's actually there. I think that this team plays around any member incredibly well, and it was great to see Huhi get on a carry that he likes and play exceptionally well.
And this is one of CLG's biggest strengths. Huhi slumped so much during the regular season. And we've seen this time and time again in esports. When a player slumps, he's off the team. But CLG kept faith in Huhi, kept telling him he was playing well, and then he brings out the MVP performances like we saw here today.
Now, Jat, you mentioned we've got 3 teams tied at 2-1 in this group. Group A, this group, is the first group that will be done playing the entire group stage. They play on Thursday. Let's talk a little bit about what we expect next week, or what we hope to see out of any of these teams as they have just a little bit of time to go back to the drawing board.
And this is why Aaron to find a group with like an upsetting team like Albus Nox as the actual group of death, because none of these teams would have gone into this and been like, what the heck, we're going to drop 2 games against Albus Nox. And that's a real possibility now going into next week for someone like CLG, like G2, have been so up and down. Reality, you just can't pick who's going to make it out of this group anymore.
Yeah, I'm going to try. I mean, it's always fun to try and predict things. I think Albus Nox Luna has been spectacular with the 2-1, but based on the overall strength of CLG, they look like they played the best this week, and I think Rocks Tigers will adapt better in the week in between, so I still have it. Well, now I have it with Rocks 1 CLG 2, whereas my pick'em had G2 at number 2, and I don't think that's going to happen anymore.
I personally actually think that Albus Nox might be able to make it out of here, but the inconsistency from CLG is something that I find hard to get by. They just keep playing it at your heart by having a really poor performance and then all of a sudden being able to have such a monster game. And it seems that it's so dependent on the picks that they actually get to have. And if a team can figure out what they're trying to do, and if they can expand their champion pool in the next couple of days, I think that they'll be able to have a really good shot.
Yeah, but so talk to me about this, because we just mentioned, okay, Aurelion Sol might not get picked up, but that's not the whole aspect of this champion select, right? They still had the Nidalee with the Caitlyn. When you talk about the turret sieging, the playmaking potential on Aframo, who, by the way, played phenomenally in this game as well. If it weren't for Huhi, I mean, we would have been looking at him probably for player of the game. So how would you attack this CLG draft? How do you attack this CLG squad going into next week?
You look at this one in particular, I think you do take away the Aurelion Sol, and maybe you take away the Caitlyn. It's in a super simplistic sense, if you take all the prep out of it, what have they most succeeded with, and what are the linchpins to those compositions? They succeeded with Caitlyn Nami in game 1 against G2, and they succeeded with the Aurelion Sol and the Caitlyn here. So I think those are 2 big bans.
Yeah, I think the other option is you just go hard at the solo laners. I mean, you get Smeb on a better matchup and you take away the Aurelion Sol, and you just say, you know what, you can snowboard bottom lane as much as you want. We still have Peanut running around with Smeb on the top side of the map, and, you know, we're going to be able to take it to you there. And I also think that, you know, Smurf showed today that if you get him a favorable matchup against a good top laner, he's still going to be able to go to town. So I think that the solo lanes are still a big question for me about CLG. I think that their jungler, fantastic. Their duo lane is also very, very good. But I still have big questions about Huhi not on ASOL, as well as Darshan.
And yeah, and I think that historically, CLG has been the team that almost always plays to the bottom side. They really just put all that effort towards getting the bottom lane ahead. Obviously, in this game, Hui was able to step up, but he was just roaming around the map constantly. And if you can find a way to just prevent that and expect that bottom lane movement and actually not fall prey to it, and at the same time punish the other aspects of the map, it should be a really difficult spot for CLG to find anything in the map.
Let's go ahead and talk about this group a little bit more since we have the time. You mentioned Smurf being able to play in a couple of different matchups. We saw him play the Trundle into Poppy yesterday, Poppy into the Trundle today. I mean, he is now making a name for himself. When I look at that Albus Nox roster, you know, initially we're looking at Kira in the mid lane being, you know, one of the big carries. Well, all of a sudden, that roster seems to be expanding, and I'm not able to pinpoint just one single player that I need to attack.
Yeah, I would agree with that Albus Nox Luna team, but the main thing to me about Albus Nox has been Lacrit's ability to surprise people and just play different than everyone else is practicing against. As far as the overall picture of how could the wildcard team succeed, they're not in the same practice environment that everyone else has been in. We're very much turning into this global game and global meta, but Albus Nox is apart from that, and that, I think, gives them a slight edge coming in here.
Do you have a small point you want to throw in there?
Yeah, I was just going to echo that as well, and it's the picks that they do it with, not necessarily a play style that just catch you completely off guard.
All right, well, Group A just got all that much more interesting, so stay right here because when we return, SKT and the Flash Wolves are up next as Worlds 2016 continues.
Citing Aurelion Sol as well, back enabled today. Hui on his trademark. This is the champion that threw off RNG.
Peanut actually goes right by it, but Hui level
right
one
down. Prey gets hit. Yes, it is the roam. 6A's out of mana and Peanut over the wall. Flash knock up onto him. The rest of the team is closing in. New challengers approach from the top side, and that's going to be the Prey Seeker.
Can you see us?
I'm eating over.
Coming. Watch us. Here's the flash. Ulted. Nice. Holy fucking shit, Jay. Good shit.
This is zero hesitation, CLG. Under the turret could be a little scary for him, and it's going to be 1-2 down.
천천히.
Here's your test, Papa.
Very thanky.
Level 15, 902. Absolutely blows up Prey.
Holy crap.
Yuki, Aframu, and Darshan. A huge Gnar ultimate against the wall. Prey now with Stixay 1v1 as he tries to get out of the fight. The rest of CLG coming together as well here to pick up another victory at Worlds to go 2-1 in the first week.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
Welcome back to San Francisco. We're about to get into our next matchup of the day, but before we do, a reminder that the newest addition to the championship skin line, Zed, is live in the client. 25% of all championship Zed and 30% of all championship Ward skin sales will go directly to the world's prize pool, so you can help raise the stakes in the fight for the Summoners Cup. All right, but let's turn to the next clash. It's a clash between the SKT and Flash Wolves. These teams are no strangers to each other, but what are the big key points that we're looking at in this matchup?
I love Flash Wolves, I really do. They're one of my favorite teams ever. Fell in love with them in the Taiwanese region. However, when you lead for 97 out of 117 minutes game time and cannot close out a single victory at Worlds so far, that is incredibly frustrating to watch. This team has just lost all semblance of like late game macro, and that really has to eventually get into your mindset.
Yeah, I think it's really worrying, but the other thing that's funny about that stat is that's the second highest percentage of gold lead to SKT. So these two teams have been ahead of their opponents more than any other team here at Worlds. So if there was a game to kind of descend everyone's pick'em into chaos, it would be this one if Flash was able to take down SKT and make it so no one was undefeated.
And the one semblance of hope for Flash Wolves is the fact that they have improved their ability to at least get more objectives in the mid and late game from Game 1 to Game 2. Game 1, they weren't even able to take down the mid turret against IMA, which is incredibly worrying. Game 2 against Cloud9, they're at least able to break the base and almost get inhibitors, which is an improvement, right? We were worried that they weren't going to be able to do it, and hopefully against SKT, if they can actually get an advantage because both of these teams get early leads, they could be able to take a little bit more.
Yeah, context on Jad's point about SKT. They have led in 63 minutes out of the 65 minutes that they've been on the Rift. So that's only 2 minutes that they've not been leading the game, and that was the first 2 minutes in their game against C9.
Yeah, I mean, they don't count minute 0 in this stat, and then I guess the other team shoved the lane. And other than that, SKT has been able to dominate them. So they've definitely been the most dominant team we've seen, and they've only ever lost 4 games at Worlds. They lost 3 in 2013, 1 in 2015 in the finals, and they've yet to lose here. So they're pretty good.
That's a scary stat. That is a scary stat, actually. If I was playing against that and I heard that, oh, Jesus.
Right, hopefully they have their headsets on already, because that would definitely make me feel a little worried going into this matchup. But FLICKR on your screen here, I mean, he's talk of the town.
I guess that is. That's the biggest story for me. I mean, we knew that he was coming in on reasonably good form, but like, how does that stand up on the world stage and with the rest of the team around him not really performing in the LCK? Where does that leave FLICKR? And the answer to that question was like better than ever. I mean, this guy's once again on a tear. So I think that when you look at this SKT lineup and you have a look at, the Karsa Maple synergy, you start to worry because Karsa's maybe slumping a little bit. And if he can't help Maple out, how does this mid lane even go? Because Maple does not take a step backwards. He always likes to step up in a lane.
And to that point, SKT is one of the best teams that's actually removing vision around mid lane. Anytime that they recognize that there is vision in that area, they will just go in there with as many people as they can to just sweep it out as quickly as possible and just allow FLICKR to have as much pressure as possible and make that mid laner just feel completely constricted.
History suggests that Flash Wolves might find success against SKT, but recency says that SKT has it all. And while defending his team's title, Wolf is focused on his own play and isn't concerned with other tournament favorites.
뭐 저희 팀이 우승할 거다라는 생각을 하시는 분이 많은지는 잘 모르겠어요. 아마 뭐 락스나 뭐 TSM이나 뭐 RNG, EDG 쪽을 그렇게 생각하실 것 같았는데 그래서 그런지 별로 그런 압박은 없는 것 같아요. 그냥 뭐 제 할 것만 잘하고 좋은 성적 최대한 내서 후회 없는 게임만 하고 싶어요.
Almost flying under the radar until they really need to attack. Now let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is going to be SK Telecom T1. That means in the top lane, it is Duke. Jungling is Blank. The mid lane is going to be FLICKR with Bang and Wolf at AD carry and support. And as always, Coach Koma.
And on the red side, it's the Flash Wolves. Up top is MMD. In the jungle, Karsa. Mid, Maple. At AD carry, NL. Support, Sword Art, and Coach Fluid Wind.
It's crazy that objectives to describe the early games between these two teams are pretty similar. Methodical, smart, till that 20-minute mark where Flash Wolves have just let it all go away. It's crazy how they can get such a lead but not know how to close, kind of have to just go to the Baron and hope that will do it. What I want to see from them here, some initiation, some real pick CC, because they've gone for these intricate comps, pulled them up off to a point, and then kind of fallen away.
I really like your initiation point, maybe Sword Art back on the Albus. Exactly. That's been one of the biggest tools for them in the past, because honestly, the inability to end was very, very stark over the past couple days.
It almost seems like they're getting in their own heads. We actually see a lot of teams at Worlds get that hesitation, but are still trying, as Rocks did in that game. They were behind, but they were still trying to engage. It's something you have to do, but Flash Wolves seems much more timid at actually continuing to try, even when they have the lead, and it's hurting them so much.
No disagreements here. Getting that outer mid lane turret also slowed them down a lot.
Yeah.
So small victories for the Flash Wolves. They get to that spot, but closing it against SKT, tall order.
See what they have starting in picks and bans. Vladimir will be the first one on the list for SKT. As Flash Wolves look right at Bang for ban number 1.
I'm also going to be looking at Wolf in this game. As he, we just saw that shot from him. He's concentrating on his own play.
Yeah.
He has been roaming a ton. Talk about playmaking. He actually only spent 4 minutes of the first 15 minutes of the game with Bang. This guy has been everywhere.
I just loved his play in game 1, especially where FLICKR obviously had a massive lead over Jensen in the mid lane, was zoning him off turret. but the backup for the ability to actually push in on top of the enemy's mid lane turret from the likes of Wolf roaming to mid, and when he wasn't there, Bengi was roaming through mid. All their plays lined up, all of them were intelligent, and they had that ruthless aggression that SK Telecom have when they're on form.
This is going to be an SKT ban. They are able to ban Nidalee. And it is going to be over to Flash Wolf's side now. What will they decide? What is going to be the priority to keep away from
Cassiopeia is on the table and
Yes.
very high priority when there's been so many mid lane bans. With the early Vladimir ban, you kind of have to ban Syndra, as very few people have as much time on Aurelion Sol as Huhi, so maybe not willing to play that one into it. And with Syndra banned, then Cassiopeia rises because Syndra has been the best into Cassiopeia, so it's this domino effect of mid lane priority that has cascaded down, and they do indeed take that one up very quickly.
And one wonders, has Maple actually put time into Aurelion Sol, which, as you said, was very much a niche pickup until we heard whispers around the boot camp where everyone was like, nope, we're spamming Aurelion Sol. We see the power. It's not just Huhi, not just Fly from KT Rolster. It's everyone around.
Yeah.
So that remains to be seen. It'll certainly be a contested pick going forward at Worlds.
back and forth. Flash Wolves look for 1 and 2 on their side. Lee Sin has stuck, and I think Carson may be taking that into the jungle here. Just waiting on what else they want. It is going to be that Poppy.
Yeah, no surprise here. They've banned the Trundle, their last ban, kind of the counter there to Poppy, or one of the, just not even the counter, just very strong in lane against Poppy, and being able to steal her stats later, very big. So playmaking here from MMD up on the top side. They want him on something sturdy on the front line. He hasn't been the one to, outright carry this team. That's been up to Maple and Karsa in the early game. Speaking of the early game, Lee Sin, such a polarizing champion here at the Worlds group stage. I mean, we've seen some of the most amazing Lee Sins. We've seen some not be able to accomplish much in the early game, and there's a very big difference. Karsa is one of the Lee Sins with a ton of time on the champion.
And we're going to see a jungle Olaf from a Korean team. As I said, the stat in the previous game, 0 jungle Olaf games in summer. Only 3 Olaf picks over the course of spring. Reyno, of course, famous for that pick, formerly an LCK jungler, but it very much left. It was extradited with Reyno, went over to Europe, then North America. Very interesting to see a Korean jungler on a Korean team play this Olaf.
And Blank especially, because Blank has been the one to receive the most criticism on SKT, and him on the Olaf. I mean, Olaf is also a polarizing champion. I don't want to say it again, but I mean, there's your hover there for your Maple Aurelion Sol, actually, Papa.
And coming back to Blank, just when we wait to see if it will be Aurelion Sol, is locked in. Okay, Maple will be taking it. Blank's best champion by far in summer was Gragas. Again, one that's not of those 10 and 3. Was a very big pick for him. So we see the Nidalee banned away. That's what he played last time, banned on Blue's side. The Lee Sin takeaway. Interesting to see he's added Olaf to the pool, but will it be the Olaf, the Terra Olafs that we've seen so far this tournament?
We will get a chance to see what he does with the Viking. We're going to hop out real quick, allow Blank to change out his summoner spells, as it was not for him before in the champion select.
Ghost
so
on
just
Olaf.
A quick moment. Yes, Ghost Olaf.
You can do
is
flash.
the way you're going to do it.
If you're against Jarvan or something, maybe, but more often than not.
It's going to be that old.
I'd say it's a 99.9% Ghost champion.
What about Ghosts? What about Flash Righteous Glory? That's sort of Ghost.
That's true. You guys are going down a path. I meant to say bang, but it was still a great discussion. Thanks. Great job. So looking at what these guys are going to do, obviously they have shown, and I'm pretty sure we'll see the same as they were going through it. I'll get a note on that a very aggressive team here, if it is going to be that Olaf, it is going to be that Rumble, because he is just going to charge right through on the entire team, getting slowed by Equilibrium.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they're keeping the picks, and we're just going to pick up where we left off with those, and he's just going to change summoner spells. And I think they're actually pretty happy with that, because as far as Lee Sin into Olaf, the early game, Lee Sin's big strengths come from his mobility and being able to choose an advantageous situation to then fight. Whereas Olaf has the actual stats to just have hand-to-hand combat with anyone, and uses the ghost to try and chase people down, and just get the perma-slow with his axes.
I'd actually like you to settle an argument, Kobe. So both these junglers very much since early game junglers. Lee Sin famously does his damage work earlier than more as a peel, or maybe an initiator in the late game. Olaf, it feels, also peaks earlier, but who is the stronger late game jungle? Because on paper, you're like, okay, Olaf runs through CC, kills people, but it doesn't really feel like that actually happens in competitive games very often.
That's such a like mean twerk question because Lee Sin's late game viability 100% relies upon how good the individual player is, piloting them. If you are the one to be able to flank around in Fog of War, get the ward hop, Sonic Wave into the back line, kick
what
both
you're saying is that Meteos is a really good Lee Sin.
Oh, jeez. He's not even up there, man. But honestly, yeah, that's really the big difference. Like Olaf is so much simpler, easier to execute, whereas the margin for error on Lee Sin is huge in the late game. And yes, a lot of people will take Lee Sin and they'll be like, oh my goodness, I saw this on the world stage. I feel like I have no idea what to do in the late game because it's so difficult to see those openings, plan them out ahead of time and then react appropriately as the reactions of your opponents come out one by one in the late game. Lee Sin, one of the most popular champions, also one of the lowest win rate champions.
I guess the only small thing I'd say in defense of Lee Sin is that at least he can peel. At least the kick can be used defensively in the late game, whereas Olaf is famously very one-way, can fight next to carries, but isn't quite the Lee Sin in that way.
Right, that was one of the buffs that the balance team did to Lee Sin to try and make him, more of an all-around champion. So it would be easier for people who weren't quite as gifted, let's say, on Lee Sin, to also have a pretty big impact. He, on the ultimate, would you get that kick damage if you kick him through people, then they take more percentage health damage. But still, he's definitely still in that same spot where you better be good or you better have a lot of games.
And I feel like that plays more as well as we get into Worlds because it showed that people weren't playing against him much coming in, in Dynamic Q, whatever you're playing, but they were getting caught out by that kick, the flash kick, just the jump kick, that they're going to play against that better in the coming weeks.
I mean, Lee Sin has been the playmaking jungler du jour. Svenskeren has excelled on that. It was banned away, and TSM still picked up a win, but didn't have that same oomph in the early game. So it's always a happy meta when Lee Sin's around. Over in LCK, we had those two Lee Sin pickers, the two people that held out with the meta being elsewhere. But when it's available to everyone, the aggressive-minded junglers, they're licking their lips.
Yeah, and as we have some more time here, as we're still waiting on that switch out, we always have to bring in the team comps when we discuss individual champions because they're never in isolation. And Lee Sin does have a pairing with Aurelion Sol, talking about the mobility advantage and being able to choose your advantageous situation in which to fight, thereby, making up for some of the loss of stats that you may have in the 1v1. Aurelion Sol roaming. Lee Sin's great at capitalizing on those fights because Aurelion Sol, biggest thing he does is control a huge area within the skirmish. If you can have a jungle skirmish with Aurelion Sol at your back, it really opens up a lot of playmaking for Lee Sin.
I feel like the Flash Wolves are looking, the previous game is hopefully a preview of what they're going to be able to do because it was Huhi and Xmithy with Aurelion Sol Nidalee. I think that's perhaps the most powerful of duos, but Lee Sin and Aurelion Sol certainly no slack either, and it's also Maple and Karsa. These two are the dynamic duo that have always been there for the Flash Wolves. So really exciting to see if they can actually have that early game.
And there is going to be pressure on them because, as we said, the margin for error is very low. And Olaf has Ghost, and he's going to have priority in the early game.
We all know what Olaf's going to do.
If you fight him in the heads up and you don't take advantage of these 2-versus-1 situations to try and both focus and DPS someone down, Olaf is a monster early.
I also like the Rumble pick against it as well because they're going to be coming in with the Lee Sin, with the Aurelion Sol, and you're going to have a red carpet to roll over on that's going to slow you down. So as well, that lets Olaf get into the back line. It's going to be able to do a lot of damage. We're just about to get ready and get back into the champion select. They are going to be the same up until that point with Bang Summoner's switch. So almost good to go. We are about to get into that SKT matchup, and we'll see what they can get done against the Flash Wolves. Back into picks and bans, you did see that Aurelion Sol get hovered by Maple, and it will be a lock-in.
Caitlyn also for the laning phase, looking for a complete bottom lane for SKT, and they're not going to respect the Caitlyn. Going to be going for the Sivir and Karma. Very much a compositional pick.
Yeah, another NL champion here, the Caitlyn.
And we got what we wanted.
The Ezreal. The Alistar on Sword Eye. There you go, Papa. He's definitely going to take that, and definitely going to be the Thunderlords. This guy is the one to watch as far as Fog of War plays as well. And they will have a similar combo to CLG to see if they can actually pull it off in a similar fashion.
Flash Wolves spent so much time ahead, but when these Pokecoms didn't have Engage, if you ever get a vision advantage with Poppy, Lee Sin, Aurelion Sol, and Alistar, the ping pong that can happen for the carries is unbelievable. This is definitely a comp that if it gets ahead, can be oppressive to play against because you even go up to your Raptors, you even go up to your Krugs, and you can be bouncy castle to death.
Definitely a tremendous amount of similarities. However, this time around, we focus so heavily on this Aurelion Sol because he had such a big impact before. On the side of SKT, they have Sivir and Karma. That's so much speed for the Olaf. We talk about Olaf, and him going one way. That train is going to be moving very quickly.
The put all your eggs in the blank basket comp. I don't know about that one.
Not all of the eggs.
I don't know about that
because just behind the train is FLICKR on Cassiopeia. And that's a lot of DPS.
Makes sense. Support your team or support the team of your choice over on Twitter. Hashtag SKT win, hashtag Flash Wolves win, hashtag FW win, that is. And we will see who gets the early lead in this one. We've seen that SKT is playing very clean, but Flash Wolves looking to make a statement here. Now 0-2 in the group stages versus that 2-0 of SKT.
I'm definitely going to keep an eye on SKT, see if they can use this movement speed to dodge the Flash Wolves' early moves. Because that does give an advantage, in dodging the Aurelion Sol roams and trying to get out of the way of those spheres.
You just worry that if this Cassiopeia ever loses lane pressure, it's FLICKR, okay? But still, FLICKR ever uses his flash, uses his summoners, you cede map control to Lee Sin and Aurelion Sol. And who he gave us a great demonstration of what can happen.
This is actually my first time seeing that Olaf skin, and I am a huge fan. I'm definitely picking that up when I get back. I've been playing so much Olaf recently just because of Worlds and because all the NA junglers are talking about it. There's actually quite a few small things you can do to optimize your early jungling. And that's one of the first things you should concentrate on if you are a new jungler, is just the PvE aspect. Because there's so much time you can save and so much health you can save if you think about the way that you're clearing these neutral camps,
But it's important to mention, though, to get that maximum clear time, the fastest clear time possible, you're pretty much kind of relegated to starting blue or starting Gromp and taking blue on the first side. Starting the top side of the jungle, the red side of the jungle, as the Olaf does actually impact your speed of clear. So that is actually extra information to the other team.
So blue does help tremendously with the clear speed, but he also has a very effective Krug side route that quite a few people have been trying out. And it does allow him also to stay healthy if he wants to, because one of the things is everyone expects Olaf to get low in the jungle, right? You talk about optimizing time. Exactly. The passive, you want to get more attack speed. Sometimes if you're expecting the route, and it is this common route of blue buff over down into the bottom side, which is the quickest, you can try and catch him on a camp at low health, and Lee Sin's got execute damage.
I've been tracking the Olaf, learning about it since, again, we don't have it over in Korea till now. And so far this tournament, it has been purely blue side strat, so blue side start for the Olaf. So it'll be interesting to track as we move forward whether people will get interesting with their pathing on Olaf.
You cannot get predictable, especially if you are going to get low health. Here we go, though. Maple playing the Aurelion Sol, same fashion. You want to get those orbs passing through the minions as well as onto the enemy champion. Get wave control. Now he can move up. This helps out with the jungle pressure. We already saw him steal away some of the small raptors, which is honestly one of the biggest things about playing mid lane recently, is how quickly you can shove your lane up to try and take away the small ones, since there's so much gold in it. You hurt the enemy jungler, also gain a lot more pressure around that mid lane. It's actually interesting. The bottom lane got pressure, so SKT got a deep ward as well into the blue side of Flash Wolf's jungle.
If you lose map pressure on the bot side and also Aurelion Sol leaves, that's the crescendo of problems. But bang, level 1W pushed up the moment the minion wave came in, and that's what let them actually have the free space to get this information. As maybe this will be a very early transfer for Maple.
Yep, should be a pretty easy handoff here. Karsa doesn't use mana, so he's just going to give it over. Meanwhile, the Olaf, like this from Blank, moving up to the top side here, going to try and ping on the Raptors, but Flash Wolves as well, expecting it, have their own ping. Blank takes the Krug, which has been, or the Scuttle Crab, excuse me.
Rivington's finding it very hard to actually not keep a straight face. As we see
loving
that
it.
Big chunk of ham being thrown out.
It's a great skin.
He's going to hit him with the T-bone going towards the top side. Let's see. Too bad we don't have the Lollipoppy on MMD, but I'm sure Blank will find a little bit of trouble soon here from Karsa.
I saw the future. It was the Krug indeed. He finds it all along.
Oh, a good tag. Sonic Wave resonating strike is a thank you very much from Karsa.
That's a huge boost to morale. When you find someone counter jungle, you
Wasting
take it
their
away.
time.
He snags it with the smite there as well. It's going to be a pretty big one.
Let's see if he keeps tabs on him. They got the ping in. It says, I'm going here, and I bet he is too. That push up on Maple makes this nice.
Yeah, the mid lane control, plus the respect just given in the 1v1. There's no way he wants to take that fight because Cassiopeia can join very quickly, but also he doesn't want to go toe-to-toe there, as Blank was still very healthy on Olaf. As Olaf is going over to the Gromp right now, one of the other optimizations you can do is they change the axes. Actually, he doesn't have it against the wall. So what happened now is that if you throw your undertow and you hit a champion model or a jungle model, it will automatically place the axe on the further side of that model rather than ending within it, which we used to be able to do years ago. Which makes it a little bit longer to pick up the axe. If you have it against the wall, though, it can't go into the wall. So you can instantly pick it up. You save like a second, literally. It's a very, very small thing, but it can help you out and makes you feel better.
Second is a lifetime in League.
It actually can mean the difference between a successful gank or the enemy jungler getting into position early on in the game. But honestly, we've been talking about this so long just because.
That's all right. This is our first approach to the bottom lane here a bit after a little back and forth. 5 minutes in, there's really no CS lead really around the map. Maybe a few towards the top lane as MMD had to get pushed off his turret. But what a close game here to start.
Maybe Karsa gonna actually impact the bot lane. Maple, importantly, didn't have enough gold in his first back for the swiftness boots. Sword Art.
There it is.
Wolf gets pushed back. A little bit of a lead for SKT, maybe nullified here, but Bang quickly gets in way, puts up the spell shield, and denies the damage onto Wolf a little bit. Well done.
Slight advantage as they gain 3 summoners to 2. However, they did show Karsa on the bottom side as well, and he's got camps up. So this is one thing as a jungler, you always have to keep this in mind. If you're going to go gank that other side, you have to worry about your small camps. There is a ward here that's a defense that Maple, I believe, placed that ward in advance earlier, but it's still going to cost him a camp. Every time you go for a gank first, worry about the small camps on your opposite side. Blank going with the very standard tax, basically, for a bottom side gank, and Olaf has a level advantage.
Even gets a refresh on the Raptor buffs, so 2 wards cleared out from that as well.
Oh, FLICKR coming over for the chunk as well. Another ward here for Blank. Those do give a little bit of experience as well now in addition to the gold, so racking those up. Plus he's got a very easy clear now. He stole away the Raptors, can move into his blue quadrant, 2 camps, then his red quadrant will respawn, so very, very clean here from Blank so far on the Olaf.
So I was watching Duke. That does not look fun for MMD in the top lane as he's just getting cooked up. A little back and forth here as Karsa's on the backside of FLICKR. Voice of light from Maple. There is no ult from Karsa, so FLICKR flashes over the wall. They're going to be able to connect first blood, though.
Really nice stuff from Karsa. Good pathing, waited on the Q, followed the flash. Excellent mechanics as expected from this duo. And Maple and Karsa getting going is what so often helps Flash Wolves grow these gold leads they've been getting consistently. Maybe not converting, but obtaining nonetheless.
One of the differences between having Blankin and having Bengi is almost always there. When FLICKR goes for these aggressive trades, look at this aggressive trade. FLICKR has no vision on the top side there, and he's going up to the turret basically, taking 50% of his health before Karsa is even spotted. And then we talk about the mobility of Lee Sin, still has the flash because he used Ward Hop to get into lane. Great capitalization there. That's the duo that you set up about carrying this Flash Wolves team. Maple, Karsa, they find the first blood.
Yeah, Voidless wasn't in position to pull off those sort of plays yesterday in that game, but as you say, no Bengi to cover. Like we mentioned, Bengi and Wolf so often on the front foot in the mid lane in the first game of the tournament for SKT. Suddenly, FLICKR, no summoners, and this is where really Lee Sin and Aurelion Sol can get down to business.
And Lee Sin really needed that because as we were saying just before, Blank was slowly winning the jungle fight by the camp advantage, right? He still has the farm advantage. Lee Sin needed to make that play because he had just taken Raptors. There was nothing left for Karsa to farm. And it was a very, very good and opportunistic gank there from Karsa.
17 CS in the jungle is certainly no slouch. That's only jungle monsters the lead was. We're talking about around 5, 6, 7 camps. So some gold from the first spot involvement. MMD is not having the most fun up top.
Ooh, this little play from MMD to get some breathing room at the turret. Looks like Duke will back off here. You guys are talking about summoners down in mid. Maples as well are forced to get that kill, so there may be a repeat from Blank to try and get something back for FLICKR. that mid lane becomes a bit more dangerous.
Taking an Aurelion Soul Summoners, it means something, but it doesn't mean that much, just because if the lane ever gets in an awkward spot, just buy something, whether it's a Dark Seal or another Doran's, and come back to lane, and your opponent eventually has to push up to punish you for being out of lane.
Yeah, I do think that is definitely somewhere SKT should pressure, because Olaf, the one thing he doesn't have is the hard CC for the ganks, right? So mid lane, if you push him up to the turret, you know, it can force them back. That's a great thing for them, because if you stay at your turret, this Olaf is level 7. He has Ghost, he has his ultimate, he can charge under there. Flash Wolves, though, camping around mid.
Pressure down towards the bot side, as well as Karsa revisiting mid lane. And it doesn't look like anything will come of this as FLICKR dodges out left. A little tussle in the bot lane. Nothing really came of this other than a little bit of damage on the turret as Bane goes back for one last love tap.
Rome starting bottom lane there, though. They just shoved in FLICKR, and then you see the feint here from Flash Wolves. They start to move down. SKT noticed this because FLICKR just said, hey, they pushed me in, and they just went into Fog of War. You guys need to back off right now. So they do accordingly, and SKT don't lose any more ground. Even with that first blood going over, SKT still holding this lead. Rumble up top is bullying, and of course, the jungle gold that you mentioned.
You see Duke on the screen finally. It's only a first purchase, looking like magic penetration early. Some people like to go for the proto belt. Other people just prefer to go the old school build of the double magic penetration. I'm expecting to see some magic resist as the next purchase for Maple. You're not on a timer like most Catalyst champions. Not Rod of Age necessary as a first buy, but wow, actually much more aggressive than that. Rushing on the Sorcerer's Shoes and not worrying about a Spectre's Cal or any magic resist as an early buy.
Yeah, upgrading your boots is so important as Aurelion Soul, right? That's why we saw Huhi go with the boots of swiftness even so early on in the previous game. So definitely need to prioritize getting to level 2 boots as quickly as possible. And he's actually chosen for the extra damage here. We'll see how that, you know, does turn out for Maple, as he hasn't gotten the early kills. It did go over to Lee Sin, so he's trying to make up for a little bit extra damage here with the flat pen.
Looks like they're going to try to work on this pink ward and see if they can get any deeper vision. They will find themselves a blank, which gives some great knowledge to the rest of the map. MMD knows he's safe for now, getting pushed in.
Blank. That's 2 camps now.
Karsa,
stolen in front of his face.
Trying to go for one and then taken from his own resources. And it looks like Flash Wolves do get a nice push in for that vision and maybe act off of this in just the next few minutes. It's going to be a Cloud Drake up first, and no rush for that. Oh, taking FLICKR back. He did just get that flash shot. They're trying to time it. Throws back. The ultimate. Dodging it. Looks for the movement speed from the Noxious Blast, but it's Maple that's faster. Karsa gets out mid lane with the hop to a ward, and Blank is on a hunt.
Have we counted to 10 here? Is Maple going to get off this execute?
I think he's good. He's good. He should be good.
He actually should be able to execute by now. The worst thing is when you miscalculate that. If you go in a little early.
You're speaking about calculations. FLICKR actually turning around, doing damage, avoiding the spears. I have never seen such a turnaround. It looked like it would be easy kill, get out, but the replay shows it was so much closer.
Yeah, look, he pops the ghost so that he can play the hokey pokey here. 1 foot in, 1 foot out, trying to kite through.
He's on 100 health.
Oh, that turn on Maple too.
He gets the extra speed boost from landing his Q. So it was really good, and he tried to buy as much time as he could, but bottom lane.
We're not done yet, boys. Ragnarok is on, and Blank calls for the stars. They're gonna be able to get the kill down on NL. Blank's out, bangs out of this one. Keeper's verdict knocks him home, and that's gonna be Wolf's call to get out of this one as well. He picked up a kill after everything in the bot lane, and SKT is being relentless right now because FLICKR is getting attacked.
Even getting camped, he shows his class though in that play. You won't see that too often, but FLICKR knows his limits oh so well. Flash Wolves setting her up around the red side. I guess an earlier dragon is possible for them. Blank, he's just dead.
That's exactly what we talked about. The advantage of Lee Sin is being able to have that mobility and choose your advantageous situation. You watch Olaf walk into his jungle, predict that he's going to start his Krugs, because Olaf doesn't back when he's low health. And
but you look where the minion wave was crashing. I think he would have been happy with stealing a Krug, but he got a Olaf instead.
It's like, I'm just going to counter jungle more. Oh, people! Maple down to the bot, flashes right on to try and get the double stun, but they spread. That means they only get a wolf. Good enough as Flash Wolves head bot lane.
That's the thing, right? You know, jungling is so much about good guesses and playing off the expected natural behavior of your opponent, and, you know, this move here from
See it
Karsa.
here.
He is not going for a Krug steal.
Bonus.
There is this little guy here. Might have peeked him.
You just say good guess. It's educated guess. It says, wow, okay, Flash Wolves, keep up the pressure.
Very, very fast early game. And that stat's going to be switched around here for SKT. A few more minutes being behind, and gold will be added to the board for them. Now 5-1 with a 2K gold lead at Flash Wolves. They put the AD carry support topside, and they're going to start pressuring Duke.
SKT, the only thing they can really take from this early game is that at least all the gold has gone to Karsa. Never ideal to feed anyone, but Lee Sin of anyone is who you want from the side of SKT.
That's actually such a good point, because that's what I say every time in ranks when I'm getting destroyed by Lee Sin.
No handoffs. Lee Sin's getting the gold, all right.
Coming up on 15 minutes, Flash Wolves poised to make some more moves. And this is what the question is. Can they continue to make moves from that lead? Can they push it forward? Or once again, a team like SKT could stall them out very easily in the mid game.
It's certainly nothing disastrous. 1,600 gold in spite of the 4-kill lead. So certainly not writing off SK Telecom in any way.
Absolutely.
And Faker getting camped is ahead in CS over the Aurelion Sol.
I am definitely anticipating some more proactive moves from Flash.
Flying Gates, the second time Maple has dodged that. Will there be a follow-up? Keeper's verdict off to the right side as Faker ghosted out to safety.
Woo. The dance moves on Faker sometimes are just outstanding. The first game on the Syndra, he was doing the same thing against Cloud9 when Meteos was coming through the mid lane, and he's had to do it because everyone from Flash Wolves is rotating through Faker's lane.
Truly, you know, pop the ghost, snake-like movements here from Faker, dodging multiple
or appropriate
ultimates, exactly.
That's all right, Faker sheds a little skin, gets back to lane, he's good to go. And good to fight one more time. 138 to 136, like you said, he'll come back to that lane, still be up in CS since Maple was just able to close the gap. And Duke holding on to that turret as well. Bottom lane has been lost, but it's the 1-to-1 turret trade across the map here for both teams. So the focus changes to now mid and top side.
Yeah, 4 members of SKT moving up here as they call it blank up as well. Duke is going down to try and catch that bottom wave, and Flashwell is actually trying to collapse here.
Watch Karsa.
Yeah, the one cautionary tale for it's it's not that bad, although the gold is going to Lee Sin, is if you're the support, because you're under level and Lee Sin can one-shot, can combo you with the ultimate available, so definitely be cautious.
I mean, he knows his role. Look at the boot choice gone for the summoner spell cooldown reduction. Obviously, regular cooldown reduction isn't massive for Lee Sin pick with how the energy system works, but the insect flashy plays that Karsa certainly fits under his the potential to make is basically what's going to be the story. So we'll see if he can translate his early lead with the big plays on the likes of Faker or Bang.
Well, look what it's translating into already. More damage. He's gone with the semi-offensive build here, the Hex Drinker on Lee Sin. Karsa is not messing around.
He wants to keep making those plays, wants to be able to thread himself maybe into the entire team of SKT and find Bang or find Wolf once again. Faker is even an option as well, as the pressure to the mid lane closes in, but relieved quickly as Flash Wolves see there's nothing to grab here.
At this point, Faker's wondering where Bengi is, where his double pink wards on both sides and cover all game is at, because Blank, certainly the comp does work around them. Touch on a Kobe, double speed up, turbo Olaf might be the reality in the late game, but it always feels better if you're SKT to set up around your Cassiopeia rather than your traditionally underperforming jungle.
And I'm most looking forward to Turbo Faker, actually, with the dodges.
Okay.
He's already pulled off with the Ghost. More speed on Faker. We'll see what he can do in the team fights.
Definitely knows the limits of his champions. One last Q saving him almost from his second death, I should say first death in mid lane. Plays it out to the last second. We'll see, being a bit aggressive here as he knows there's a fight going on towards the top side. Flash Wolves don't feel like they have all that much control over it. Nothing worth fighting for here. AD carries to the top side to continue farming. We still haven't seen any love for the Dragons and Baron spawns in a minute and a half here. Both teams are kind of just jockeying for position and see who would really take the fight first.
Quick check-in says that Karsa is perhaps the most manly Lee Sin. He's actually rushing more of Malmortius as his first completed item. That's very high on the damage side of things.
More focus on FLICKR. This time they're bringing 3.
Oh, beautiful flash. Saw it coming as well. Said things are a little too quiet. But now FLICKR Summoners both down again.
I mean,
and that may
FLICKR
be
in
a
this
rinse
game is
repeat.
the protagonist in an action movie. Bring me
know,
more bad
right?
guys, he's saying out as everyone is coming through mid lane.
Usually it's the solo carry trying to say, team, please, but now everybody watching the game is like, SKT, please. FLICKR's challenging everyone. This time he does get away, but as you said, Rib, the Summoner's now gone.
Yeah.
I think they do need to try and compensate.
The hover from Blank as well, much more around the mid lane, but seems to be gone for the seconds that FLICKR continuously gets attacked here.
Now let's talk about where this game is at, because we've been looking
Very
at the
close.
individual mechanics in FLICKR, sidestep skill shots, but Flash Wolves, gold lead, very slight. Flash Wolves have had control, they've been setting up around mid lane. Still none of that forward vision that never was there in their last 2 games that we criticized them for, crippling them from actually making super aggressive plays. You look at the SKT side of the map, smattering of wards, 1 ward on their side and no more.
Exactly. The Aurelion Soul pick, they've actually used for lane dominance, bringing Lee Sin over and over, rather than making a bunch of roams over to the side lanes. They do have the 5 kills on their name, but as you said, the gold lead that they earned, they haven't been able to build on it.
It seems like they've kind of have kill FLICKR on that checklist of #1, and they don't want to do too much until that happens again. They can get mid-turret and go forward. We'll see if they set their mind on anything else here. Blue back over to Maple, which could just mean more focus there, as he's going to be able to push mid, and may need some safety for that. Clearing up his...
That was an Aurelion Soul in the last game, so working on that with the... Probably the Rylai is going to be the second item completed for Maple.
Ooh, definitely going to need some safety. He stays at bay and doesn't get himself too close. MMD is going to start cleaning up the bot side. Actually did, and he backs here, so it might be SKT picking up that first strike.
Wow, 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
They didn't take a Drake for Flash Wolves. They didn't get off of some high impact roams, and SKT actually get the first Drake. They're very happy with how this game is going, because as you transition later and later towards the team fights, Cassiopeia will do way more damage than Aurelion Soul, especially considering SKT have so much move speed to dodge out the Aurelion Soul abilities.
You just kind of have to check in. Was the plan of picking a champion that ditches lane so well with his jungler and then ganking mid lane actually the correct use of the resources? Because at times it looked very good. They very much jumped to a 5-1 kill lead. But since then, the game has stalled out to the point where it's 1,500 gold, and we're getting closer and closer to the time where SKT really shines.
And everyone also, watching this game is hyper-focused on Flash Wolves late game, because we've seen them twice get early game leads and not be able to close. So everyone's going to be very critical if they're not able to pull it off again, and it doesn't look like the proactive plays are coming. One good thing, though, that we do need to point out, they just made an incursion into the blue quadrant of SKT's jungle, and they have started to get some of that deep vision. That is a long lane. That's where they have these 2 side turrets down. There's a possibility of trying to make something there, but they just have not been pulling the trigger, even with Sword Art having that Alistar we talked up.
Yeah, the Alistar, it's been laning. 0-0-0 Alistar at 22 minutes at this point. Mata have made many incursions around the map, but only been at ward acquiring and playmaking in general. Just not been possible for Flash Wolves. SKT have kind of held fast.
Yeah, I mean, it's the lesson that we highlight over and over again. Everyone always talks about vision, right? Oh, and they always cite wards placed. But it's so much more about fighting around and planning around the vision that you do have, rather than just placing a whole bunch more. If you fill up the red or blue quadrant of the jungle and then don't maneuver your power over to that side, it doesn't mean a whole lot. You have to play to the vision that you have and play around the vision that you don't have.
And you just think of a different game where they blew the Summoners of FLICKR early. Maple took trips down bot with his fed Lee Sin. They managed to at least kill Bang & Wolf, or at least ward up the red side jungle. And then the Drake that went over to SKT would never have been possible, because all the control would be on the bottom side of the map. Setting up around the top side of the map and maybe killing a Rumble of all champions who has very cheap build doesn't have the same oomph to it than shutting down a bot lane, delaying Sivir's items, and monopolizing a tangible objective.
And right now, SKT, they're going in to clear out that vision. So there was that small opening, but they've got the pink wards, Wolf and Blank roaming together. They move in as a duo to fight the vision wards. each one holding one of the entrances to the jungle, and there they've cleared out all the Flash Wolves vision.
Karsa, a little pressure so Maple can make it out safely. And like you said, SKT was able to clear all of those wards the work Flash Wolves had in place are just set back a little farther this time. They know they can't defend any of the pink wards, so the vision goes down immediately. 4-0-1 Karsa has also slowed down a bit, as like you were saying, Papa Smithy, neither him or Aurelion Sol went to the side lanes. None of that resource was given to the rest of the lane to snowball. Flash Wolves are now left kind of even with SKT, who look very poised to make something happen.
Yeah, and I do think that's an issue. Here's their move against FLICKR, but they pull up because the vision that they had set up 2.5 minutes ago was already cleared out by SKT. So they don't have that option anymore. That was a play that they might have been able to pull the trigger on a minute previously, but SKT cut them off, FLICKR is protected, and they continue to farm.
And where have we heard this story before? Flash Wolves take out top turret, they take out bot turret, they think about wards, they find they can't get more. Mid lane turret stays up longer than you would have expected given the early game. Pretty much it's a flashback to the IMA versus Flash Wolves game that was extended because they couldn't really find ways to end the game. And then FLICKR's rotating through mid, then Sivir rotates through mid. Flash Wolves have just been stifled after some really amazing early game creativity.
Yeah, and now we turn our sights towards SKT. You know, they're waiting on another item here for Bang. To really be able to make a move, but they've actually stabilized their own side of the map now. And this mid tower being held up, even though FLICKR was camped so heavily, just takes away a lot of the options that Flash Wolves want to go with this comp, you know, with the Lee Sin and Aurelion Sol combo. Now they kind of have to wait for the contingency plan of Caitlyn traps, you know, lay that down and hope that they can outplay. They still have a lot of good playmaking abilities. As Smeb demonstrated in the last game, Poppy can turn the numbers of a team fight very quickly. If MMD gets a good ult and they turn the numbers into a 5-on-3, then you know, you're gonna have to dodge a lot of skills to come out ahead in that matchup.
I always love when there's a huge gap between the fights. The items created aren't really being tested. Nobody knows how much damage you're gonna do right away, so usually you get somebody popped immediately in a fight, or minds are changed as soon as the engagement happens because of that amount of front-end damage. Look at Duke. Duke hasn't even had an equalizer yet, and he has 3 pen items. He is going to sting.
SKT, they have Blank completing, or Bang completing his Infinity Edge now, and they immediately go aggressive. Invade the red quadrant, move up towards the top turret. FLICKR is pushing. And as well, Duke, as you mentioned, he's now level 16 with the teleport, ready with Rumble. SKT have regained pressure on the map. They waited 27 minutes to do it.
Question is, did they create it for themselves, or was the strategic inflexibility of the Flash Wolves what was granted to them? Because it didn't feel like they were in a position at one item to really force anything, especially when we have, again, this Aurelion Sol with 2 mobility summoners. Instead, predictably, Flash Wolves pedal on the accelerator for 10 to 15 minutes.
Right.
Taking it off, and SKT basically granted a pathway back into the game.
It'll be very interesting to see if that is ever changed, because they come out of the same games, hearing the same things, seeing the same things, right? And
You can only imagine the coach Riv just being like, come on, guys, we talked about
hit that wall.
Things. Maybe they need the 3 days, 4 days off to VOD review, because it feels like despite the fact they've had, you know, those hours left in the day, the extra scrims they would have done, maybe this is the play finally.
Whoa, FLICKR bashed up against the wall. Voice of light right in his face. FLICKR goes down. That's 50 seconds on the clock. This is where Flash Wolves have been trying to hit that accelerator. You were talking about Papa Smithy. Wolves going to keep it here, and the rest of the team is going to focus up to the top side.
This should be 2 for Flash Wolves. Let's see if they rotate by Baron. They can try and bait it out. The thing is, SKT have plenty of vision surrounding this whole thing, so SKT might be able to stop this. NL setting up the trap.
So much importance on the Rumble here. Level 17 hasn't put down an equalizer yet.
Through Flash Wolves inside the pit, and they're fighting him up. Oh, Blank already.
Yeah, already. He stepped on the trap.
That's early.
Trying to eat up the cupcakes, Baker Blank. He wants to eat him up, and it's not going to be enough. He is now out of the Baron pit. The equalizer goes down, and that's going to hurt Flash Wolves. They have to decide whether to stay, whether to go, and the Baron goes to Karsa.
Great ejection there from MMD. Poppy ultimate does get him out, and they only have to burn that flash on Sword Out to escape. Very good move from Flash Wolves. We were getting a little bit worried for them, and they did take their time, but eventually the ward left on the top side of the map in the side rush. They get FLICKR. They chain it into Wolf and a Baron as well. They need to make this a big Baron power play.
It's so great to see. FLICKR, of course, gets baited going for those last auto attacks. Did not expect the pink ward and the vision. Was stuck for so long, and deletion damage, not even with the full build of damage. Already has magic resist in the build now for Maple. Wolf lives for a while, but nothing really to do for the rest of SKT to stop this Baron. And the equalizer, when we do see it, wasn't what it needed to be.
Definitely need to give credit to Flash Wolves. After so many questions and criticism, it did take a long time, but they pulled it off.
Oh, Wolf gets caught out doing a little warding. He goes down immediately. No summoners used on that, but he just came up from going down in the top lane.
Now we look for a Baron power play. Remember, still only 2,000 gold between these teams. Many summoners still available for SKT. Flash Wolves need to take this mid lane turret that's been haunting them all tournament.
Definitely difficult against the wave clear of Sivir plus Cassiopeia. Meanwhile, MMD actually, yeah, I got a hiccup there, but they should be able to use this Baron buff to at least get down the mid turret. And we talked about how the mid turret was stifling so much of the playmaking ability of Flash Wolves and so many of the options. This will be crucial for them.
And the reason why it's so important is you look at a champion like Poppy, he needs to find a flank, needs to find an area to come in on. And if you don't have that mid lane turret and SKT, you know, the Baron's down, there's very few angles you're ever going to get where SKT's going to walk up far enough for a big teleport play to happen.
Here we go, SKT pulling the Sivir ultimate.
On the hunt, should have a jump to safety if he wants to get it through Sword Art, but Karsa's gonna stay for this one. Doesn't decide to get out and goes down.
Classic, you run on ahead without me, I will go down, I will pay for this one. And Karsa does give up his life. Now, that was also a kill bounty as Karsa, we talked about him being fed in the early game, had 4 to his name. SKT with a decent chunk of gold there. They're able to get back. But again, the main objective, the biggest thing for Flash Wolves, they got down that mid turret.
An item choice here by Wolf. Actually rushed Ardent Sensor as his first completed item. You usually only see this at this point in the game from, say, a Karma going for the Athene's Ardent Sensor early power spike build. Bang has already got a lot of attack damage, and it gives him a bit of attack speed to really get the most out of his kit. Power on a budget for Bang, basically.
Hey, whatever they can get right now, it seems like the bank has been a little dry for them as the kills aren't coming up. Bjergsen's, what? FLICKR CS has been matched. Where's my brain at?
FLICKR Bjergsen, same, right?
Right, the same people. Maple to 300 now, just hitting that cap, but it's Duke, 326, still waiting for him to kind of pop off on this Rumble. And like you said, the first ultimate wasn't really everything that SKT was looking for in that Baron attempt. Now a 1K gold lead just about going over to the side of Flash Wolves that could easily be closed by SKT. It's just at what point?
Consider how small this Baron buff power play is. We've seen over 5,000. It's about to time out. 1280 gold, I think, has to go on record as the lowest Baron buff power play as SKT, even against Baron, continue to stabilize.
Yeah, I mean, we do have to think about the stress that comes with playing against SKT, and Flash Wolves are being very cautious. Again, a lot of the vision that they've worked to try and get as well during that Baron has, started to time out, and SKT have started to clear it out. They are not letting Flash Wolves move into their territory.
It's really hard to separate respect from, again, the indecisiveness that's plagued Flash Wolves so much this tournament. The scouting report on LMS for summer was that the games had slowed down. They've gone from modeling the LCK, gone towards modeling the LCK in the slower game times rather than perhaps the old LPL image for more of the fighting. So it wasn't unexpected for Flash Wolves to be more methodical. It's just the fact that there's a difference between being methodical and just never looking for an opening and actually creating a win.
Definitely true. We got some stats guys to get back to us on your Baron power play there, Papa. Unfortunately, it's not the lowest of worlds. However, the average is over 4,000. So comparatively, very low.
Usually a small Baron power play is about getting a Baron against the run of form and stabilizing. So when they actually were ahead in the game to only pull out 1280 gold is an upsetting thing for a Flash Wolves fan as about Drake.
This has been one of the biggest things, how SKT were able to get Dragons while even behind. Here it's going to be a spike fight, though.
Things heating up. Karsa's going to grab that one as MMD looks to come in, but that's just going to be the mid lane. They say we'll close the gap here. Could have actually kept pushing on that top side.
They didn't actually have deep wards to come back from, flanking around the Raptors, so bet on SKT going to the mid lane. They obviously adjusted and moved away, so could say the teleport is wasted. Remember, Duke still does have his teleport available.
Very true. It is an easy walk for MMD down to the bot side to do some janitorial duty on that lane. It actually doesn't look like Duke's going to be leaving here.
Wow,
he knows they have the teleport. This is when SKT goes for the fight and tries to push off Flash Wolves, but they also have that idea. Play it safe if MMD's teleport is down.
Yeah, Aurelion Soul's pretty fast. Also, if the Ghost ready to pop there.
Garza, casual steal.
Again, he's been nabbing a lot of jungle monsters away from Blank, and Flash Wolves get the move over to the mid lane to finish it off.
Karsa being a fantastic nuisance, if you will, to FKT.
3-man coming towards Duke.
Here comes the proactive play. Maple going to be the first one to join the party.
But this is what the Duke deserves. You give him a party. 3's a crowd. Here comes the rest of Flash Wolves. 9-2 coming up on 35 minutes in, and Flash Wolves making a big statement here in the point of the game where they usually just fall flat.
What's next, Rib? That's the question we start to wait
right?
for.
The more has to keep coming.
Better, but it's already 35 minutes into the game. It's kind of gotten to a bit more of a plotting stage. We still haven't seen Karsa make the big pick to justify the Lee Sin in the late game. Sure, the early game went well. We talked about the fact that he was the one picking up the gold. He's got the CDR boost. Splash is up. We need to see that premium pick on Bang or FLICKR. Otherwise, it's going to go back to wave clear wars. And if Civ is involved in that war, it's certainly going to be a war of attrition.
Whew. Remember in past worlds, when we'd see SKT down a few thousand gold, 3 or 4K, and you could cover the names up and not know who would still be kind of winning that game. Or I'm sorry, you could cover the names.
Gonna wait for it.
And say this team is gonna win, not this one. With SKT, it's a toss-up, but right now, being down in gold is not doing them any justice. They cannot mind game the Flash Wolves and continue to go down. 45 seconds for Blank. It doesn't look like it's going to stop for Flash Wolves.
Good trap line there, and Poppy is running interference. MMD, this is the same strategy. Really good defense of Baron. Flash Wolves turn their pick into a second Baron.
Absolutely crazy.
They definitely need to go bottom. There's a huge wave right now. It looks like Rumble's going to clear it up, so Flash Wolves can go straight down mid, try and get this inhibitor turret line cracked.
I mean, Blank considers himself a tank. He's built a tanky build. He's got the Ragnarok, but he's the only one looking for vision. It's Flash Wolves.
Right onto Wolf and FLICKR. They go down immediately, opening up Pandora's box. Flash Wolves makes their way into SKT's base. 11-3 now. 37 minutes, just waiting for Duke to come back up so they can take him down again, and the base is broken for SKT.
Huge advantage here for Flash Wolves. The giant minion wave bottom forced Duke down there. He wasn't there at the beginning to defend, and Flash Wolves, you wanted them to push that go button, pull the trigger. Sword Art does it on that Alistar, immediately goes for the engage, and they opened up an inhibitor. But still, SKT haven't lost the inhibitor, and they're still fighting.
The Zerat in the tri-brush, very nicely done. Flash Wolves have an extra man on the field now. No penalty. Bang will find it and take it down. Nice and quick.
Zerat portal cleared out for now. Pretty much fits in pretty happily to a Poppy build. We're going to see that replay. This is the Flash Wolves we're waiting for, and I think it required Sword Art to go back to the Alistar. First Alistar of Worlds, most played in the regular season, and suddenly someone has the balls to go in.
Yep. Flash combo there from Sword Art, and immediate follow-up from the rest of the team. They get Duke almost into that inhibitor, and they finish off that turret crucially before they leave. However, SKT, they still have not really had a fair 5-on-5 fight, as Blank was the one down before that entire series of events even came about.
Coming back to Sword Art, I think we've kind of done the Flash Wolves narrative a little bit of injustice. So we talk about Maple Casa, mid lane jungle, but the missing part has been Sword Art. They're known as a 3-man roaming team, and Alistar is that third man that makes picks. MMD, he's got a lot, but he's very tanky.
Yeah, and
uses the
Flash Wolves are going up mid, though. They're going to go for the inhibitor.
Beautifully done. They hit FLICKR back. That really gave MMD time to think and breathe. The damage was pushed out of the fight by Keeper's Verdict. And you're right, Kobe. Flash Wolves are starting to act immediately on these opportunities.
They have Baron buff, so you have to respect your open inhibitor is a huge weakness. And they immediately, SKT, pull off of MMD. Flash Wolves still are able to claim a turret because of it, and the 3 waves of super Baron buffed up minions. Not super buffed up, just the normal amount of Baron buff here.
Tons of gains.
Does earn them another turret. But again, SKT, they make you work for it, right? Flash Wolves are kind of crawling towards the finish line here.
Yeah, crucially, that inhibitor still doesn't go down. We're getting into very much the late game. 40 minutes coming up soon. They can continue to turtle. If the game once again, for the 3rd time for Flash Wolves, goes down to basically a single or maybe handful of team fights around even gold, then you're ripping your hair out as a Flash Wolves fan and analyst and increasingly the players on the stage.
At this point, you feel like it almost can't happen. You would
Certainly.
hope so.
Thank you.
Maple coming in, the shooting star is there, the team will follow. That means the inhibitor's down, but the grand show is just for the little bit.
That is one way to brute force an inhibitor, let me tell you.
He could literally stun the entire screen there from Maple. I actually want to see where he started at. Was that actually the starting point? The point of origin was in the fountain, straight down mid lane there from Maple.
That really felt like one of those theory crafting, how big can they get moments. But at Worlds, casually.
That was the Kamehameha.
Super cash.
Spirit Bomb finally built up and they got the inhibitor.
Oh, man. Well, that means the rest of our fights are going to take 6 more episodes, so let's get into one right now. 40 minutes on the clock. 12-3 as they start up the Elder Drake. Lead for Flash Wolves, and these are the moments where SKT can get back into the game. The cupcake traps are laid. Blank's trying to work around him and dodges one, has the Guardian Angel to stay in the front. And Elder Dragon, equalizer laid out, not hitting too many. It's going to Karsa. Flash Wolves look for the fight with MMD in the back line. Nobody gets stunned up, cannot be disabled on the side of Blank. And they're onto NL on the backside. Fight as well. Wolf and Sword are going head-to-head in the support war. Karsa takes down FLICKR after both the summoners are blown, and that's Duke falling. Flash Wolves have eyes on the base.
They're gonna do it! Flash Wolves against SKT. They forced the smite fight at the Elder Dragon, and now they're chasing down the kills. Wolf has nowhere to go. MMD is on him, and Maple closing in his sights. But Wolf has won fast karma.
No longer a one-tournament anecdote, ladies and gentlemen. The Flash Wolves are looking to close out for a 3rd time in a row against SK Telecom. Look, Peel is 2 games in a row, but no team at Worlds is going to go 3-1.
All right, Bang, what do you got? Nexus turrets are being hit up. Flash Wolves, 41 minutes in, never giving up this time. Looking to put themselves on the board here in the first week of Worlds, and it's going to be against SKT in the group. Flash Wolves take down SK Telecom.
Could it be any sweeter? The questions were there, analysts at home and abroad. Why can't this team finish? And look, we were right there next to them. We were like, I'm watching this. This looks eerily like the last 2, but they made that big play on FLICKR, auto-attacking slowly on the outer top lane turret. They crucially snowballed from there. They stuck the landing, and Flash Wolves are on the board.
Exactly. The magnifying glass was on Flash Wolves because they've been in this situation so many times, but honestly, SKT were not able to regain control after FLICKR was so heavily focused. The Karsa Maple combo starts it off, and even though they're methodical and very cautious, they complete this time. They hit the Elder Dragon. You're looking for justification for that Lee Sin. He's got execute damage. They secure the smite.
And I think we have to talk a bit about Blank, because on the Olaf he wasn't convincing, but let's think about the 2 games. Bengi back to pathing jungle, covering for FLICKR. Think of the game that Blank won. It was on Nidalee and actually getting and invading and being that battle ward. Then we come to this game where Olaf can do the same thing. We've seen Smithy, we've seen other Olaf take that battle ward duty. This was not the game.
And you said even the picks for Olaf towards the LCK were few and far between.
Zero in summer.
Right, exactly. And the Rek'Sai was still left up. Maybe something didn't want to run. Obviously, the comp is thought out beforehand, but it definitely didn't look like what FLICKR needed in the mid lane as well as what Blank wanted to go on.
If SKT are going to play Rek'Sai, they're going to play Bengi. They thought that they could have the dueling jungler and Blank. He did it on the Nidalee. He could not make it work on the Olaf.
Honestly, regardless of champion choice, I would not be surprised to see Bengi coming back in for the very next this game for SKT. FLICKR especially, he was doing everything he could with, pretty much no jungle presence. And Karsa was just taking advantage of him. That's the duo of Flash Wolves that we always talk up for their games, and it went unanswered. FLICKR trying to 1v2.
What about the three, though? The trio, Sword Art, that big engage to finally take an inhibitor on the Alistar. It's what they were losing. That was what they were lacking. And he came up big on the champion. He's known to make those engages on.
It's been absolutely ridiculous. Expect the unexpected is the world's motto here coming into 2016, because that was another group where you had 2-0 versus 0-2, and that win comes out and starts to spice things up a little bit more in the group. So we're going to hand it now off to Shox, who's standing by with Flash Wolves jungler Karsa.
Thank you very much, Karsa. Congratulations. First up, you got to tell me, I remember asking the Flash Wolves the exact same question at MSI, but how come you guys are the only team that seems to be able to consistently beat SKT?
我先跟你讲恭喜，然后我要再问一次我在 MSI 问你的问题，就是为什么感觉闪电狼总是可以打败 SKT？
我也不知道啊，因为我们绰号就叫韩国队杀手吧。
I don't know why either, but our nickname is the Korean Team Killers.
Yeah, there we go. At all seriousness, you guys had a rough 2 first games at the tournament. You guys got ahead, but had a really hard time closing out games. Why do you think that was?
他说感觉你们前2场比赛都有领先，可是很难终结掉比赛。那你觉得是为什么？
就是我们队伍沟通上有一点小问题，我们在优势的时候没有办法够拿下胜利，所以这2天输了以后，我们也检讨了很多，才能在第3天的时候今天拿胜利。
So there's definitely some miscommunication within the team. So when the first 2 games when we had the lead, it was hard for us to close out games. And we did some reflection and we looked into the communication. So that's how we're going to come out with the win.
It worked great today. You had some fantastic play on Lee. Lee Sin is becoming very important in this tournament. Who do you think are the best Lee Sin players here?
感觉李信在这次世界大赛越来越多被重用。那你觉得最厉害的李信是谁呢？
最厉害的李信哦。职业选手吗？我想一下哦，最厉害的星，我之前觉得是卡靠。
He thinks it's Kakao.
Okay, Kakao, and then they all think it's Karsa, and I think that you did amazing in this game. Congratulations, the Flash Wolves taking home the win over SKT. Take it away, Dash.
Thank you very much, Shox. SKT's Kryptonite strikes again, and now every single team in this tournament has dropped a game in week 1. What's happening, guys?
In the first little mini round robin, it's insane. But at the start of the day, we were saying, hey, anyone can beat anyone except Korea because they're 6-1.
They were. Yeah.
Now, if Cloud9 wins the next game, NA will also be 6-3 up with the LCK. So this is really a crazy first week.
Yeah, and I think that, we're watching that game, and one thing just came to mind. This is the day that Korea learns that Aurelion Sol is a must-ban in this tournament, or at least take it away, because that fell way through too far down the draft. And one more time, whilst a good early game, they looked stagnant in the mid game, and then Aurelion Sol was just everywhere picking up the side lane kills.
And the time that they actually got that inhibitor was with that massive queue coming in straight from downtown. They're able to zone out the rest of SKT and push down middle. But the entire strategy about Flash was just pressure FLICKR nonstop. Everybody go to the mid lane, just make him blow as many summoners. But to his credit, wow, watching FLICKR dodge so many abilities. Who's better than that?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, that dude is an absolute monster in the mid lane, but I love this point about the attention that was paid to the mid lane by Flash Wolves, and then I want to contrast that with Blank, who seemed relatively absent on the map for SKT. So if I'm going to throw a criticism anywhere, it's got to go there. He just looked lost.
Yeah, another time where Blank is just, looks like he's being dragged from lane to lane throughout the jungle. He doesn't get to pick his own path. And early game, when he ran into the Lee Sin, which if Lee Sin burns his Q in the jungle and you're an Olaf, you can 100% take that team fight. His lanes had priority, and they just weren't willing to pull the trigger. They don't want to fight around him for some reason.
Yeah, and that was the weakness we saw for SKT coming in the first 2 games. That didn't seem to be evident. In this game, it was blatantly obvious.
Right, and then, of course, Crumbs, you talked about Aurelion Sol picking up side lane kills, and that's what kind of was able to break that stagnant mid-game for Flash Wolves. I do want to take a look at the 2-0 in the top lane. This is a TP in on FLICKR as well as Wolf.
Yeah, this is where the game kind of breaks open. This is a really nice flash stun by MD here, and they're going to be able to finish him off, and Wolf just overstays here. and he's going to get picked off, and this is why Flash Wolves takes a Baron after.
Yeah, but what I liked here is that Flash Wolves actually used their teleport to create a proactive play, which is something they weren't able to do in the 70-minute match they had against C9. And coming into this game, we were suspending our disbelief that Flash Wolves didn't have that much of a chance against SKT, despite them being the closest team to SKT as far as how long they can hold the gold lead for. Well, they finally found a way to close a game and play the mid to late game, and that just makes all of Worlds, but specifically this group, break wide open.
And the really interesting thing about Flash Wolves comp is they actually had very good side lane pressure. I mean, it's hard to shove Poppy out of a lane, and then, you know, Aurelion Sol just with the high mobility. And whilst it looks like SKT's team comp can 5v5, against Caitlyn, Aurelion Sol, it is nearly impossible to dive that backline. So NL just would have been safe. SKT ran out of options so early in that game just because of how far Casa put them behind.
And it's just what happens when you run the Olaf. If you can't find anything early in the game, by the time you reach mid-game and late without an advantage, you're just basically dead weight.
Yeah, we saw the difficulty for SKT in trying to operate within team fights in this final fight. And I want to take another look at the game-winning fight around the Elder Dragon. This is presented to you by Acer once again.
And the biggest thing for this is that MMD has actually kept Duke, who is incredibly fed, out of the team fight. And it's a bad equalizer that doesn't really cut off anything. On the back end of this, I mean, they're able to pick it up. And it's just cleanup kills with... They get on top of FLICKR one more time, who looks to make the play. But SKT looked all out of sorts.
Yeah, I think they're out of sorts here because they had the Karma and the Sivir. If they didn't want to fight here, they didn't have to fight there. They could have still fallen back, maybe given up a second inhibitor, but make Flash Wolves earn it. Don't walk into them once they have Elder Dragon.
Exactly. This is so uncharacteristic from SKT, a team that we know can stall out games like no other, that can wait for that final team fight and make the other team just work for that victory. Here, they just seemed like they were completely lost over the map, getting caught over and over. We saw Duke in the bottom lane. In the replay that we saw earlier, it was FLICKR and Wolf getting caught out, and that's just not what we expect out of this team.
Yeah, Flash Wolves now 3-0 against SKT, 5-0 against Korean teams as a career stat for them. So it was mentioned on stage, they are the Korean killers, or so it seems for now. Is there any learnings, though, from this game in terms of what, say, C9 or IMA can do in dismantling SKT further down the line?
I think it's fairly important to try and make sure that the control junglers are off the table. The ones that can ward and babysit the mid lane seem to work for SKT, and they always have throughout all of their existence. But if you're actually able to get the jungler onto something like an Olaf, or even if in Italy isn't super effective for them, I think that's hugely beneficial.
I think another thing that's really important to take away from this game is that I really like when teams are drafting compositions with multiple playmaking players. Not just, oh, here's just one guy that's going to allow us to actually create something on the map. On the side of Flash Wolves, you have the Alistar, you have Aurelion Sol, you have Lee Sin, you have Poppy. Everybody can make something happen, whereas on SKT, who can really come up and say, hey, this is how we're going to pick a fight? And it just makes the game so much more reactive when you go with a composition like that.
And, you know, we saw it a little bit at MSI, but I think that that's still true. You just can't win a lane versus FLICKR 1v1. So why try? Bring 3 people into the lane, you know, get the Alistar in there, get the Lee Sin in there. He's still a man. I mean, he's fantastic at the game, but you can beat him if you bring enough people.
Very much so. All right, player of the game is going to go to Karsa here. This one was a tight one, but ultimately that 4-0-1 start for him on the Lee Sin, helping to get things rolling early, and that's the major reason why he picks up this player of the game. Now, of course, before we hit the break, I do want to make a correction to an earlier statement. 25% of sales from the Championship Zed and Ward skins will contribute to the world's prize pool. It's 30% of the sales from summoner icons that will go directly to the teams that inspire them. So pick your summoner icon and flash your logo flare in-game to directly support your favorite League of Legends organization. Now, Cloud9 and I may go head-to-head after the break, so stay with us.
Seeing that SKT is playing very clean, but Flash Wolves looking to make a statement here. A little back and forth here as Karsa's on the backside of FLICKR. Voice of Light from Maple. There is no ult from Karsa, so FLICKR flashes over the wall. They're going to be able to connect.
可以吗？可以吗？可以吗？缓到吗？神女在这边哦，神女在这边哦。哎，神女来了，神女
Flash Wolves right onto Wolf and FLICKR. They go down immediately. Karsa takes down FLICKR after both the summoners are blown, and that's Duke falling. Flash Wolves have eyes on the base. Flash Wolves take down SK Telecom T1. Welcome back to our coverage of Worlds 2016. We're setting up for the day's final matchup, which pits third seed North America Cloud9 against the LPL's IME.
Honestly, like, I don't even know what's happening anymore. This one was already going to be hard to predict, though, right? Because Cloud9, they're coming off a long and draining game against the Flash Wolves, where they were behind pretty much the entire time. Yet, contrary to what we just saw with SKT, Cloud9 actually did make that comeback. But even when you win those games, it's a very draining experience, right? And Meteos is actually the only jungler at Worlds who does look a bit off on Lee Sin at the moment, right? They actually have 0 kills pre-15 minutes as a team and 7 deaths. This is definitely the lowest, as every other team has had early kills. Cloud9's early game definitely is a point they need to work on.
I mean, no kills, no assists in the first 15 minutes lets you know that it hasn't been the time to shine, but Impact on the other side of things from Cloud9 has kind of been the shining light. He's been the one drawing pressure. He's been the one making plays, especially if you look at this Flash Wolves game. It felt like we were right back to regional qualifiers time when it was Impact on his own, not getting jungle help, being the pressure valve to really allow his team to open up. And there's actually another fun storyline here. Now, after SKT's loss, Korea is 6-3. This is also a game of regional pride because the winner of this match will go into the first break 6-3, whether it's China, whether it's NA. So 2 regions be locked, at least in terms of regional pride at the top.
That would be cool, but as an NA fan, I know that week 1 is just one thing.
That's true. Week 1
week 2 is very important.
Yep, and looking at the other team here, we have seen that, you know, IME's games have shown that there is somewhat of a lack of coordination, but they came in saying it would take some time.
Now, there's definitely 2 teams that have been challenged.
Yep.
It's very hard for them to be decisive at the end of the day. They have their language issues. That's why we do see some potentially messy games like we saw in IME's victory over Flash Wolves right at the start of this tournament.
Exactly. I mean, we've had so much excitement all day long with all of these matchups. This was the one where that people were having the hardest time to predict already, and I'm very excited to see how these 2 teams actually evolve as the group stage continues.
Well, Kobe, it's game 6. I want some more excitement. Let's get into the starting lineups. First pick goes to North America's LCS, Cloud9. It's gonna be top lane Impact, Meteos in the jungle, Jensen in mid, Sneaky at AD carry, and Smooth as can be Smoothie at support with Coach Reaper.
Their opponent today is Chinese 2nd seed IME, 3rd seed even. Top is Amazing J, jungle avoidless, mid, return of Athena, no more Baimi this time. Jin Zhao at the AD carry, support is Road, and the coach is Kesman.
This will be a game IME could maybe find some footing. Cloud9 as well, a little wishy-washy. Still finding their foot in a few wins here, but IME definitely needs to look a little bit better. Kind of be a contender here coming into Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, for IME, for me, the biggest question mark has been the bottom lane, Jin Zhao. Jin Zhao is not looking very good. He does not have very good stats, and this might be, you know, Sneaky's time to shine. We've seen some improvements from him and Smoothie as far as the lane phase goes. Maybe Cloud9 can play around that because, you know, Cloud9's big weakness was not identifying their strong area of the map early and playing around that. We've seen so many teams building off one strong area into vision and then trying to control the mid game from there, but it just hasn't happened for them.
And there's not a lot to split these 2 teams because they've both lost to the Flash Wolves. That's the thing. So they've both beaten the Flash Wolves in very long games and then lost to SK Telecom in very one-sided games. This is kind of the tiebreaker to decide which one's serious, who's going to have that first foot ahead, and which one is going to have to play catch-up.
That's right. Our final game of Group B. We just had one as well last time. So these final 2 games, rounding out our first week here of Group B, 1-1 for both C9 and IME. Who's going to come away with a win? Kennen gets banned out as well, and that Varus ban at Athena.
Not really a surprise that IME are focusing top lane bans, as Amazing J is the player they like to play around. I mentioned how, you know, Jin Zhao was not their strongest player. They also don't want to play around him, right? Versus SKT in their last game, Jin Zhao literally did 13% of the team's damage, barely more than their support. This is a very Amazing J-centric team, and they're trying to ban and, you know, pick accordingly, trying to get him a good matchup, I believe.
And on the side of C9, Meteos probably looking to set up Jensen, who has been the really big playmaker for them, at least previous to this tournament. Got bodied by FLICKR first time out. did his farm thing on Orianna versus Varus. The next game, let's see if they can actually get decisive.
And Lee Sin still out.
I think a lot of people would prefer the Rek'Sai, but Cloud9 might just have worked out their issues with Lee Sin and go back to him. Regardless, Syndra is up. Syndra is picked. We'll see if either the Aurelion Sol or the Vladimir is Athena's choice to go into that, because both of those are still available.
There's the Voidless banning Zach here, saying, I don't want to see that Meteor sack. Just me. Just
I may have been a team that has been messing around with the Aurelion Sol in LPL, despite it being a fringe pick there, so real chance of seeing it. Jin Zhao's best champion has been the Jin, and I can see that being locked in.
And I have to say, with the Rek'Sai as well, it looks like they're trying to nudge Meteos in that Lee Sin direction, but Olaf is still available. So regardless, you know, he still has another option. If they pick it again, they are very confident, and they would have talked about and believe that they can work through these issues. I know that people, you know, have been fairly critical of this pick, but Meteos, you know, he has a lot of games on Lee Sin as well, and they have, it could just also be a hover. So we'll start talking about that until they actually lock it in.
Where's that full damage Nocturne?
This is that might be the most controversial hover that we've had.
I mean, worth knowing the summoner spell is Ghost, so maybe more to the Olaf he was thinking about than the Lee Sin, so a little bit of a spoiler in the summoners. No guarantee, of course, could still lock it in. And Lee Sin against Jin is a champion to both get the engage, get the big insect, and to interrupt.
He's got you now. It's Cleansing Night.
True. I got nothing now, Kobe.
That's a classic Evelyn.
It's going to be the Ezreal Rumble lock-in. A lot of damage being presented here by Cloud9. So it looks like they got the beef of the composition out on the board. What does I make an answer with?
These are very high priority champions down the list here for Cloud9, just as far as the world's meta has gone. Rumble, one of the top laners that we've seen, especially with Kennen being banned out. So that was one of the things we prefaced with the bans of IMA. I thought they would early round a top laner after banning so many of them, but the Rumble is picked up and they're already hovering. This is one of Amazing J's favorites. However, I don't feel like it's especially good into Rumble or especially, you know, deserving of these counter or the bans that they threw out early.
I mean, most played in summer also played it in their first game of the tournament. Only Echo player so far. Actually been no mid lane flex Echoes, only been the top Echo. No, not necessarily going to be locked in, but the Kennen is the winning matchup, and that's the one that's not available.
There is a lot to be said for that comfort factor, right? And that's you know, specialization. People have put a ton of time into a particular champion. Will be very happy to take that and feel like they do have that edge, extra edge, even over just the normal matchup where you would expect it to go.
Cloud9 answering. It seems that Meteos wanted to see a bit more of the composition as well before they rounded it out with the jungler. Lee Sin is still available on the board.
Yeah, he can definitely make plays on the on Jin in the backline, but Vladimir is not going to be an option. Echo's not an option. Rek'Sai can interrupt him. Rek'Sai does a lot of mean things to interrupt. You know, if you unburrow as he's trying to pass over, you can really mess with a lot of those flashy plays. So this is the moment everyone's been waiting for to see how Cloud9 rounded out.
So why don't you pick something that can run over that? Why don't you pick it so you can run over it? It looks like they do. Olaf and Alistar locked in, a bit of a Bass Brothers composition that could be starting things off for Cloud9 when they cannot find the light in their plays. Road to lock in here. What will they decide with?
Also, you know, we kind of gloss over this Alistar pick from Smoothie because this has not been a Smoothie special. And they have definitely locked in some champions that makes it look like they really want to take a more proactive approach and try and get some numbers on the board in the early game, pre-15 minutes here for Cloud9.
The only offensive champion I can really associate with C9 is that Karma, you know, is the more offensive. So Karma, Tom Kench, and Braum have kind of been the staples of Smoothie, so something different, some strong engage. You can already see the combo into the equalizer potentially being big, and all we're looking for on the side of Aimee is a support pick. You mentioned that Tom Kench could actually be the selection for Aimee.
Yep. Gonna feel comfortable going into the Alistar.
Yeah, that's gotta feel nice for Jin Zhao. He gets a little more safety in that bot lane on any of the engages, and they can exhaust out that Syndra if they need to.
Exactly, you know, it negates so much of the early 15 that we were building up, the playmaking of Alistar and, you know, Olaf, strong early jungler, can spam that ghost, you know, really capitalizes on lanes with crowd control. Tom Kench. Oh, eats them up and saves whoever got picked out. So I really do like that drafting from IMA. Good answer with their last pick. And that's why a lot of teams more and more over the past months have started to save their supports for counterpicking the enemy team rather than focusing so much on that lane.
Well, you know Jensen is stoked to finally have his hand on the Syndra. He was playing Syndra just as the playoffs started over in NA. A very good Syndra player. They love to funnel resources into Jensen. And if they get him a lead, he'll be the perfect man to carry Cloud9 forward.
He really does love playing his lanes aggressively. To do that, though, here at Worlds, you have to have your jungler on board. They have to be working in concert very, very closely, because if a laner plays aggressively all by themselves at Worlds, they will get sent back to the fountain.
It's not much of a solo trip. We just saw FLICKR not get the help from Blank, and if he just left out to dry there, it will be a problem for Jensen.
Very apt comparison, because FLICKR also loves playing aggressively, just like Jensen.
Absolutely. Get loud on Twitter. Hashtag C9win. Hashtag IMWin. For who you think is going to take this matchup, our last match here of week 1 of groups. We have another one to go, and it's already been amazingly crazy. More words to describe this and that, but we're gonna get into game. We're about to be on the Rift. Cloud9 versus IMA. And we're gonna see who can take the last victory of the first week of groups here at Worlds. Like Jet said, everybody's gotta win. It's been absolutely amazing. Who can put one more on the board?
Well, everybody has a loss.
That's true.
Way to be glass half full.
No, you're right. You're right.
Kobe.
Not everybody has to win.
The wrong word came out of my mouth. Thank you for the correction. Still, who will put a win on the board here? That one I'm sticking with.
Either IMA or Cloud9. I'm sure of it. God. Also,
that's why you have that job and I have.
We're watching League of Legends, Riv. Everybody's a winner. Yep. Can we get more cheesy? All right, let's see. They fanned out defensive wards here from IMA. Doesn't look like there's going to be any early action. And if we take the starting positions into account, it should be a topside start from both. So, nothing really out of the ordinary. I am waiting for the day we get some variation in the Olaf starts, because I really do feel like he's such a versatile jungler in the opening of the game, and everybody expects you to start on the blue so that you do get that flat cooldown reduction and the mana to be able to spam your axes. And playing off that expected behavior is one of my favorite parts about jungling and the mind games that go into it. So far, though, we will just have very, very standard starts for both teams.
You used the word expectation. We talked about Impact up the top on his own being the pressure valve, drawing solo kills and also the solo deaths, like you could say. IM do actually path around Amazing J, so if they can get what is very much an interesting top lane carry duel between Amazing J and Impact actually rolling for IMA, Impact just loses out and doesn't have any of that jungle pressure. Just in general, tracking Meteos this game will be interesting, because Jensen will want to be aggressive, and we know Amazing J and Impact are going to be trading thick and fast early.
Good old D-man drawback. I love it. The thick and fast play. So we'll see 2 minutes in. Obviously not much. No crazy jungle paths. It is going to be this aggression in the mid lane we're keeping an eye on. And already a little bit of licking delivered here from Road onto Sneaky. He can't seem to get himself behind Smoothie, who's trying to grab that brush control. But with the ward, Road knows when he can get in and out of these little attacks.
Yeah, as we said, Olaf loves ganking early, and he loves ganking lanes that have their own crowd control. So that would be mid lane or bottom lane here for Cloud9, especially since it's a double melee matchup for the supports. Those guys are going to be trading very, very often. And if they do get locked up, it's very easy to collapse there in the long lane, spam the ghost, and get some summoners out at least. Voidless gets the Scuttle Crab first, though, so extra vision going to help out there.
I like the little play by Road as well. Let's make sure we see it. Nobody's here. Take it safely. They are not leaving anything to chance in the early game.
And Meteos, he was in position, and people say, oh, there was no ward there. Why didn't he go for that? The support was missing, so
exactly.
You can't be sure as to what exactly they had just placed, and just the mere act of going into Fog of War does so much in the early game. That's why, as a support, if you're not trading, or if you're not, bringing presence through the lane around the CS, contesting CS for your opponent, being in Fog of War as much as possible to make the enemies guess when you're placing your trinket ward is very important.
This is a really interesting support battle in general, as Smoothie's pretty dependable laning support, loves to pick those Braums. If you're disengaged, Looks for the engage there. Road is very much the wild card support. He very much likes to get out of lane and make the plays like someone like FLICKR does over on the side of Albus Nox. So the playmaking here from Road will be fun to track, even on kind of a more dependable laning pick like Tom Kemp.
And ooh, they go on Road this time around. Smoothie does get some of the counter damage, but the minion wave is stacked too deep, so there's no way you're going to get a... Ooh. Voidless in a really nice spot.
That's exactly what you just said. Sorry, we can't leave these minions.
The other thing to notice is that Meteos up on the top side is taking away some small camps here from a Voidless. This is one of the things that Meteos practices most heavily. He studies the jungle paths of his opponents and looks to get those small advantages of the single small camps. He's actually been able to take the entire top side off of a Voidless, which is huge because that's what a Voidless assumed he could go back to and farm here, and Meteos has been able to eke out that small lead.
And he's looking for the full path too, wasting even more time. However, Meteos is also on a ward here, so they have to be careful.
Yeah. Again, this sort of pathing is very reminiscent of Nidalee, who I really likened Olaf to, because this is how you can play. Stopping the enemy, stopping a recall even.
Yep, good recall cancels there, because Meteos got 2 for 1. He has stopped the Voidless. Here comes
Smoothie. Oh, I don't know if Voidless wanted to join this party. Amazing, one more hit. Reckless swings from Meteos, and they're able to take him down.
Plus, the liberty you have when you have an Ezreal who can enter lane, farm from range. Really nice roam from Smoothie. We haven't seen this from Smoothie this tournament, and on point for Cloud9.
Yeah, he's on the Alistar. He goes for the early roam. You would expect Road to be the first one going for that. If you watch IMA games, he's out of the lane as soon as he can get, but Smoothie beats him to the punch. Meteos had already counter jungled, plus he was in the area, stops the back. Very good early play from Cloud9. And remember, that was Cloud9's first kill pre-15 minutes of the tournament.
There you go. Level 5, looking at 75% here for Jensen on that level bar. His purple bar under the champion sign. He just hit 6. Athena's going to have to play very careful, but he can also get himself into pool, so not that scary.
Vlad is one of those blocker picks to Syndra. Now, it's not a winning matchup, but it just itemizes so naturally into Spirit Visage. You're basically hoping that you can farm through, and the killing of the Vladimir. Again, that killing blow is very difficult. All is available, so in general, just trying to stifle the Syndra in mid.
Now, what you got to watch is Jensen, he's playing very far up, and what you want to do is try and, deny that laner some CS, but what you have to do is what SKT did when they had Bengi in and get the extra vision, because Jensen...
He just ulted, threw his ult out. That was pulled out by Athena, but he gets the flash. If he had gone down after flashing the C9 symbol,
got himself out of it, but that's the type of situation that we talk about, where as a mid laner, they want to play aggressive, right? But you're going to have some backup here. Meteos now comes in, clears out the vision, and he's going to try and lay down the wards here for Jensen. There's the pink ward.
Worth knowing the damage is done, though. Jensen used both summoners, and Vlad only had to pull an ultimate, which will be back very shortly. So a wraparound gang from a Voidless who's been praised as this intelligent pathing jungler. It's going to be super effective against the Syndra.
Exactly, which means that vision around Min doubles in importance, because Jensen is a very, very good target right now for IMA and for a Voidless. Right now, he actually doesn't have very complete vision, just the one in the Raptors and the bottom side of the Rift. So maybe he'll temper his aggression, should play a little bit more defensively until he either gets Meteos back up there or is going to have a bit more confidence because of Voidless is spotted on the map elsewhere.
Great wards around Dragon. Could allow C9 to play pretty aggressive here. It's going to be a nice flash from Road as well. True Shot Barrage. Pass it on by.
Jensen has bought his own pink ward as well, but Meteos knows he has no flash. That,
All right. Sending a message. Sending a message.
Not quite sure what the message read, but it was sent.
I mean, Meteos picked up on the messages from the casters, from the fans. He knows the criticism's out there, so you feel that pressure on the world stage to make plays. Team's 1-1, but it's been him that's been criticized, not his team. The focus has been on Meteos, so that's why you look for those plays. He had the level 6 advantage, but this time it goes wide.
Yeah, and honestly, he does deserve credit for the early pathing, getting the extra camp lead and then the successful move up topside. Let's see what he does with the first blood, though, because Olaf can snowball very effectively. We talk about the early purchase of cooldown boots all the time. At the moment, though, Voidless has double wards outside Drake Pit, and it would take some good game sense for Meteos to actually think that he's taking this Drake. Bottom lane pushes up. There's no bottom lane from Cloud9. Good take there from IMA.
Nice job as well by IMA avoiding all of the wards we just saw by C9 in the bot lane. Put theirs up, get a bit of breathing room, and take the dragon out as well.
Amazing J is level 6 this time, so if Smoothie was to enter top, a lot harder to pick up those turret dives without another damage source than just the Rumble.
Yep.
You can see the research though from Cloud9. You know, they know that I may like to play around Amazing J. That's another trip up top for Smoothie on the Alistar. This one doesn't get anything, but let's see what this Tom Kench actually does as well as they're going towards mid.
Jensen throws the ball behind, maybe both trying to bait each other into a fight. Athena, Jensen in the brush. Athena's gonna have vision overall in this one, and the curtain call is left, right, and not center at all. They missed the shots, and Meteos is gonna be there to help Jensen out safely.
Jensen known in the North American LCS for his skill shot dodging, and there it was crucial. If one of those had landed, it would have meant his death, but Jensen gets himself out of another sticky situation.
On the other side of things, Jinzhao dodges lane, loses a couple of minion waves looking for the kill. One shot would have been the slow and probably could have been the follow-up damage from the Vladimir, but losing out on CS selfishly and not picking up a kill is a heavy cost.
Ooh, Impact actually using a lot of abilities here mid lane. Avoid this is gonna be on him. Flash used. Do they have the damage here? Impact uses his just after. Avoid very low. This is gonna be a kill for Impact. Looking for number 2. The 2v1 is won.
Top die, jungle die. Impact gets the turnaround, and look at Avoidless shows top. Meteos is in his jungle, stealing away his camps.
And Impact does it his own way. 1v2. Jungler not even on his side of the map. This is what this player has contributed to Cloud9. Rush had to go out of the team, but Impact took them to Worlds, and he wants to get them out of groups as well.
Absolutely true.
C9, they know it. Also, you can tell the focus in-game. Smoothie's up there twice. Meteos is up there in the early game.
See this again.
Impact abuses it. He's got a 30 CS lead on top of it.
This reminds me of, Kobe, reminds me of PDD casually at All-Stars turning around with a massive Rumble play. Avoidless got too cute in this situation, took the extra turret shot, went down just to the burn, and Amazing J doesn't seem to be tracking his ult very well because he goes into turret range himself.
Right. Definitely a mistake there from IMA, but how many times have we spoken of the cautionary tale of ganking Rumble post level 6, right? Riv laughs because we mention it all the time of the possibilities of those double kills. Impact makes it a reality though. Down bottom, Avoidless wants to answer.
Still good to see that IMA wants to put their foot down. They're not deterred here or tempered at all from trying another engage. It looks like they will ward up the bottom side. They have the wards behind Dragon, but all the fights in front. And Scuttle's gonna help them reposition. Call Cloud9 off. Just a push in mid from Athena right now. 93 to Jensen's 123 though. So definitely a lot of power coming from Jensen.
All right, so I really like to put myself in the shoes of the underdog right now, right? We turn this game from IMA's side. They've got losing solo lanes. They've been losing jungle pressure. Avoidless is trying to catch up because both the solo lanes are going down. Now the bottom lane actually going down.
Even with all those wards, C9 still tries to power through. It's gonna be Road. Exhaust is there, but it's not gonna be enough on Meteos. And it's Sneaky that picks up the kill.
That was gonna be the player I was gonna point to pull off a cross-mat play to try and get IMA back into it, but he goes down, and that's gonna be first turret for Cloud9 as well.
The lead is even bigger, Kobe. You look at top lane, it was 2 levels, now just 1, but at least 1.5 levels between Impact and Amazing J, not even speaking about the CS advantage and gold lead from the 2 kills. So we looked at Amazing J to be the one, perhaps to be passed around by his jungler. In fact, his jungler has done the opposite. He's actually put him in an even bigger hole than he already was. Meanwhile, farm time's in mid.
See if they put more pressure here. Usually once Impact gets that, you're talking about top lane, gets a little bit of love for Meteos. It's just Impact going off after that. He almost says, I don't really want any other things happening in my lane. I'll handle it. So you see Meteos now towards that bottom side of the map, clearing up the wards, ganking again towards Jinzhao and Road. And it looks like they're gonna stay down here and make sure IMA can't set these wards up, which are actually happening right now.
Yeah, that bottom lane play that Cloud9 just pulled off means that now IMA, they need to go into defensive mode because defensive warding and playing around your turrets can get you some comeback kills. If Cloud9, play too aggressively and go for one of those dives, IMA look like they really need to turn a mistake around in order to turn this mid game back in their favor, because Cloud9 are jumping out to a very big early lead here.
It's really hard to see how they're going to do it, though, Kobe. Same with you, Riv. I just don't really see how IMA can find the map pressure when so many individual lanes are losing. And then the in-jungle matchup, if Olaf finds Rek'Sai in a long enough space, he also has the ability to take down the Rek'Sai solo.
That's why they have to go into defensive mode and look for the unforced error.
Looks like they can't control the resource at this point, even with the wards. Bottom turret being down. Cloud9 is working the inside of the jungle so nicely here, knowing there's no protection for IMA until the second tier turret. This means that mid lane is going to start getting pushed in as well, and they have to be a little cautious with the Void Rush.
I think they're also going to have to give up this Dragon. This should be Cloud9's Drake 100%. You see them doing laying the groundwork right now. These wards, this invade on blue quadrant right now, this is all setting up for the Infernal Drake. And they get the Gromp at least. I may get a little bit of their jungle back. But yeah, Cloud9, this should 100% be their Drake, and Infernal is going to be a big one for them. The best snowballing Drake, perfect spawn for them.
They're pinging the ward in Tribrush, saying, yeah, there's a ward if you need it, but I don't think we're going to need a teleport just yet. A flash out of a Voidless. That kind of hurts his engagement.
Impact's coming in as well.
Smoothie forced to throw on the ult, but Meteor says, I'll tank it, don't worry.
Impact teleports in. He's got his ultimate available. He lands the slow.
Ooh, the red carpet laid out for Road. They should be able to get out of this pretty nicely. Flash forward from Impact. Another 2 kills as Impact starts popping off.
That's why you need to focus the top lane for Cloud9. They got Impact ahead, and he is taking over.
They did focus the top lane, Kobe. It didn't go so well for them. SKT, now C9 Impact, really setting up and just putting IMA further and further into the ground, only just taking the turrets, mid and top lane turret. That would be basically the god tier first 20 minutes for Cloud9.
And the picks coming in had to ease Cloud9's mind. Jensen getting Syndra. That means Meteos, if he does have to go on this Olaf, is going to have a push mid lane. He can go ahead and have a foray in the jungle with a Voidless if he wants. And that's pretty much what happened all game. We'll see this from the teleport one more time.
I mean, you see the start of this, okay, I guess he wasted the teleport. It's not needed. They already got the objective. The kill onto Road was almost an inevitability, just how much damage, but that's the full value out of the Ezreal ultimate, and then what a snowboard rumble can do.
Jinzhou had flash also, actually, on that Jhin, I believe. Decided to go down with his lane mate.
I also don't think, it kind of all happened in succession.
He still has flash, but I don't know if that'll...
Up back to the Tribrush, does it happen?
Road is here.
Can't get in his belly, but you can definitely help him fight now.
Back up.
Double.
Impact's right above that 50% gauge. He's gonna be doing some good damage if he does decide to turn around, but it looks like he saves the sums and saves that. He doesn't have any summoners, so he just goes down.
Yeah, good turnaround kill there for IMA. I mean, Impact had a bunch of the kills on him, and now they've got some time with the turret as well. I don't know if they, they don't have any deep vision, so if they choose to stay here and try and burn the turret down, it's a risky call, and it means that they feel like they have a lot of ground to make up. They've called a Voidless down to try and help out with it.
It's not taking that much damage, so they are going to have a bit. They're actually going to have to back off here for this wave, as they don't know where Jensen is, so that denial of vision actually scares them off, and they are able to hold bot turret here. So C9 still with the first turret on the board and choice of where to go next.
Sneaky rotated top, couldn't get the turret either, but so just a kill, no answering objectives either way, so IMA will take that given how the game has opened up.
Yeah, Impact still with a very big pressure lead over Amazing J. There is no teleport for Impact though, so Amazing J might have the option, of trying to turn the numbers around on the other side of the map. Cloud9 need to be cognizant of this fact that Impact, the one with a lot of their kills, cannot join the fight. At the moment, he's up top, pushing that wave in. So the rest of the team should play accordingly, apply pressure, but be very willing to back off if 5 members of IMA commit.
On a simple level, a lot of the gold lead is in the pocket of Impact. So if you fight 4v4, the game is deceptively closer than the other indicators we have available to us might suggest.
See what the next decision here is for Cloud9, or even for IMA. Maybe they are the ones to make the first move, as Cloud9 over pressures, possibly on mid. the numbers aren't really there, and it seems like C9 is just able to group up and collapse that much faster. Amazing J and Smoothie are going to meet for a little walk on the side here. I don't know if this is the full engage, as C9 is just posturing to say we can win this fight if you really want to.
Definitely some big improvements from Cloud9 from the beginning of the groups into this game. They're staying at the objective here. They want to continue to use the bottom lane pressure to whittle down this middle turret. Once this turret is open, they can then flood into the jungle to get those wards down and really cut off IMA from their source of income.
Impact could guarantee this just by throwing down the equalizer. He's so far ahead that he would chunk out 2 members with just 1 ability. But they're holding it just in case there is an attempted engage from IMA.
Oh, it's going to be on to Smoothie. He's pretty much the main focus now. Road eating up Voidless, keeps him safe. It's going to be Amazing J going down first. He chrono breaks back and flashes out to get the safety. A lot of chaos here. They're going to have to refocus to get back into this fight as, yeah, Athena almost picking up a kill as everybody's trying to flash in, be the next surprise attack. But now everybody's in the middle of the fight, and it looks like they're going to back off.
Oof, very intense fight there. A lot of summoners used, but Cloud9 can just go back to base and heal at the fountain because Impact is the only top laner left up here. I don't know if Amazing J's gonna try and get back. Let me see what the top turret health is actually. Impact can push the wave. Nah, it's far off.
Over half, yeah. He will back as well.
First proactive move from C9. They didn't net them a big objective. They have to back away at this point. They will recall. Items starting to come in for IMA. Remember that fight was with Athena still very much in the tank phase, with the Spirit Visage and a bit of it.
Absolutely.
Honestly, that proactive move from Cloud9 did earn them most of an objective. 90% of that turret. That turret is very low now, so I feel like going back to that same objective and finishing the job will set them up very well for this next Drake. 17 seconds on the Ocean Drake. They've already started to put more of those wards up. Impact does have his teleport, so if they just knock down that turret first, then they can retreat into that river and try and draw IMA into the river fight now that everybody's summoners are down.
Yeah, and there's the focus you're talking about. We can see Smoothie, the rest of the team making their way down to the bot side of the map to set up the wards. Sneaky is going to be on push duty, as usual, for the wave. And they'll just make sure they have everything necessary to take that down. Giving up a bit of the top side, but like you said, this should all, maybe not, should all result in a positive for C9.
Ah, blue.
I only wonder in the late game, guys, just thinking about if IM can stabilize, that someone like the Vlad and Magic was just stacking is so valuable against a lineup from C9. Amazing J.
Oh.
Should be able to get out.
Scrap shield. All right, thought he might put himself back in range. Aggression in the top side means Amazing J's not there to help. TPs are up, but no one goes, and Dragon's taken.
Spam pings here from Cloud9 on that mid turret right after the Dragon, and they might go for the dive. This turret's very low, and Jin Zhao is looking juicy.
Impact's got to be calling that top from it's back from Amazing J, who teleports second tier mid lane. Just the pressure scares that out of him. That's actually very big for C9.
Yeah, couple of flashes out there, or actually flash and teleport from IMA. Cloud9 do get the objective. Good flash from Road, though. Able to eat up Jin Zhao and then flash, expecting the headbutt, so he gets punted to safety rather than going down with the ship.
So the gold lead's there. Again, I just have those small queries, specifically Vladimir here at 4-5 items. Not really any answer on C9's side. Only real hard lockdown is the headbutt pulverized that has much higher targets or higher value targets for the Albus to be facing. A champion like Braum can really work very well against a Vladimir team fight-wise from support, but I just feel like there might be an item threshold for IMA where 5v5 team fighting is going to be very execution heavy for C9.
We've already seen kind of a scatter in these fights. C9 not finding that priority target or it getting away with low health and IMA trying to get back in. So I expect those fights to continue throughout this game. It's going to be fantastic. Coming up on 23 minutes. Like you said, though, C9 with that lead as they look for Amazing J.
Yep, they've got 4 people up here, so Amazing J gonna have to pull some fancy magic to get out of here. Just a passive proc, actually. Not so fancy after all.
Pulls it right out of the hack. Turret's still gonna go down. It's about the pressure that C9's creating around the map. And Amazing J looks like he'll try to stay as much as possible here. The team's not going to lose too much more, but IMA always seems to be a few seconds behind these movements of Cloud9.
Yeah, Cloud9 have the big gold lead, so IMA cannot have the even numbers, even round fight. They have to either prey on a mistake from Cloud9 or use the Fog of War to try and get an advantage that way. Meanwhile, Cloud9 continue to slowly knock down more objectives.
Haven't managed to push that vision so far into the red side jungle, though. That's where they were playing around. Of course, they got the turret, so it's fine to back away. But for now, it's been ordered. It's been, this is what we want. This is how we set up for it. This is what we're taking. And that's exactly the sign of a strong team that C9 is aspiring to be. So we can't really fault them until there is a gap in that play. It's been 25 minutes of solid play from C9.
IMA still with that potential to get a good curtain call, get a pick out, as well as get the team to scatter with a nice Hemo Plague from Athena. It's all about getting the minds of C9 right now for IMA, because it's definitely not going to happen off of items purchased. Just too much in the lead and always able to attack. IMA is always walking around with about 75% HP before these engages happen. 4K gold lead right now and 0 turrets in favor of IMA, which means C9 has just about the other side of the map and theirs to work with now.
Given how the game's gone, you have to commend IMA for picking up as much CS they had. There's no big CS holes to really ruminate on. Only in the mid lane again. It's at 40, which I guess is finally getting to that point at 25 minutes. But just given how dominant C9 have been, it feels like there should be advantages in multiple lanes.
The next step in, trying to push those advantages would be moving up in between the lanes into the jungle. If you have vision in the jungle between those lanes, then it makes IMA take the longer route when they're transitioning between those creep waves to try and farm. And that's where Cloud9 can eke out those extra advantages. They also get the gold income from IMA's jungle, so they increase the gold lead that way. As of right now, you can tell Cloud9 want to play around this Baron. They move 2 of their pink wards up. They're trying to take over the red quadrant of the jungle, focus on the top and middle turret as the next ones. But here comes a teleport. Whoa, if Voidless gets chunked out, they got to abort that
at the same
mission.
time. Yeah, Amazing J is coming in a little far behind. Impact's going to try to rout him immediately, and Amazing J says, I don't really want any of this. They're fighting over a lot of vision near that Raptor brush. Nothing's going to come of this fight just yet, but both teleports used and all summoners still up for engaging.
I guess you'll take that if you're IMA. You're swapping teleports with Impact, who of course still has that lead over his direct opponent. Was matched, so at least no global advantage for C9. Every time you see Vladimir delete a minion wave, you start to wonder about where this game may go if it continues to be dragged on.
Definitely something to keep in mind, but Cloud9 are doing what we just talked about. They set up the vision in between top and mid lane, and they've been trying to camp there. IMA able to work around, grab the minions though, and Cloud9 actually give up on their red quadrant outpost here and go back to purchase.
Second locket now coming in for Road. Looks like they really want to get some of these shields down, even if there's a bit of diminishing return on that. But they want to stay alive. Impact's doing so much. Jensen is zeroing people out. It's one of those games where you almost have to dodge all the ults to be able to use yours.
It's a little bit surprising that Sneaky's gone for the higher damage choice with the Ezra's gone for the Trinity Force rather than the Iceborne Gauntlet for another latency C to potentially slow down the double melee in terms of Amazing J and Avoidless, and also Vladimir, because we already commented on the lack of lockdown. Iceborne Gauntlet's only a little bit of that, but the damage there, the control is not.
Road getting chunked out a little bit in his own jungle, and actually everybody converging here into the scrap.
Road may have to use that thick skin soon. Pops it. Curtain call is up. That's going to be a flash from Smoothie. His ult is down, so Alistar definitely capable of being taken down now by IMA as Jensen starts to come back in, finds Amazing J, Chrono Break back. He's right onto Smoothie, but the headbutt away to save himself. Dodges the deadly flourish as well, and Smoothie is back and forth to the blue suede shoes. Amazing J, they lay out the red carpet and welcome him to the death. 45 seconds on the clock. That should mean the second inner tier turret is Jensen. Starts to put up a wall of defense, scatter the weak, and he almost takes another one out. Bleeding and walking away as Jin Zhao and Road, as it's not good here for IMA, but Athena still trying to stand tall at the turret.
Athena was out of position the whole time though, guys. He didn't manage to find it, only ended up ulting to dissuade Jin Zhao from going down. The collapse was better from C9, but only a single kill to show for it.
Man, that was actually pretty touch and go inside the jungle. Sneaky was screening Athena out of the fight by firing Mystic shots and trying to zone him away from the team, barely allowing Meteos and the rest of the crew to escape. Here's actually the chase down after that, though. This is the comboed stun and ultimate from the solo laners of Cloud9. Nice accuracy there. Sneaky jumps forward to pick up the kill as well, so they get it on their AD carry.
Clutch stuff from Jensen to pick up the only kill. Looked like it was going to go killless despite all the trading. C9 continue to push up. They've lost that vision around the red side jungle, so Baron once again goes to become a pretty hard objective to crack, but otherwise, C9 looking good.
I love the way Jensen plays that. Syndra always in front of the turret, trying to find a little more aggro. The rest of the team finding aggro as well. Road, it doesn't seem like he can swim away from this one. Has to flash his way out. And that'll be something they can continue to work on. A quick, thick skin.
That's going to lose them a decent amount of pressure, though, because Cloud9 have a huge wave top, and they're running straight up mid lane at the same time.
Not a lot of mana on Meteos. So they decide to hang for just a second on that engage, but like you said, the pressure might just overflow here in the mid lane.
The turret should go down because they've sent Jin Zhao, the AD carry for IMA, up top to deal with the wave, and C9 are going to dive.
Pushing back, Voidless, he tries to flash out of this fight. Parallel Convergence actually locks up Smoothie nicely, but he already has the Unbreakable Will on, and that will be a Voidless going down as he cannot flash away from the danger. They're making sure that the priority targets aren't ones that can get away in these fights, and they are choosing very well. They might just choose the turret to be their next target if Athena's not in range. Coming up from the pool, he stays alive. Amazing Jay alive on the outside, but everyone is limping away, including C9 here. Jin Zhao picks up a kill there with one of his last bouncing shots. And it is so back and forth. C9 are actually leaving quite a bit to chance in these fights, but still coming out on top. There's another part of that chance. Who's gonna go down? And good night, Amazing Jay.
CC Bot never left up onto Amazing Jay. Didn't have his ult available, and for the world's most aggressive teleport as Jin Zhao casually sidesteps the Ezreal ultimate. Unnecessary stuff from Amazing Jay, a little bit undisciplined too, and keeps up that pressure as the crowd finds their voice.
Yeah, Cloud9 just send him back to the fountain where he came from. Wow.
This is great from Smoothie though, because consider this is when Jin Zhao is picking up 3 group minion waves in top. He's even out of ult range, so for now, no damage from the AD carry.
Exactly. We talked about the importance of setting up that big wave top for Cloud9. They got the 5 versus 4 advantage.
Yeah.
Pretty scrappy kill, honestly, for them to still get it and get out here. Here's where the chaos does ensue, though. They go for the Vladimir, he pools, and they're tanking turret on the way out. Good snare there from Jin Zhao. He's got the red buff as well to pick up the kill on Impact. And Amazing Jay goes for the 1 versus 4.
Feeling good. So many things are playing out in your head when you're teleporting in, and then poof, they go away.
You have to wonder about the communication. Sure, if Road was another screen ahead and could just the Tahm Kench devour and take him out, you could understand it, but the coordination not there for IMA.
Remember, IMA is the team that has to work on the most different languages. They've got the 3 languages the various speakers have, and the coordination is always something that you point to when we see this team play. They are one of the hardest working teams, but it's not paying off for them here as Amazing Jay on that solo mission. Cloud9 deliver him some justice.
They also may not get another chance to see Cloud9 limping around like that on the Rift with how much of a lead they've gained now. Just 4,000, but the dominance of the map means you can see initiations like Smoothie running around from the backside. These outer turrets still up almost prove worse because it allows IMA to be engaged on outside their base. Now push back to the steps in that mid lane. Looks like Cloud9 is going to start stretching them thin across the map.
Oh, yeah, they got their eyes here on Amazing Jay once again. He does have ultimate this time, and so they're just going to poke him a little.
Just some love taps. They should be able to find another fight at the turret if IMA are going to take it. Going to be very careful. Got some level 16 ultimates on the side of C9, but not on the side of IMA, which means a very big power difference, and there's just the start of it. Athena trying to get in with the Tides of Blood, gets knocked off on there. The curtain call is coming through, but there's really no programs to be delivered from IMA. Nobody's watching the show. They are just going right back for the fight. Could be Amazing Jay getting a kill.
This might be that one time where IMA finds their chance once again. Smoothie flies into the front. They're dropping on both sides like flies, but it may be IMA that's dropping faster. C9 Sneaky going in for some more shots, but the skills are still being dodged. And it looks like they come away with the turret after a very scrappy fight.
Yeah, very close escape there for the last couple members of IMA as Cloud9 go deep. Cloud9 still took down that turret though. All right, let's take a look at this again. It actually is a couple of good snares. Impact goes under turret range again, and Jin Zhao is able to snare him deep. But here we go. Meteos goes for the dive. He's the one tanking. This is where it switches over to Impact, though. And he's got the snare from Jin Zhao. Does Zanya's this time, but there's nothing to let him get out of this. Amazing J lands a stun.
Smoothie spent a lot of this time trying to consider flashing over the big wall next to this inner turret, going for an engage. Couldn't find it right to the end. As you say, the objective is the small advantage. Could have been more, but split between two decisions and ends up fairly even, all things considered.
All right, Drake coming up again. It is just an Ocean Drake, but that will be one extra one to tag on when the Elder Dragon does spawn. So Cloud9 will probably pick that one up. They have complete vision control right now. The map is basically theirs to work with, so they can take... Oh, never mind. They can just take Athena.
Doesn't even have time to pool, and we are near 60 seconds on these timers. If they go down to the game, 35 minutes in, and Cloud9 is getting everything they want with these little picks.
Yeah, Athena was subbed in for Bamey for this game, and
yeah, that's right.
Really has been a bit of a passenger. First death, but has just been farming, has been out of position, hasn't been the initiator that we know Vladimir's can be. And with that pick, C9 looked to Baron.
Yep, they've cleared out all the vision inside. Zoning here from Smoothie. Road is in there, but that's about it. So they get the Baron, and now they're on the chase.
It was a short chase.
Short chase.
Very short chase.
I was waiting. I was like, he's gonna get him.
I mean, remember how important this game is for the group, though. SKT just lost to Flash Wolves. This is no longer the group with an undefeated team either.
Right.
And both IMA and Cloud9 were looking to improve after the first couple of days of Worlds. And these are very important improvements that we've seen in Cloud9 in this game. The proactive play, smoothly with some very cohesive roams combined with Meteos' jungling on the top side, and the top lane focus really paying off for them.
It's just so weird to work out the storyline of just individual teams at this Worlds. Cloud9 were destroyed by SK Telecom. First game out had a fiesta against Flash Wolves that went really long. Flash Wolves were kind of the ones that were really under the microscope there. Then have now played methodical and smart in great spades for 36 minutes against IMA. So if someone asks you to summarize where Cloud9's at, or really any of the 16 teams at Worlds as we come up to the final game of the tournament.
Flip a coin.
I mean, the analysts, I think, are all kind of holding their hands up in the air because there's been patches of brilliance and patches of just weird play across the board.
Definitely the theme. Huge variance this Worlds. What we can say for sure, though, is that we are almost at the end of week 1 of groups, halfway through, as Cloud9 with the Baron buff outside, knocking on the doors of IMA's base.
That's good, because I don't think my brain can explode anymore from this week. It needs to be repaired before we get into next week group games. 37 minutes on this one as we're getting up there in the time for our, they're kind of about average games for Worlds. 12-5, but like you said, Kobe, Cloud9 looking to put the final touches on this game as they approach breaking down the first inhibitor turret. It will be on this wave. They will look for the inhibitor next. Is Jensen getting the cavalry ready behind him to throw forward, and the rest of the team ready to engage. IMA knows it, and they have to let this go.
Objective gotten. They're able to back away very comfortably. Complete map control, full court press, like how I like to call it in these games. There's just really nowhere for IMA to go. If they go and meet any of these minion waves, they'll be horribly overextended on the map.
Yeah, exactly. We do talk about how much crazy stuff has happened, but this almost feels like one of the most calm late games that we've had, because Cloud9 have had such a solid hold on this mid and late game. They've got 4 of the Drakes, the big gold lead, inhibitor already down, and they're working slowly towards the next one.
Seems crazy, but we've actually seen just about the same fight. Cloud9 going low, getting a few kills, coming back and doing it again. Rinse and repeat, and here they're inside the base.
Big equalizer.
From the mid lane. Ragnarok on for Meteos as he goes through with the undertows, trying to slow for everyone to follow up. A little damage on the inhibitor, but a lot of damage focused onto IMA as they start going for the kills. Nobody down just yet. Avoidless back to the base to try and get himself healthy, and Cloud9 are looking for the win.
5 members up. They could try and force something.
Few more scatter the weak outside. Jensen keeps them at bay. Here goes the go for broke from Aimee. One down as a Voidless falls. They are going to lose Smoothie here, but it may not be one they need to keep as the fight goes on. The damage is on to the champions, not the Nexus turret, which is getting a little hairy for Cloud9, but they will turn their focus to the Nexus. They will turn their focus to a win. And they will go 2-1 in the group stage in week 1.
Only the head-to-head between SKT and C9 stops C9 from topping the group to end the week. It's been a great trail of comebacks for Cloud9, again, after being blown away by SK Telecom. And in this group and in so many others, we're all left to wonder what bounties we have left for next week, because it's been a crazy first week of Worlds.
It's been absolutely ridiculous. Picks we thought we wouldn't see, but then picked by more. So getting a little bit more play in the Alistar, the Lee Sin, a few others. Looking at this game, definitely I think something happened there in picks and bans. That Zach could have been a Syndra in that last ban for Aimee.
Definitely true. Pick ban has been extremely important here in the first week of Worlds. Have to say though, that definitely the most impressive game from Cloud9. The marked improvements are what matters heading into week 2, because so much movement can happen. We're only halfway through. Cloud9 definitely looking much better though.
Meteor stepping it up in the early game. We talked about the fact that the team had not had a single kill or assist put together in the first 15 minutes of the first 2 games, but much more on board. Went to the Olaf, one of those Meteor's picks. He loves to play in solo queue, executed well, had eyes on the Rex side throughout the majority of the game and did his job.
And noticing as well the kind of the story of Worlds, needing to engage at a certain point. Smoothie going on to that Alistar. Like you said, not something we really see all that much in his wheelhouse of something he's going to bring to the table. But necessary, and they identified that. So Cloud9 coming up very strong in that one. As well, NA's got to be pretty happy. But looking at how everything is going, you have no idea how the rest of this is going to turn out.
Definitely more upsets could be on the horizon.
Definitely, I'm going to say yes.
Absolutely. I have to say, though, the top focus, very clear from Cloud9. That was pretty much the biggest change for me. They had a clear game plan, and you could tell what it was. They focused it in Champion Select. Then, right in the opening moments of the game, Meteos is up there, gains control of the jungle. They sent Smoothie on multiple roams. I don't think I've seen Smoothie roam that much, especially up to the top side, for the entire year, basically. And Cloud9 came up with the game plan, and they executed it, which is the important part.
Not a level 3 roam strat on a Braum, on a Karma, on this normal champion pool, but certainly something Alistair can do. Took the Ignite, just like Mata, wanted to dodge lane, and got that advantage for Impact.
All right, gentlemen, well, our job is done here for the day. Right now, we're going to pass it off to Shox, who's standing by with Cloud9's top laner.
Thank you very much, Riv. Indeed, standing by with Impact after the second win in a row for C9 here. I know that you guys yesterday weren't really happy with the way you won. How do you reflect on your performance today?
어제 승리 이후에는 비록 이기셨지만 살짝 찝찝한 마음이 있다고 들었는데 오늘 승리에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
오늘 I think today is good play because we problem is I'm died so many, but just my mistake is team we move is macro is we object control everything. I think it's not it's I can't say good, but I think not bad today. So we 발전하고 있다고.
We're still improving.
Yeah.
Impact, the all-important question, how many times did you say top die today?
탑 다이를 몇 번 외치셨나요?
I did today. I didn't say. I'm just say white dive enemy and kill. And nice.
I can see that. Impact, I know that the game versus SKT was very important for you personally, but you guys really didn't get to show that much. What do you hope to prove in your rematch against them next week?
이번 주 SKT와 1경기 했을 때 정말 중요한 일전이었을 텐데 비록 아쉽게 패배했지만 다음 주에 있을 그 재대결에서는 어떻게 준비하실 생각이신가요?
I think we first match here with SKT. We problem is ban pick. We give up Syndra and we give up just mid pressure. So Jensen is hard to play game. But I think we next week we pick is Bampic, and I think we show is good play.
Some changes to the band pick, and we'll see a more competitive game versus SKT. Thank you very much, Impact. Congratulations, C9, second win in a row here at Worlds Dash. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And I mean, we're standing here just flabbergasted at the day, but C9 here showing up, making all of the groups interesting at the end of the day. Let's try and dive into this one. Once again, I mean, we do get the Syndra secured for Jensen. He went kind of monstrous on it, at least in terms of a CS number, crested that 200 mark by 18 minutes. I mean, that's insanity in and of itself.
I mean, the champion is S tier for a good reason right now. Into the Vladimir, you still have pressure the entire time. Vlad just wants to survive, get to the late game, and try to outpace in the team fights. But C9 just managed to win top lane with a good roam, bot lane with a gank, and then just all business from there.
And we saw a different Jensen today than we saw on day one of the group stage. It was back to the skill shot dodging madman we saw in North America, where he trusts his ability to get out of difficult situations. And when he dodged every single Jhin bullet, yes, he popped Ghost, or when he flashed away from the Rex side to avoid the early gank, those are vintage Jensen moves from when he's a dominant NA mid laner.
And I think this shows exactly how good Cloud9 can be when they're confident in their individual play, because then it trickles over into the map play, and you see how methodical they can close games out. And even in some team fights, you're like, oh, this is about to go a little bit wrong, but it's like, oh, Impact still has Equalizer. He didn't burn it earlier. They're able to siege down the mid lane turret. So I really do think that a calm, composed Cloud9, when they are playing very good individually, actually makes them scarier as a macro team, because they play with much more, I guess, priority and enthusiasm at that stage of the game.
And if we're talking about individual play, we got to take a look at the 10-minute replay. 2-for-1 Impact in the top lane. This was, it wasn't top die, it was wide dive.
And this is one of the weaknesses, I would say, of the LPL region, is that if they fall behind, they try and make desperation plays. And flashing underneath a turret of a Rumble with Summoner Spell and Equalizer is definitely a desperation play, and Impact is good enough to make them pay for it.
Yeah, this is the second time today we saw top laners get kills in 1v2 situations. Just a wacky day, but I totally agree with you. An overextension by Aimee and a great play by Impact.
Those are huge damage numbers across the board.
Well, I think this is what happens when you kind of draft like this. A lot of damage threats against a lot of tanks on Aimee. And Aimee is like a grinding team. They want to get nice and tanky. They want to take you to 50 minutes, and they want to grind you down till you make that mistake. But credit to Cloud9, because they were way too good for that. The mistake was just never forthcoming.
Yeah, and as Impact had mentioned, you know, he wasn't very happy with the macro. He was saying, it wasn't good, it was not bad. But as a game, for contrasting what we saw yesterday, especially as establishing dominance over Aimee and making sure that the top contenders for the group would be SKT, Flash Wolves, and themselves, I think this is a really nice showing for them that should give them the confidence that will allow them to really showcase what they say is like 80% of how as good as what TSM can be.
And Jat, talk to me about this player of the game. It's going to go to Smoothie on that Alistar this time around.
Yeah, Smoothie had so many good plays in the early game, and he was the one that really kicked off most of the lane advantages. Really crisp flash plays as far as his pulverize are going. And we've seen Alistar roams in the early game be really pivotal in this tournament. Smoothie was no different. He pulled it off exceptional.
And hats off to Reaper, because if any team is going to leave their AD carry one-on-one, it's going to be Aimee, and recognizing that therefore you can pick up maybe a weaker laner, but a great roaming support like the Alistar, and Smoothie played it incredibly well. But I think that that is a tendency that, you know, is easily executed against Aimee, because they're not going to punish you for it.
All right, now let's talk about this group as a whole. We've got C9 and SKT now tied at the top 2-1. Aimee and
Flash Wolves.
Flash Wolves, there you go, at the bottom 1 and 2. Going into next week, what do you make of this group? Who's going to have it? Or what kind of adjustments do you want to see made?
The only team that I don't think is really showing a lot right now is Aimee. I'm not very impressed by their ability to just lane regularly and make actual outstanding, hey, this is a play that we're going to make and make a comeback. The only time was against the Flash Wolves that was unable to really close out a game, which, to be honest, they kind of defeated themselves. But everyone else seems like it's up for grabs.
Yeah, I think it's very up for grabs as far as it goes. I still feel like there's a small amount of logic we can use for the madness that's been in this group. SKT still looked the strongest throughout all three of their games there, 2-1. It's actually a group that's lining up for the pick'em that I had. We had SKT, C9, then Flash was in third, and IMA in fourth.
Yeah, and one thing I will say, you know, just to throw a little bit of a spark onto the IMA Fire, is this is a place they've been so often, and they've always come back and win. I don't think they're going to do it this time, but hey, I thought Team WE was going to be at Worlds as well, so who the heck knows what's going to happen.
All right, well, as we reach the end of our first week of Worlds 2016, let's review the razor-close standings in each group. In Group A, Albus, Nox, Luna, Counter Logic Gaming, and the Rocks Tigers all have 2-1 records. Group B's leaders are SKT and Cloud9. Edward Gaming and AHQ Esports Club hold the lead in Group C, and Group D has 3 teams with 2-1 records. Again, no team has gone without a loss so far. Now the action continues here in San Francisco on Thursday for the final week of group stage matches. On Thursday at 4 p.m. Pacific time, G2 Esports and Rocks Tigers take to the stage, followed by 5 more Group A matches. Group C is decided on Friday, Group D plays on Saturday, and Group B plays on Sunday. And if any ties remain after each group's scheduled matches, we'll play them out immediately following that day's games.
And 6-3 for North America, Chad. That has never happened before.
Man,
Surely, say it
I
ain't
clearly
so.
can't remember that did not happen in 2015. It did. And it was 6-3 last year in 2015. And then they lost more games than were scheduled for the next week. They went 0-10. So hopefully we can see some improvement. I'm super happy that NA was able to do the 6-3 again this way, and I think a much more controlled fashion with some more impressive victories. So they also remember 0-10. I think it's hard to forget something like that, and I don't think it's going to happen again.
While I'm happy that NA has actually gotten on the board, I'm really stoked to see that Korea is not just bleeding. They feel pretty bruised right now. They have been taken down. They have been really shown the ropes about the global meta and exactly what it means to try to play against these other regions and understand the priorities that other guys have and how they play the game, and they paid for it dearly.
And you know, there are a couple of regions that we had big question marks. LPL and the macro play, whilst they don't look very clean at the moment, you can see that at least they can battle, well, EDG at least, on some level of that. They do need to pick it up for week 2. But I think it's the wildcard regions and, you know, the CB LOL and LCL, respectively, that have really come out this week and surprised people because their gameplay, especially when the game gets delayed, has been impressive because they've been able to close team out and stick to their game plans. And that's good discipline play out of very new teams.
Yeah, and the other thing I can't wait for as far as the next week of group stage goes is the format changes quite a bit, actually. Every team will now play 3 games on the day, and it's much more like playing a series, even though you're against different teams. You have to make rapid iteration instead of having a day or 2 to try and read things. Not to mention, everyone was hiding their strategies in secret. This week, we got to see them all out on the stage. So there are a lot more tweaks you can make in the week off, and the results could actually completely change.
Yeah, and to add to that, the cool thing is the fact that you actually get to change your own little meta by games of other people that are playing. Just based on, let's say that you're CLG playing against Rocks and you see G2 against Albus Nox, whatever they're playing, you're going to implement that into your own play style as well and try to develop that own little meta, even though it's not your own game. And I think that's such a cool element to see in these best of ones.
I mean, a lot of information surfaced here over the last 4 days. Dare I say the most exciting Worlds group stage week 1 yet?
Yeah, I completely agree. Like,
all right, I got
groups.
permission to say it, so that's what I'm going to say. That's going to do it for week 1 of the 2016 Worlds Group Stage here at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. But stay tuned because Sharks, Kobe, and Atlas will recap the day's action in an all-new Worlds tonight. Now for myself, the casters, the analysts, and the entire live production crew, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next week as the fight for the Summoners Cup continues.
There's only 2 options, win or die.
I'm really excited to see the final day of the first round robin just because it has so many little implications for the teams to show their little niche on the meta and show that they've actually improved and not just regressed.
So much damage, Yang. He might just be an afterthought kill as the shot blast comes down. Will the Marcus stop good flash? Oh, Weston turned up and he's gonna get the first blood. Oh, good Q. He's still looking for it. Fair bit of damage now as the kick's not quite enough. The minions, they're not there, and Revolta, he's gonna be taken down.
Slow and Steady wins the race. Slow and Steady eventually kills the base as well. Nex is going down.
Under the lights on the high stage.
This is a big mistake by Vander Kamp.
There's the play. Oh my god! The auto attack grenade, and that's gonna be first blood. Mouse going nuts in the backline. Forgiven's gonna die on a 1-man trouble as Death grabs the last auto attack. Doesn't have the passive. Oh, the bounce! Bounce explodes on the passive. Throws him up into the air. Gets a flash. Oh my goodness, into the wall. F secures the kill. Liquid actually is the one that grabs it. That was a beautiful pick. 2 and 1 in the group. What beast from the CIS region.
hope you like our crazy playstyle.
Coming. Watch us. Hands go flash. Allison. Nice. Holy fucking shit, Jay.
Very
tanky.
Level 15, 902. Absolutely blows up Bray.
Holy crap. He's the only one looking for vision. It's Flash Wolves.
Right onto Wolf and Faker. They go down immediately after both the summoners are blown, and that's Duke falling. Flash Wolves have eyes on the base.
They're gonna do it! Flash Wolves against SKT! Here comes
Oh, I don't know if Voidless wanted to join this party. Amazing, one more hit.
Nice impact. Good job. Good job.
Hit die.
Nice.
Good job, Dirty.
This might be that one time where I may find a chance once again. Smoothie flies into the front. They're dropping on both sides like flies, but it may be I-May that's dropping faster.
We all left to wonder what bounties we have left for next week, because it's been a crazy first week of Worlds.